Most having, most making.
Yeah, Mo, this is Eddie at Topstep. Just want to let you know, make it over here. Close the bar and get your butt over here right away. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. And of course, everyone else. So glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat. Welcome to Topstep TV, the only show that you're going to be seeing here with all the top-notch education, great people, a great community. So don't go anywhere. This is Opening Call. He's the birds and I'm the bees, so sit right down and listen carefully. We have an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good neighbor, good friend, the bunny in the garden, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you it's fine to celebrate success, but it's more important to heed the lessons of failure. Keep that in mind. We learn from failure. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and trading mentor, our very own, yes, Topstep's very own superstar of superstars, the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Oh, Eddie, and hello, everybody. Happy Thursday, June the 27th. The party never ends here. The party never ends. Very excited to be with everybody today. And as always, on the opening call, we're going to be focusing on context, risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Eddie, it's great to see you. It's great to see everybody. What's going on?
What's going on? We got a lot going on here today, but let's get to the news, and then we're going to get to our charts and Oh, let's get this party started, like you said. U.S. stock futures edged down today. Just before we did see a slew of numbers. Investors are taking some of the caution ahead of the much anticipated, yes, presidential debate. Averages here on Wall Street, we did see that the closed higher following a choppy trading session yesterday. The S&P gained about 9.2%, NASDAQ 0.5%, and the blue chip DD Dow about 0.04%. Here's where the guano gets deep. Okay, Democratic President Joe Biden will square off against his Republican challenger Donald Trump in a televised debate on CNN today. And analysts have said that the event effectively marks the beginning of a serious campaign ahead of the November's U.S. presidential election. In this corner, wearing the red shorts. And we'll stop right there. Meanwhile, the latest reading of the personal consumption expenditures due out Friday, widely regarded as the Fed's preferred, oh, that's nice to know, preferred metric of price gains. This figure could impact how the markets run, how the markets move. And of course, markets expect the central bank to approach potential interest rates later this year. Yes, we've been getting that smoke blown up, where all year long. Micron. I just want to give a little props out to our community. Yesterday, we had some market movement. We did not know what it was from. And yes, the community here came through with the information. And I tell you, folks, that's what it's about. You got to be here. We share information. We share levels. We move ahead. Okay. Everybody's moving ahead here that is synced in, watching and listening to TopStep TV. So those Micron shares fell yesterday. And slumped in the extended hours trading after U.S. chipmaker unveiled a current quarter financial outlook for a disappointed sky-high investor expectation. So they were looking for some big numbers. It said it expected to deliver about maybe 7.6 billion in revenue, plus or minus 2 million. Yeah, chump change. But the fiscal fourth quarter roughly line 7.6 for 3 months. The report came in at 6.8 compared to the projection of 6.6. So once again, thank you, community. Let's keep it together. We work as a team, and let's keep it that way. Good stuff. Props to you all. Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, economic numbers this morning. The GDP number was widely anticipated, but it really came out as kind of a nothing burger. Depending on what source you were looking at, they were looking at 1.3 or 1.4% final quarter one GDP. It came out 1.4%, so pretty much in line with what everybody was expecting. The durable goods numbers came out. They were looking for a minus 0.5%. Came out a little bit positive, 0.1%. I don't know how much that's going to be affecting the markets. Jobless claims came out lower than expected. They were looking for 236,000 new jobless claims last week. They came in at 233,000. We also have retail and wholesale inventories that just came out. And at 9 o'clock, we're waiting for the pending home sales numbers. 9:30, the Atlanta Fed GDP preliminary is due out. Natural gas storage is always due out on Thursdays at 9:30. And at 10 o'clock, the KC Fed Manufacturing Index, probably not going to be all that wildly impactful, but just be aware of it. 10:30, there's a 4 and 8 week bill auction. And at noon, a 7-year note auction. And just to kind of remember, tomorrow is that PCE number, and that's going to be probably a lot more impactful than anything we're seeing today. At least the possibility does exist. It is also the end of Q2, mid-year final session. We don't know how that's going to affect markets. Just make sure that you're aware of that again tomorrow, and we will remind you. The VIX this morning at 12.62. Dollar index fell off a little bit after those numbers came out at 105.79 last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year also took a little bit of a dive to the downside, 4.31% last I checked. That's what we're looking at today. Lots of things still coming out, lots of opportunities in these markets. Let's everybody have a good day. I got a feeling everybody's going to have a good day.
You sound like Ethel Merman there. I've got a feeling.
There's no business like show business.
All these young traders are like, who the hell is that? What are they talking about? But anyway,
Merman.
Ethel Merman, look it up. Yes. Dude, where's my crude? Dudette, where's my crude at? Well, tagging the 81.95. So I like watching the crude here. Earlier today, we did have a dip in the crude, but since then there has been a recovery. We did see crude earlier down 0.1%. That was WTI. Brent also dropped around 84.43 a barrel. U.S. U.S. Information Administration reported a 3.6 barrel jump in the country's crude stock. That was last week, according to data released yesterday. Disappointing the market, which had expected a brand new bike for Christmas and a pony. No, they expected a draw of 2.6 million barrels. More concerning was a 2.7 barrel build in gasoline inventories, which indicated that the fuel consumption remained a little bit weaker even on the onset of this, what we call the travel heavy summer session. So there you have it. There's the news here for today. And who do we got? Get James. James, can you share the tip of the week for us, old buddy, old pal, old buddy? There we go. There we go. Triggers. Triggers build resilience. Understanding and managing triggers builds resilience. Now, traders learn to handle market volatility and these crazy, freaky conditions without being overwhelmed by emotions. And sometimes emotions can hijack an account, without you realizing. So this only helps to enhance their ability to navigate challenging periods of market time. So have yourself your triggers, know what you're going to do before the market gets there, and be prepared. Just like a Girl Scout, be prepared. Or is that the Boy Scouts? Both of them. Be prepared. There you go. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, I mean, knowing your triggers, they can be positive or negative. There's a lot of negative triggers out there when you start to become emotional, angry, or vengeful. That's a trigger. That's a trigger for me to step away, have a glass of milk or a ham sandwich or something, try and get myself back to center. Also, there's just positive triggers. When you see something in the market and your intuition or your spidey sense kind of takes over, and you feel something and it lines up with your strategy, and technically it's right. I mean, those are triggers that they might kind of affect you in a positive way. If you're able to limit risk and you get that trigger and you see that setup and you're saying, this looks good, then that's a trigger to get in. But you always have to manage that risk, of course. But a lot of focus on the negative triggers, but some positive triggers can be out there as well. But I think the most important one is knowing when you're compromised emotionally, mentally, and stepping away. It seems 9 times out of 10, if I don't do that, then I just have a tendency to make things worse. So know your triggers and listen
Know your
to them.
triggers. Yes. Well said, Johnny. Yes, we had a 100K celebration, and I just want to let you know our 100 Top Step VIP winners will receive their invitation by email. It's going to be Monday, end of day. You'll get an email. So by the end of the day, Monday, that's the 1st of July. Johnny, that's a very important day for me. 7-1. It's my 14-year anniversary here. Special day.
14 years. I mean, basically since day one, you've been here, Eddie.
God. Close your eyes and you open them, it's like, boom, 14. I had a good old time here. But anyway, back to business. We're going to keep the party going. Yes, we will. We have not stopped, and this will happen all the time. Fire drill today. A lot of people asking about it here in chat. Fire drill, fire drill, fire drill. Today for one free reset. That's right. One free reset. Everybody gets one, okay? And you could use it for any platform you'd like. Well, here at TopStep, I mean, don't go somewhere else and try to use it. It's not going to work because
No.
they don't give you stuff like we do, okay? It's only going to work here. So any platform, one free reset to use, any trading combine that you want, 50, the 100, the 150, anything you'd like. We're going to pull the fire alarm later this morning and drop in a check-in form where you can sign up. Now, If you were with that master of disaster, Dakota, last night in slow markets and you signed up, you're all set. Don't worry about today. You are in, so don't worry about it. And hey, please, come here, just a little closer. Come here, a little closer. Be nice, all right? Be nice. What goes around comes around. And what I mean by that is be kind to our support agents. I know a lot of you are waiting and waiting, and they are getting to each and every one of you. Trust us on this one. As a matter of fact, yesterday we were talking to somebody. Somebody did not get a reset. We were talking, and all of a sudden the reset happened as we were communicating here in chat, and timing is everything. So they're working very hard day and night. Yes, day and night to get all issues, questions, and requests answered. So please be kind. All right, Johnny, let's get this going here. I know there are a lot of people waiting for charts, but hey, if you like what's going on too, hit that like and subscribe button. Not the heart here in the chat. It's the thumbs up under the stream, under where we are right now. It's right below us here. Click on that, hammer it, smash it, poke it, kick it. Let's get some likes and let's get some subscriptions. So, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
Well, what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at the daily and the S&Ps, and unfortunately, the market is still remaining relatively range bound in short time frame balance. We put in the all-time high last week in the extended trading hour session, and we've just been consolidating just below that ever since. This is doing a good job of evening out inventory, preparing the market for whichever move comes next. In the long time frame, obviously, we're holding an upside trend here. What did we see as far as open interest yesterday? Well, we added about a little under 11,000 estimated new contracts. Volume was relatively low, probably an expectation and positioning for the GDP numbers today and the PCE tomorrow. So not really seeing anything as far as directional activity that might help us as far as open interest. We're really range bound, building some energy, it looks like, but they're still really sort of range bound. Volume and open interest. Volume wasn't great yesterday. We ended up a kind of an indecisive day, or at least the daily bar looks kind of indecisive. Look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So here was yesterday. We were kind of looking at 55.10. I think D put in that 55.15 level that we were looking for opportunities for longs. It teased us down there a couple of times, but we didn't really get a lot done early in the session yesterday with regards to that. Had a really good house account trade in the NASDAQ during power hour yesterday. That was fantastic. That was a lot of fun to see. And so where are we? Well, overnight inventory, not much. The market has already kind of closed the settlement gap here. A bit of a, as D would say, a storm in a teacup this morning after those numbers came out. But don't forget, we're still waiting for more information and pending home sales and a couple of bill and note auctions. So, well, we'll see how that plays out for everybody today. So, overnight inventory, no. Are we opening in range? Yes. Are we opening in value? No. It might come to, are we going to reaccept value, which value high in the S&Ps is approximately 55.37.5. Value high, if we accept below that, that could bring us down to value low, 55.2375. Just kind of waiting and watching. I don't think that there's a huge reason to be in a big hurry this morning. Much very similar to yesterday. We did end up putting the best trade locations in long after the opening. And we may see that again today. We're not seeing real deep volatility and illiquidity. I mean, of course, when the number comes out, it was very illiquid, but it didn't really do all that much and really just brought us right back to settlement, closing that settlement gap. Be patient. Be patient. There are going to be opportunities, and we are, remember, still waiting for even more important economic information tomorrow in the form of that PCE number. NASDAQ. Here's the daily. Obviously, yes. We are in a longer time frame trend. What's that, Eddie?
No, yes, NASDAQ, the A number one.
Yeah, well, the most popular product here. That is for sure. So, well, another indecisive day. We're seeing our pullback. We're falling into range, just kind of waiting for new data or new information. The only reason the market isn't continuing to grind higher is a fear of bad news. We're not really seeing bad news, but seems to be a little bit of fear of bad news. And that's the only thing that really has a tendency to push these markets lower, is when it either gets way too long or some sort of bad news happens. So the upside trend is intact. It's all about the new data. We are waiting for data. We added a 1,900 approximate new positions in the NASDAQ yesterday during the entire session. Not a big change in open interest. A lot of folks positioning and hedging themselves for protecting themselves against any major price moves that may occur. Probably not going to happen today, but we don't get to choose that. Remember to trade what you see. And as we always say, ECH, baby, anything can happen.
Yeah,
So
right.
well, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here on the NASDAQ. That was quite the move yesterday into the close and after the close. That was just a big whack. Anyways, yesterday's range, we can see it here. Are we inside yesterday's range? Yes, we are. Have we tested back to settlement to close the settlement gap prior to the open? Some would say this is close enough for rock and roll, close enough for horseshoes, and maybe that's enough of a test towards that gap close towards the settlement. But again, the market is opening in range, looking like right about the high of value from yesterday. The high of value, I'm just going to call it 20,000. That's close enough for me. So what are we doing? Have we changed value? Have the numbers changed value all that much? And I'm going with no, not that much. But when we get the longer time frame, regular trading hour traders into the market here after 8:30, things can certainly change. But I'm going to suggest again, trying to stay patient and looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. There has not been a major change in the perception of value prior to the open, even with those numbers that just came out. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. Normal variation, neutral days usually use up a lot of the market's ability to facilitate trade. What's the market's job? It is to facilitate trade. If it ceases to facilitate trade in this area, it can go looking, price can go looking, advertising for more business to facilitate trade. Again, we don't know what's going to happen. My suggestion, again, is let's just stay cool. We had a relatively weak high yesterday when we went up and tested the session high before the close there. We kind of put in a weak high, so that is kind of hinting of an unfinished upside auction. News can change everything. New data can change everything. Let's take a look at gold, crude oil. Crude oil is just been a fascinating, but I think a very tough to trade market these days. And earlier this week and into last week, we talked about this 81.45, and then we put in last week's high up at 81.79. And I've been saying all week that there's something that is going to change in this area, just between that 81.45 and that 81.80 area. It keeps being revisited. It keeps being rejected. There, did we add open interest? Yeah, we added about 3,100 in open interest yesterday. Coming off of that, maybe we've trapped a few shorts down there. Those shorts are currently getting squeezed out, possibly. But usually these weekly kickoff levels, most of the time, I'm looking for an adjustment in inventory in longer time frame. Bigger traders adjusting inventory, whether it's getting into longs, out of longs, into shorts, out of shorts. Typically, we're going to see the market move away from these weekly kickoff levels. In this case, it has now become magnetic because we're not seeing any major adjustments in inventory. They're waiting for something. They're waiting for information. Who knows what it is? Just this area between that 81.45 and 81.80. Was looking at that as an important area to look for trades this week, and it actually was targeted. Got a nice spot to look for a short in it on Tuesday. On was it Tuesday, Wednesday? Yeah, on Tuesday. Another look up there, rejected for another short yesterday. We're right back at that area, and that area includes the neckline from the head and shoulders. I've been showing everybody that all week. We won't have to go back and look at that. But that neckline, I had a feeling was going to be a point of contention for price at some point. Let's take a look at the 30 now. So overnight inventory is long. We are trying to hold above that 81.45 weekly kickoff high. There have been several failures to do so, but the more we go up and we look at that level, the more we're going to probably be wearing out the sellers that are in that area. And if we can exhaust them and see some new buying come in, we could feasibly see all those sellers along this line here. And, you know, all week we've seen sellers between 81.80 and 81.45. If they give up and buyers take over, we could see a pretty substantial upside move if that is the case. But we were looking for some sort of confirmation, structure, or reason for the market to pick a direction away from this area. It has not found it yet. When it does, it may offer a really nice opportunity. Timing is everything, ladies and gentlemen. Timing is everything. Here's gold. Yes. So we're still in short time frame balance and control. We've been hanging around in this area for quite a long time. We lost 9,700 in open interest on that push to the downside near the weekly kickoff low yesterday. Long liquidation. When you see the profile, it is a B-shaped profile, which indicates long liquidation. So we're still in short time frame control. We're getting a nice move back towards this trend line, which had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of contact. When it broke, it offered a pretty decent opportunity. We're right back up to that level. What was support, will it remain resistant today? Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So here is the 30. So when we talk about a B-shaped profile, it might be a little tough to see, but the market opened, drove lower, and then just consolidated at the low here. That is a profile shape that indicates long liquidation. And we can say, yes, it probably was long liquidation because we lost about 9,700 in open interest. So a lot of longs just squeezed themselves out of the market throughout the session yesterday, keeping price in the lower third of the entire profile. Well, today, we've got a lot of longs in this market. Overnight, weaker hands longs. Buyers came into the market and have been pushing price higher ever since. And where is that? Well, it's up to where that trend line, where we broke again, continued to push lower, squeezed out all the shorts. Well, taking the shorts out of the market takes selling power away from the market. It makes perfect sense to me that the market could come back up, retest this trend line, and then choose a direction from there, whether the sellers come back in and start pushing it lower, or if we squeeze out these some maybe shorts that are still in the market, you can see the market continue to move to the upside. But we did take out a lot of longs. That does take selling power away from the market. I'm very interested in seeing if there's an opportunity up against this trend line today. That's it. Take a deep breath. Make sure you are remaining humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, every day, pray for peace. Let's get down to it.
Thank you, Johnny. Coming up here, we got Hoag's going to stick around. We got Dolby, Jack, Deanna, Nick for a tick, going to be doing fast markets. I'm sorry, let's change that over. We've got Dolby, Jack, Gabe, and Anne Marie for fast markets. And hey, community, let's participate. Let's have fun today. Let's keep the peace. All right. And Johnny, I will meet you at the coffee machine. Here you go. Coffee machine. We'll be right back with fast markets. Don't go away. Don't. All right, folks, let's get our presidential candidates in the gates. It's like an elephant and a donkey. That's it. That's it. All right.
Oh,
All
thanks,
right.
Eddie.
Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, everybody. Johnny, all you.
The party never ends here. Welcome to Fast Markets, everyone. I'm John Hoagland, playing the part of Andre this morning. We have Anne-Marie, who has been maintaining one of her XFAs. Had a little trouble in one of the other ones, but we're going to see her break out to the upside today. We've got Dolby time, and we've got our good friend Gabe, who is going to be working on his path to getting funded this morning. And of course, we're looking for opportunities in that house account, which did very well yesterday. That was very exciting. That was a really, really, really fun trade. And so, well, we're just about open here, aren't we? Do we have the bell? There it is. Ding.
What's going on here? It's getting here. We're going to get that ding for you. There it is.
Hey,
right,
here we go.
So, Anne-Marie, any thoughts on what we're looking at or thinking about doing today? Are you trading the NASDAQ?
I was looking at gold, so I listened to Slow Markets. I love it when Jay and Dakota are on together because their brains sort of work in tandem, and it's a nice clean space. But they were looking at taking the long in gold, just not patient enough to hang on because that was a screamer last night. And so
Sure
I'm
was.
thinking that it's going to be a little bit toppy today, but I have zoomed out to the daily charts to see what's going on with the markets, because the one thing I think we're going to have is a lot of volatility, right? Especially if don't even read X if you're on Twitter. It's going to be a cesspool for the next couple of days. It really is. We've got this debate and we've got XYZ. I think it's going to be really whippy. And so I am suspecting that in the Qs we go right up into maybe 20,075 if we can hold up over this 20,020. And if not, we fall back into the range. But there's a lot of stuff moving this morning. There really is.
We've got the opening ranges here in the equities. So far, the opening range in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps remains the low of the session, the opposite in the Dow. So we're getting a little bit of divergence there. As I suggested this morning, I'm not in a really big hurry to get into anything. But if we do keep these opening ranges at the low, I'm thinking, Anne-Marie, you're right. I mean, we could easily see 20,075 in the NASDAQ if we can take out the high here from yesterday's session, which we are currently testing. Gabe, any trades on here just yet?
No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. I am not really too sure about immediately where we're headed. I have some relative equal highs that I'd be looking to revisit in a supply zone that we tested in Power Hour. From this supply zone was back from the 21st. We've tested this twice already, created some equal highs around 20,072 and 3/4. They're not perfect equal highs, but that's definitely where I could see some possible stops, above those highs in terms of anybody that's still trying to hold some shorts long term. But I do so the 730 data that we had out today printed a nice little data low, little wick that I could see us running back down to at some point if we turn bearish today. So really just looking for, keeping my eyes peeled, but not looking to jump in anything immediately. I had a really great trade. Us as a team made a solid trade in Power Hour yesterday, up 750 in this fresh 100K combine on my road to funding.
Nice.
And I'd like to do my best to preserve that green from yesterday and continue pushing further. So
Let's add to it.
heck yeah, man. I'm with it.
Yeah, man. Dolby, you've
do
got the
it.
keys to the house account.
That's right. Everyone get your seatbelts on.
Yep.
So, yeah, great day yesterday. Had two really solid trades, and I think we did an excellent job of waiting for the extremes of the day to get the trade in.
Yeah, that was impressive. I really, because I could see the pressure to the downside building because I mean the floor
For which
caved
trade?
in right after. For
Crude
the
oil
trade
trade in the
at-
morning or the power
No,
hours? There were two good ones.
The power hour trade.
No.
I could see the negative pressure building, and I was completely impressed with your ability to hold it up into that edge. I mean, seriously, hat tip.
Yeah.
Hat
Well,
tip
I mean,
to you.
once I saw what happened to Andre after Danielle called him salad hands, I was like, we have to hold this.
Dolby, next time to reach, deity level, you had to reverse it right there for that dump right after.
That's true. That is true. And that would have been a good trade too, actually, because it did end up retracing all 120 points after it hit, hit 20,020. That was an insane run. Very, very crazy trade. But great. Also,
Nasdaq new high.
Jack did a great job. Just keep it on the first trade of the morning for crude oil, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good trade. All right.
All right, so we're pushing up towards those highs that I was referring to at 20,072 and 3/4 with some momentum. So I'm not going to immediately just go short.
Yeah, you know how the NAS is about blowing past those edges because everybody opens up their stops as they go short up there, and then I think it'd be a great place to look at the dome to see what it looks like. Let me have a peek.
Yeah, well, on MNQ, I see 200 on 70s, which we just filled, actually. So that was the first kind of area of liquidity that I see on the dome. There's 121 up at 84 and 3/4. Once again, this is MNQ, so I'm not sure how NQ looks, but
wow,
there's definitely some size starting to come in. 113 at 92 and 3/4. We are pushing higher. I wouldn't actually mind seeing us take out. There's another high sitting right above this supply zone, or this supply zone high is at 20,086. And then we'd be coming into the daily. There's a daily supply that I have mapped out, which is just what we created. Let me kind of hide this just for a second. So this little reversal that we had back in I think last week on the 20th, 18th, 19th, and 20th, this little reversal here, that was the only time that sellers really came and stepped in to take us off of all-time highs. So I wouldn't mind seeing us retest the low of that supply zone once again, kind of near 20,127.
127?
Yeah, 127. That's what I'd like
I
to
see that number
us push
too.
up to.
Yeah,
That's
I see
funny.
that
I have that
number
as well.
also.
I also have that.
Write that down.
Gabe, you're going in my book. Book of house account levels.
I feel honored, but I would like to see some momentum continued up there. I mean, if we end up just turning around here and retracing more than maybe 50% of this range of this impulse that we just saw, I might look a little bit bearish, more towards looking for some shorts. But if we kind of respect the midpoint, this equilibrium of this last impulse, which would be, what's the midpoint of this last impulse? Probably in the 30s. We can maintain above the 30s. I might look for an opportunity to get long to push higher, but we might just continue ripping from here, it looks like.
And that 30 level is yesterday's high, session high, regular trading hour session high.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, 125 either. Hey, Emery, do you know what I did? I kind of took one of your Gann chart ideas and just applied it to the 4-hour. So I took some of these messed up.
Yeah, it's great.
I took a Fibonacci. Yeah, so I'll just draw high to low, and then I get a midpoint. And I think it's basically just kind of drawing some fair value gaps, but it gives me some targets further out. So I'm kind of seeing how this plays out. But it's funny because this lines up with Gabe's level and also I don't really have anything between 33 evens and 125 evens in the NQ, and it looks like we're just cruising
rarefied
right
air
through.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
There's
keep track.
there's nothing to stop it.
Yeah. There was a nice 5-minute consolidation actually on the NQ. I don't know if that was something we would have taken, but it did form right before we shot up 100 points. I think that was
Yeah,
like
just
7:50
just
8:30.
taking the opening range in the NQ on the breach of it. I mean, it's gone nothing
Yeah.
but straight up. Nothing
Hoag,
but straight up.
take the opening range trade. You nail that one?
Yeah, we were opening in range and in value, so that was kind of a wait and see. Better trade locations may come as the day goes on, but as long as that opening range remains the low of the session, I'm going to be looking for longs on pullbacks. So as long as that remains, there's also something kind of cool here in the Dow that I want to show everybody. Sometimes, when we talk about repair, this is the Dow. Okay, this is the Dow. This is today's range, regular trading hour session range so far. It opened right in the middle of a double distribution trend day. There was a distribution of time and volume. Okay, and then another distribution of time and volume. It opened right between them. So the tendency is going to be to trade to an assumed point of control. Let's just assume that this volume point of control is the point of control from this distribution. Price is likely to go to that 39.540 and or an assumed point of control down here. And we're just going to call it 39.387 the assumed point of control for this distribution. Now, this was an hour and a half long distribution. It wasn't a long distribution. This one, of course, was there for a lot longer. So it seems the market is attracting to that point of control first. If we can't continue this move to the upside, then we could see the market roll over and come back down and check the point of control from the lower distribution. And that's what we call repair. The market didn't get a lot of opportunity to expend energy in this area. So it checks both sides of it to see if there's any business left there before moving on. One thing about it, though, we do have a weak high, an unfinished upside auction here in the Dow. That's something that's likely to be revisited.
What number is that?
The weak high,
sir? Yeah.
39.586. Now we just traded to this point of control here. See if we see this market continuing to push higher. Initially, the opening range was the high of the session. As soon as that got taken out, then the hypothesis would be we're going to check this point of control first, which we just did.
Man, indices are moving today.
Yes, they are.
Yep.
Oh, hello, Gus. Hello, good morning. What do we think about gold? Gold is actually in a nice,
so I can't trade.
A nice little range.
Gold?
Kind of testing bottom of a 5-minute range. Do we like longs in gold? Like overall, if we're bullish gold, this might be a nice opportunity.
You want my thought?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here is that trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of contact was support, became resistance, traded back to it. I'm as long as we maintain price below that trend line, there it is right there. I'm looking for shorts.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm already short there.
Already short. Good.
You are actually you're actively short?
Yeah, I'm actively short in gold in the micros.
Okay, well it's not.
Yeah.
What was your entry?
Fade and Marine.
Well, lately in these XFAs, I've been a good person to fade. 230.60 is my average.
And how many contracts of MNQ?
Just a couple.
Just a couple
not
as in two.
MGC.
I'm sorry, MGC. My bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Just a couple of them. And here's the thing. I positioned it, and let me show you why. Why am I taking this? So we can see exactly what Hope just said about that trend line. But trend lines are sometimes things that are really hard to trade because you can really have an infinite number of them. My thought was, where is the breakdown of this chart and where is support? And yesterday we broke a pretty important line, but I did buy the bounce there because when you break a line, that first pass bounce, people are going to say, okay, maybe this is it. And then you'll look for it to sort of stall out. But on the daily chart, I have congestion, a break higher, but a lower high. And then congestion, a break coming right into the prior lows. And now the bounce event, old support, new resistance. That's all I'm trading, caveman trade here that just says old resistance, new support after a lower high has been made on the daily chart. So you'll see that my profit line is sitting at about 23.17. That's sort of where the VWAP is sitting. And it could give me more, but that's my estimate from that space. I'm still looking for the break back into the lower edges because I think the dollar is in a space where it could significantly rally. So that's really the only thing that I'm thinking about from this. Ultimately, I'd like to see it move lower and lower. Maybe I'm the one with the salad hands because I went short yesterday. I went long yesterday at 2307.6 or something like that, but I certainly didn't hold it into that number. And I'm thinking this is where the resistance sits. So that's my premise.
So far, things are going swimmingly.
Well, until this middle one turns green, maybe not so swimmingly. Maybe I don't have the floaties on yet. I might need to put on some floaties to help me in there.
Well, folks, if you're looking at your screen up in the upper left corner, you see a hashtag Fast Markets. Find us on X. Add that hashtag. Show us your screens. Show us your setup. Show us your dog. Show us breakfast. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll be showing those as the day goes on. And we are just continuing to see these markets being very buoyant. We've got Delta and the S&Ps right now, a day session only. Within 15, 20 minutes of the day, we're already positive 6,800 and positive 2,800 in the NASDAQ. That is congruent with direction, indicating multiple time frames acting in concert at this point. We got to see how this plays out, of course.
Well, coming back to that VWAP pinch, we've got an anchored VWAP from the highest high and the lowest low on the daily chart for let me go to the NQ and anchor it. I have the MNQ sitting up there. All right, so here's what that pinch looks like, where he says if you are in between the pinch, stay out. And when you are over the pinch, you know that folks are sitting in bullish spaces. So this anchored VWAP is sitting at the near-term low of this edge right here.
Got it.
And this VWAP here is sitting at, oops, I put it on the wrong one. Please forgive me. Is sitting here at this high mark in the recent one. And you see this pinch is where he says, hey, listen, they can sit sideways and move all around. But once it breaks out, once it breaks out, there's two different spaces. It'll either break out and you'll have good downside, or it'll break up and you'll have good upside, right? So there it is right in that space. So pinch it when you're looking for those waves. You go, oh, look at that. I came right back into, my 10 or whatever that moving average is that you want to use. And it bounces off that zone. You can do that. And when the pinch is there, go, all right, I know I've got sideways action. And once it clears it, Bob's your uncle. And it was really that 980-ish area. Any dips gave us the buys over that space. So that's how you would utilize the anchored VWAP pinch, as it were.
That's awesome, Anne-Marie. Learning more and more about the anchored VWAP as time goes on, as I have time to look at it.
Me too.
That was
I rejected it for such a long time. We would have these arguments, Brian and I, because I would go, people aren't seeing that. So how? I thought all technical indicators were based on, well, if everybody's doing it, then it's going to work. And it turns out that the flow of time and price tell us that undercurrent, even when people aren't specifically watching it per se. And so those pinches that occur tell us what to do.
Second time I've heard the word pinch in like 2 days.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about the pinch yesterday.
If I had that information, and we left that opening range at the low of the day. That was right about the breakout point outside of that pinch.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. It's
So
very
much to know.
interesting. It is true. And, you can die of analysis paralysis, when this kind of stuff comes around. So I go to the big dailies and, every time there's a new high, I will try to anchor on it. Every time there's a new relative low, I'm going to anchor on it. And then, when they start squeezing together, I have to say, yeah, you just don't need to trade there. And it's a hard thing to go, hey, you don't need to trade there. You don't need to do that. To listen to that voice, because I always want to trade.
Let's check in with Eddie real quick. Eddie, what other economic information are we looking for this morning?
Well, you know what? We've got something coming up here, top of the hour, in about 7 minutes. Pending home sales. We also do an under 40 minutes Atlanta Fed GDP. 10 o'clock Central Time. We got the KFC Fed Manufacturing Index. 10:30 today, 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction. High noon, we got the 7-year note auction. A little later on this afternoon, we'll have the bank stress test results. And that's about it for today, considering we had a slew of numbers at 7:30. Back to you, Johnny.
Thank you, Eddie. Boy, this market has just come all the way back in about 3 minutes. Right back to the opening range.
Yeah. So I'm really looking for us, and we're basically retracing. I already said if we retrace more than half the length of this impulse, we're already closing below the 30s. I would not be surprised if we get a close below 2,000 or 20,000. Excuse me. I'm just going to go ahead and market short with a stop and target those data lows. Ooh. There's really nothing. There's nothing holding us back. If we take out the low of the open, there's no reason we don't go another 30 points and approach those data lows. In my opinion, that's just what that's what I'd be. At that point, we'd be feeling extremely bearish. If we trace the whole length of our move up, that's my next target. Would be
what level are those data lows?
953.
Say that again.
953. 19,953 are those data lows from 7:30.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. Buyers are stepping in right now, but go ahead, Emery.
Let me ask you something, Gabe.
Yeah, what's up?
When you look at those sorts of things and you are measuring, do you ever look at the higher lows that are getting printed on your cycles, whichever one. Let's say, I don't know, maybe it's a 1 hour chart you might look at, or I don't know. Give me a chart time frame that you watch.
Yeah, so when I get really into active trading, I'm a little different in my approach when it comes to what I would call "quote unquote" swing trading. So what I still do in some markets, not so much, the funding, environment, just because a lot of these firms, including Topstep, we can't swing positions over the close of business day. But when it comes down to active trading on stream, I really do focus more on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and maybe the 15. But right now, I mean, you can see that we made the high of the morning so far at 8:39 at 20,101. And then we immediately rejected off of that supply zone that was established and made a lower high. And then now we have 2 consecutive lower lows. What I really would like to see, though, is another lower high printed. And then from there, I might consider taking a short. Like in this area right here, if I can get the numbers, I wouldn't mind taking a short out of the 60s. If we can get back up to the 60s.
An NQ?
An NQ, right? Yep.
Cool.
Stops would be probably right above 75, maybe 20,080. So risking 20 handles to target. Let's see, 20 handles to target. A 3-to-1 would be pretty much the lows of the open, which would be around 19,990. And that'd be about a 3-to-1 reward to risk ratio. So I'd be okay with taking a short off of that area. It is a fair value gap. It is a retest of, what other people would call maybe support as well. And on top of that, it would technically, if we were to hold that, would create another lower high. But if we have momentum that just carries us directly through, at that point, I'm not focused more so on structure. At that point, I'm just going with the momentum of the fact that we've retraced the whole length of our move so far this morning. And at that point, there's nothing standing in the way of us taking it lower to 953. There's no quality, demand. There's no breakouts really that have, we've spent a lot of time in this area. There's not a whole lot of imbalances that could be revisited other than the main one that we just created at the open. So if we break below that imbalance, I'm bearish and I'm targeting those data lows, and I'll just go with the momentum at that point.
Okay. Thanks very much.
But I'm typically multi-time frame analysis. So to the root of your question, I would be establishing some higher time frame bias, going down into a intermediate time frame, approaching price action and structure of trend, and then from there, my lower time frame would be how I would enter and exit in size.
Okay.
So, well, the S&Ps did take out the low of the opening range, but is showing signs of a potential rejection of value from yesterday. As long as we hold above this 55.37 quarter, I'm thinking to the long side. In the NASDAQ and the profiles here, we opened value high, still leaving the opening range the low of the session, and we've come all the way back, and it seems like we're at least catching a bid for now. I'm still thinking long side as long as that opening range remains the low.
I'm leaning.
That's where my head is too. Yeah, my head's there too.
Let's look at the Dow quickly here. So check this point of control. Now it's come off a little bit. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it all the way down to this point of control, but it did basically what it was supposed to do. It checked this area, went to one of the points of control. Now anything can happen. Still thinking long though.
We do have data coming out in 2 minutes or just less than 2 minutes? So I'm definitely not going to be if you have any limit orders on the market, guys, take them off. You can always reevaluate and re-enter when that data comes out. It is home sales, if I'm not mistaken.
Pending home sales, I think so.
Pending home sales.
So
definitely won't be getting into a trade at this moment, even though we're approaching this fair value gap, this level of support. possibly would print a lower high. We could easily just rip through this with this data and go back to the upside and maybe get a better entry for those shorts that we were looking at in the 120s.
Has anybody asking you guys too, and the chat, has anybody called you guys and said, hey, you want to sell your house?
Yes.
All the time. Yeah.
Yeah. I have gotten like 3 calls this week.
Really?
I traced
think
one
they
of my
need
calls and
inventory.
it turned out to be my neighbor.
Buy you out,
Are
Eddie.
you kidding?
Yeah, get out of
Very good.
Number
get out of
incoming.
town, man.
Number in 5.
Getting a little thin here.
Coming up here, we do have our pending home here
a little
at
thin.
negative 2.1, and they were looking at a 0.55%. So big difference there. Pending home index 70.8 with a previous of a 72.3. Next number on the agenda on the block is going to be our natural gas storage change. They're looking at 55 billion cubic feet. Back to you.
Thanks, Eddie. We got our AVWAP pinch still showing longs.
Yeah, and I am not interested in shorting most of this stuff unless it really starts pushing highs. But all the indices are like moving pretty good. I think gold is breaking out. Shorting NQ to me is just always very, very risky. Even this pullback that we had was very temporary. It's like 120,095, and then any short who thought they were really smart at 20,000, 8 3/4, basically decided to cover almost immediately.
Yeah.
And then we had all the buyers basically step back in again. So our short's going to find value shorting up here again, and I guess what's their motivation to short? I guess structurally, right? 20,086.50 is maybe tempting. The cheap short.
Our 500 tick chart, it just put in a second lower high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we range.
Oh yeah.
In the candlestick of yesterday. So that's my suspicion. So I think both sides could work really nicely. I think longs and shorts could position properly. And I know that sounds like a punt, but it really is. Right.
It's all right.
I mean,
It's all right.
As long as we're all on the same page about what kind of trade it is, then I think we can range trade pretty well.
Hey, we got some comments coming up from Bostic here. Just getting released here. One of the hot ones here saying that inflation is moving in the right direction. Interest rate cut likely in the Q4. Well, we've been hearing that a lot here, but I'm going to keep an eye and see if I can pull out anything else here from Bostic.
So where was he? On the he wasn't on any schedule or anything like that. He just started talking. I didn't see any talking today.
Yeah.
They just they're like weeds. They just pop up randomly. Start talking. It's crazy. Never see it coming.
Weeds. Yeah.
All right. Well, while we're waiting right here and Bostock is doing Bostock things, we can do a little bit of news real quick. Starting with some more evidence that bears are becoming extinct. Basically, the short interest in the NASDAQ has fallen to the lowest level in years. And so we may be susceptible to bigger shocks to the downside should something change. But those are pretty low numbers as far as short interest, mainly because you've been killed in the last couple of years if you've been short the
Yeah.
NASDAQ. So
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I'm not getting in there short. Andre's never shorting again until the next time he does. I wanted to go back to this Archegos story because it keeps on getting better and better. This story is great. So apparently, Jeffries called their CEO, Richard Handler, was on holiday in Turks and Caicos with a spicy margarita on the way. They tell him Archegos isn't answering their calls, following margin calls. Handler says he's going to go get his cocktail and he wants the Archegos position gone and tally of losses by the time he comes back with the cocktail. They were one of the few banks that escaped with minimal losses.
Huh.
Wow.
That's a wild story there. It really reminds me of some margin call action here. I imagine it went down a little like they were indeed selling to the willing buyers at the current fair market price. And if there was one more in the room, Dolby. Mine.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good.
Love it.
With the foil hat.
Oh my god.
Oh, man.
That's
Yeah.
Good
so
film.
funny.
So that is kind of an alarming stat, Jack, and everybody,
Yeah.
that there's so few bears out there. It reminds me on the grain floor many years ago. They used to once a week they would do a survey, and it was one question: are you bullish? And anytime the bullishness of the traders and all of the people that answered this survey, every time it was like 20% bullish, the low was in or close. And anytime it was 80% bullish, you're probably pretty close to a medium time frame high. And when everybody's one way, there's only one way for the market to go.
Well, one thing to remember, I didn't show this chart, but we're not really at what has been considered in the past when we look at past bubbles. The rise in stock prices, I'm ballparking it. But for example, in the tech run up, I think the NASDAQ was up something like 300% over this time frame versus 135% or something now over the same time frame. So like equity bubbles, that's why people don't short, can go a lot higher than they are now before they finally collapse.
Mm-hmm. Good. That makes me feel better, Jack.
One more to make it feel worse, because the markets are never easy. The breadth is terrible, though. I think we're at lows, like the equal weight S&P 1500, I believe, hasn't been this way since the 2007 to 2000, like the 2005 to 2007 run up. So it's so concentrated in just a few stocks that we're pretty susceptible to that. So pick your poison. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Jack. So your Anne-Marie's idea of possibly kind of remaining relatively range bound inside yesterday's daily bar is starting to look a little more interesting to me. I mean, you're going to see what happens after we establish the initial balance, and maybe some good opportunities at one of those extremes.
You thinking around like 20,080s?
Yeah.
For shorts? Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty good. And we didn't stay there for very long.
No.
Which is probably a good sign. If you want to try to short it again, it's back up
Well,
there.
I mean, that would allow us relatively cheap risk.
I also like longs at like 20,012. Get down there.
And, we're starting to see
the higher lows.
Starting to see Delta getting squeezed out a little bit here. It's 4,300 positive in the S&Ps, and we're approaching the lows. Are there some sellers in there? Where are my iceberg order seekers? Where's Scott? Scott he's really good at kind of recognizing when there's a possible iceberg order. Not seeing anything currently. Everything looks pretty congruent with direction. Anybody starts to think they're seeing an ice order, let us know. An iceberg order, definitely let us know.
That is right. Because I am driving. Well, I'm not driving the Titanic. I'm not scared of icebergs. That was such a stretch. Oh my goodness. Anyways, YM is actually good on the upside here. So if we like shorts on top of ranges, in any of the indices, we could be getting pretty close. In the Dow, I got some levels up there, 39,580 to like say 590.
Anne Marie, did you get out of that gold position?
I had top ticked me.
Oh,
Oh, that's out there.
Yeah. Delightful.
dang it.
Yeah. It's all right. It happens
got-
in trading, right?
Oh, yeah, it does.
Is that one of
Yeah, a
your
lot
triggers?
further.
Tip of the week. Know your triggers. I would classify getting top ticked as trigger
Yeah,
inducing.
that's a hard one, but I believe that I've watch me get crazy on tilt from having it happen to me this week. No, I feel like I've conquered that one. That one I feel like
Okay.
I've conquered, getting top ticked. What I'll tell you, what really the one that really gets me is if I see my A+ setup happening and I do some second guessing or I get shaken out by the trade taking too long to move. That's my trigger, So one of the big things was really with this gold, which is why I was trading it again. I saw it there. I knew the trade was there. I took the trade. I took the trade long in every single account that I have, all my personal accounts, my XFAs, everywhere. And I watched it get up and traded around, did really great. And then in slow markets, I thought to myself, you need to put that trade back on at your 2307 6 or something was about my average, and just go to sleep like the GOTA. Because that was my A+ setup. All kinds of 30-minute formations holding, bouncing, volume doing the right things. And then I went, I don't want to open up my office back again. I'm tired of being in there. And I just, I got up this morning, literally smoke coming out of my ears. I was so pissed. Oh,
Gotta take every setup. You never know. That's what Mark Douglas says. Gotta take every setup.
You
never know which one is going to be the big winner.
It's about the A+ setup for me, where I look at it every time and I go, you might not get a lot, but you're going to get something, because that one works 8 out of 10 times. And I was just inconsistent. And that is, that's a death knell, truly.
So we got indices back at extremes. So if we were liking shorts, we're probably in a good value kind of area to begin talking about those. It just depends if we like them or not. But we got NQ up at the 80s. We got YM is real close to 577s. ES. Yeah, ES might be an interesting area in 550. Gabe?
Definitely looking to. I'm in a long currently, by the way. I caught
nice.
a stop out. I was stopped out earlier behind the scenes. I was looking to go long, and I got long a little early, so I jumped the gun. Took about a $360 stop out. We came back down. I'm looking at a 15-second chart, so I'm really into the weeds here. But if we look at kind of the structure that started to form, we have some higher lows that started to form. I liked this bounce off of demand here that created a higher high in the short term. We came back up, tested supply, and that's what drove us back down here. And then we have a really nice push. So I kind of went with the momentum here, knowing that we stalled here, and then we started to base again immediately and saw some momentum up. I essentially just marketed in right there long, took 5 off. I went 10 in. So I took some advice and went back to micros so I could scale it out a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. So I took 5 off when we swept these highs at 84, and I have my stop for a break even on the other 5. And I'm looking to take another 3 off at these highs here. So let me set up a limit to sell. There's 3 off. And now I'm going to hold 2 as a runner.
Forever.
And I'm going to go ahead and lock in a few bucks in that one. So I'm now green on the day. So 61 in realized. So I made up that loss originally. And I'm looking to hold this up into the 20s. I'll probably go ahead and just close the rest here at 20.
Yeah. Very nice. I was
Thank you.
just going to say I'm not interested in shorting as long as that opening range is the low of the day. You know,
Exactly.
we rejected value. We rejected range. That's a nice trade, Gabe. Nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
excellent. So if you flash to my charts, you're going to see that pinch again. Look at it over here. This is the pinch from this recent, this is a 30-minute chart. This is the pinch from the recent highs. That's the 20th of June. And this is the pinch from the recent lows. And look at us break out. As long as we've got trend and momentum, it just absolutely rockets. You can see the volume just taking control of everything and keeping us moving to that next space. So the question is, what was that number we saw? The 120, or was it 130 something?
133.50, I think. It was like 133.50.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind
so now
considering a short there. I mean, it would be
164 is the congestion zone left there, but yeah, there's also a wick here at 118. Nice job, Gabe. Nice job.
That was really well
Thank
done.
you.
I'm a little hurt you didn't tell us sooner, Gabe. It's gonna pop down that trade.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. You know, you guys had a lot of good conversation going, and I hate jumping in and interrupting. One thing I will point out, though, so we have a little bit of consolidation and a nice breakout with some momentum in these high 70s to low 80s. I'm going to move my stop a little bit higher because I want to try to preserve a little bit more of this profit. If we do break below this demand and end up making a little short-term, lower low, I would be a little bit more concerned on us revisiting back to the origin of my entry, which would be this demand level here from 61.5 to 52.25. So granted, this is 15 seconds, so this is really, me getting into the details, and I'm not sure how quickly we can execute on a 15-second chart when it comes to the house account, but I definitely poorly, yeah. So right now we look to be holding this little area of support. As Dakota would call it, we might potentially be making a higher low. So if we can see some momentum back to the upside, I'd love to see it push into the 120s, get out of the rest of my position, and then switch biases over to short if the lower time frame structure starts to kind of look, interesting or favorable for some shorts.
I would be down to short 130s to 135s.
We could get JD in here with some of the stats. JD, you ready?
Good morning, everyone. How we doing?
Good morning.
Let's take a look at those funded trader hot streaks real quick. All right, so our current leader, Jacob W., did not trade yesterday, but his streak is still intact at 37 days. So that moves everyone else up for the day. Michael's back in first with a 24-day heater. Ha and Mukaram both sitting on 23-day hot streaks. And Dustin and Roberto with 22 consecutive days of winning trades. Impressive numbers. All right, now yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Right at the top, the house
Hell yeah.
account.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Nice trading all around for the house account team yesterday. Old Diamond Hands Dolby there wasn't letting anyone push him around when it came to getting out of that power hour trade. Really paid off. Nicely done, guys. Dakota was there for the power hour trade yesterday, too. He played a big role in putting that big trade on.
Yep.
So, big shout out to Dakota. Then Christian, Eddie, and Philippe, all with impressive days trading the NASDAQ yesterday. One last thing, we've got yesterday's payout leaders. Soren is actually number 4 on our leaderboard right now. $20,700 payout. Kaishun, no stranger. He's been on the hot streaks list and the leaderboard a little bit in the past. But nice numbers for payouts yesterday. Don't forget to pay yourselves, folks.
Thanks, GD. All right.
Got
Love
it.
it.
Hey, Dolby,
back.
if you're, oh, sorry, JD, appreciate it.
Oh, yep. I'll be back in a little bit with that leaderboard.
Awesome.
See, this is why I hate cutting people off like that. You just jump in and you're like, oh, crap. So, Dolby, if you're looking to get in long and you want a little time to execute, we are looking like we're about to make a higher low.
For NQ?
For NQ, yep. Now, granted, if I were to get in long here, I probably, we could start to scale our way in. If we were looking at maybe getting into maybe get into 5 at 66, get into 5 more at 60, get into 5 at 55, and then probably just hold 15 with a stop underneath the 40s. But once again, that's just one suggestion. That is very bullish.
It's a very bullish trade idea.
For sure. We have a little miniature. Go ahead, Hoag.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm seeing what you're seeing. It's higher highs, higher lows.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a little channel going. We obviously broke into a new high, so we're looking quite bullish at the moment. Unless, once again, we would need to make, if we start making a lower low below the 39 level, at that point, then of course that channel is no longer, valid. And in addition to that, our trend structure, right, our really short-term time frame trend structure would be invalid. But we got that first little bounce. We'll see what happens here. We might have missed it, right? I'm not sweating it if we did.
So fast.
It is. It's very fast.
So fast.
I
like
Emery,
YM shorts are interesting. You think indices are going down?
gold now going down. Maybe that would have been a good reload, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
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 Hey, so I want to answer
John,
a couple
what's
things.
the ES look like?
Oh,
sorry.
No, you're good, Emery. I'll chime in after.
Well, I mean, the ES is. Let me get my chart up here. So it's got a couple of wicks above the night before last high. It's looking a little bit tweezery up there, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We're just about to finish the initial balance here at about 9:30, and we're gonna see what that looks like. At least in the S&Ps. Let's give the initial balance a chance to finish, and then see what kind of opportunities. You know me, I'm always focusing on those extremes. The profile, I mean, we're 5,400 positive delta. Here's the profile, opening above value, testing into and rejecting value from yesterday. And with the NASDAQ, with the opening range at the dead low, I'm still thinking of looking at opportunities for this market to continue the move to the upside. We did have a late spike, which the base of the late spike was 55.4175. We kind of opened below it. That's an indication of potential acceptance of lower pricing. So I'm looking for opportunities to see this market continue to push and push higher throughout the day. Or if we start to show signs of acceptance inside value, that brings the value acceptance play. Value high is 55.37 quarter. That brings that possibility into play. We show acceptance in value. That could take us down to value low from yesterday, which is 55.24 quarter. The NASDAQ did not have a late spike yesterday. We took that trade all the way up to the high of the session, and then it came all the way back to the low of the session right after the close. So here's the profile from yesterday. It's a normal variation trading day. Market came all the way up, closed up near the highs, but it's a balanced, normal variation trading day. And typically, you might see price auction away from a day like today, but like yesterday, because there was a lot of facilitation that occurred there. The market's job is to facilitate trade. And if it kind of used up its ability to facilitate trade, it usually will auction to the different levels to look for trade facilitation. So, and again, we rejected value. So as long as the low in the NASDAQ remains the low of the day, I'll probably be looking for opportunities for cheap longs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. Today legitimately feels like a coin toss. Legitimately. It's one of those days where you go, okay, I could look at any chart and make an argument for going in either direction. And that is usually a painful place for the trader, right? Because if you can make an argument for either, it's likely to be both, and then catching the position with a good risk event is going to be, up to the market fairies, whoever they might be.
I love the market fairies.
Yes, especially when they're good deals.
They're pretty cute, not going to lie.
Yeah. I just want them to clean the house. That's what I would like the market fairies to clean the house.
Clean the house and leave us some money. That's all I ask.
Yes.
All right. So real quick, I just wanted to confirm, Anne-Marie, can we get a P&L update just for the board? We thought we had a good idea of what it looked like, but we just want to make sure with the right number up there.
Okay. So I'm actually now long on micro gold.
Long one?
Yes, I'm long one at 23.35.
Okay.
Long
awesome.
one
Thank
at
you.
23.35. Okay.
Perfect. And I wanted to make one more comment. So I have some, our support team, I came from support, so I gotta shout out my support team. Topstep support's one of the best. One, we're constantly growing. We continue to add 5 to 10 new support people like every 2 weeks. We're just continuing to get bigger and bigger and more effective, more efficient. And we really are doing our very best, you guys, to get our support wait times back to what they know we can do in the past. And that was same day responses. So that's MP's goal. That's our goal as a team. We are so grateful for everybody's patience, and just understand that right now it is taking longer than usual to get responses. But if you've opened a ticket through Windy and you've asked to speak to an agent, it is in the queue, and I promise that somebody will be with you as soon as they're able to. So thank you for hanging with us, obviously hanging out with us in chat. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of things that we can do in chat for you. We can't escalate tickets to support. You're just in queue, and they're handled first come, first serve, or first in, first out. So thank you guys for bearing with us, and we promise we're just going to continue to get quicker and more caught up on our support queue.
Yeah,
very nice.
When things explode like they have here at TopstepTV, we experience growing pains, and they're good. They're fantastic growing pains, but they are growing pains, and some of us get super impatient about our money and what it is that we want to do. But you just, no disrespect, but you just gotta chill.
Just gotta chill. Absolutely.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah. And if you guys, I see a couple people asking, how do you apply for support? If you have customer service experience or support experience and you want to work for TopStep and you're based in the US, we'd love to have you. Just check out topstep.com, go all the way down to the bottom of the page and click on, I believe there's a careers or a join our team tab, and you'll see the opportunities for support.
You're correct.
That's it though. We'd love to have you. If we get your application and our team is interested, they will reach out to you and we will go through the process. But that's it. That's it for me. I just wanted to say my piece on support. Shout out Sarah Hecker, by the way.
What?
Yeah, she's
What's
right.
going on?
Oh.
Fire
Is it time?
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Put vodka
All
in
right.
the bong.
There you go. It is time, isn't it? Well, let's get the party going.
Oh, chat's so happy right now.
Here we go again.
Gotta get my flashing lights going.
I want it. I need it.
All right.
I'm
It
gonna have it.
is fire drill time. So you are going to be able to lock in one free reset to use on any size trading combine, any platform, whatever it is. The check-in form is now pinned on the top of the chat. Take a look at the top of the chat. You'll see it right there. It says fire drill. Click on that, sign up, and you will be all eligible traders will receive their code before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and that code will be valid through Thursday, July the 4th. At the end of that day, 11:59 p.m. Central Time. Again, that's all eligible traders who sign up will receive their code before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you click on that pin and sign up before 3 p.m. Central today. We're going to take that down to 3 p.m. Central. So you get a reset, and 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 we all get resets. So the party never stops here. Thank you all for bringing us to where we are right now. That's 100,000 subscribers. We couldn't do it all without you. We couldn't do it without the team. We couldn't do it without all of you. And we really appreciate it. And we are always looking forward to seeing your success. So make this reset a good one. Blessings, everyone.
Chat's so happy.
They've been
the
waiting.
reset chat.
They've been waiting. We've been doing a lot. I will say, it's so cool to see MP go out of like the norm of just resets though and expand to other things like combine discounts. And I mean, you got to be able to approach it from all angles. The TopStep VIP. Did you guys see the VIP that we just started? That program that MP created.
Incredible.
He, did a little Genesis run of about 50 people on Twitter, and then we just did 100 yesterday. If you missed the winners announcement, we did it yesterday during Power Hour. But 6 months free in a 100K TopStep X Combine, 2 free resets a month, no activation fee if you pass, and you get access to 6 months of a private Discord with coaching, which is so cool. Yeah. And I know that that's just going to continue, right? I'm sure MP has more up his sleeve. I'm sure there's going to be more opportunities. So if you didn't win, don't be discouraged. You know TopStep has your back. We'll have more coming up in the future. Follow MP on Twitter, by the way. If you guys aren't, that's the best place to get early release before any of us on the TV crew know about anything, even Danielle. Michael's the one that you're going to have to keep an eye on, and that's going to be on
And
Twitter.
we love that. We love that here. We love being kept on our
that.
toes.
Yep, you got to roll with the punches.
Definitely follow MP on Twitter. I think it's at Michael Talk. Also follow TopStep at TopStep. And
yeah, I'll throw it in the chat.
Best market. Yeah,
I'll throw it in the chat real quick for us.
Yep. So we got the markets are moving while all this is going on. Indices are pretty much all at their range highs. NASDAQ has had a hard time getting over 20,086. If anyone had a bearish thesis on NQ, that could be an interesting time to get in there. YM is also at range highs, but who knows if you're going to short against America.
Gabe, are you still on? or have you covered?
No, I'm not in any trades right now. So we broke out of the channel. I'm not a fan. We're making some conflicting, still in the 15 second, by the way. So just to preface that, we're making some conflicting highs and lows. We had the channel was broken. I had a retest, made a higher high, and then now all of a sudden made a lower low. We're retesting that demand level between 61 and 52 that I was referring to. If we respect this and make a higher high, at that point, we'd kind of be megaphoning, if I'm not mistaken, with that pattern. So I don't know that pattern very well, and I don't know how to trade that pattern. So I would be more looking for price to start breaking out with some momentum. So maybe something like this would be my ideal. If we can do something like that, I would look to re-enter on any sort of imbalances that get created in this, middle portion of this leg once we start making a new high. And maybe break above. Now that this is broken, let me get this off the chart. Let me clean up this chart a little bit. This looks like horrendous.
So, quick question while you're drawing your things: do you put limit orders in because you're looking at a 15-second chart, so it comes back to you? Or okay, good.
Yeah, I'm typically limiting into trades, but in the case where momentum, if I'm going like just a simple momentum trade, I would just mark it in. But for the most part, I would be pre-planning and setting up limits to get into my trades.
Gotcha. Okay, great.
We're looking like we want to go lower.
I'm going to have to look at that 15-second one, see if my brain runs that fast. It's pretty sure it doesn't.
It's a lot. And for how NQ moves, you can get whiplash. You can get whiplash really easily. This time frame chart has burnt me many, many, many times. So just because I use it doesn't mean that I think everybody should use it. And on top of that, you should go test it out in a combine or test it out in a practice account. Like if your strategy, if you've never been into these, second base charts or tick based charts, they can be very overwhelming and a little scary. And they can probably induce more of the emotional side of
there's
trading.
A fair bit of anxiety that comes up. I totally agree. Absolutely.
So are we thinking we should be looking for shorts?
Yes.
Shorts. Okay.
If we break and close below 40. So as soon as we make that lower low, that I'm talking like, let me go to the 1 minute because that's more of a pretty major swing low, not just this 15-second crap. But this low right here, if we can break and close below that, demand zone, this level is 40 essentially. So 39.5, but it's right around the 40s. But anything below like 2,000 or 20,030, that's the point where I'm definitely bearish, and I'm targeting those data lows back at 950s. So pretty much anything below, I'd want to see some structure, right? So here's kind of the structure for right now. Obviously I have we failed to maintain above these highs in the hundreds. We now have made a lower low, or a higher low, a higher low. So I'd want to see maybe something like that. And anything below that, I'd be looking short.
So it's like more of a momentum play then, right?
It might be a momentum play depending on the type of structure that we get. Within these little miniature, impulse correction impulse within the sequence or the cyclical nature of the market, we might get a rebalance in price and head back into, some 40 to 60% of the range of that last impulse. So if we get a bounce here, I'm probably not going to look short yet, right? That might be trying to predict things a little too early because we could just be rallying to new highs at that point. So I'd look for a lower low to form, come back into this 40 to 30 demand level. And then I would look for an imbalance along this leg of price right here. So I'd look for like a drop-based drop, something that had some momentum that caused a breakout below this 50 level. And then from there, I'd look for a rebalance and a retest into the mid, 40 to 60% range of that leg. And then that's when I would limit into sell with an anticipation that we'd be breaking lower. Now that also might be considered early, right? So even though we've made even if price makes that lower low there, we could very well, the market, it could just at that point rip again to some new highs or start to make some conflicting, we could be ranging, like Anne-Marie said. It could be we had the initial move for the morning, and now we're just going to be chopping throughout the rest of the day and waiting for more data tomorrow. So it's hard to say, but I do like those data lows. We might not get these data lows until tomorrow. But once again, if we do break below this 30 level, I would like to see a break and close there. And then at that point, I'd be short, looking for about 80 handles.
80
handles.
Yeah, so 20,030 all the way down to 950 to those data lows. So about roughly about 80 handles. I might not get all 80 handles, or I might not even be in a trade. We'll see. It just depends on what price gives us. But that's kind of my vision, or what I see, my bias.
Gable vision. I like
Gable
that.
vision.
Hey,
Gable
I
vision.
like it.
Oh man, that was
I like it. Man.
Yeah,
I know,
I was going to say,
right?
Dolby, you got the Dorito chip pattern going on there.
We're doing the Dorito again. It worked really well yesterday. That was a very,
there you go.
very, very good Dorito yesterday. I did end up forming again. I don't think we're going to do Dorito short, though. I think that seems too risky. I'm still eyeing 20,133 for a short. I think that's a really low risk short if we can get up there. I mean, Gabe, you were talking about buying like 60s. I would be interested in buying part of the Dorito if we could get down to like 50s or 60s.
Well, so we're getting that retest now.
We're getting there now.
Yeah.
Now here's what
I guess some check marks from anybody.
Yeah. So as long as we don't close below 52, if we can I would have a tight stop with this one. Like if we were going to try to enter here, which I don't really like the momentum at this moment that we just saw. I mean, sellers stepped in extremely strong in those last two 15-second candles. So the last, minute that we've been talking. But this could very well just be a retest. I just, you'd have to be really tight with this. And Q's moving so fast that we're already kind of missing, the entry in the 60s.
Such a fast market. It still might have a chance. See, that's interesting because I would want to be a buyer of pretty much everything below 50. Like down to 30s or 40s, I would love to buy. I just don't know if we're going to get down there.
It would be, I like the concept, right? I mean, it's the lower end of I'd say the range of the last impulse leg. So the last impulse leg was, 9:08 this morning to 9:15 Central. And the low end of that would take us right back into this demand level. That was kind of like the point at which this downward momentum stopped. Like, because this was just a simple retracement. This could have been the continuation of that trend here if we were going to see continued downside momentum. But then this area of basing here that brought us to a new high, this is really the point at which that became, this is no longer essentially a retracement. Now we have a new impulse. So I like once again, I like a possible long. This would be the last possible long, though, before my bias has to go. Yeah, exactly. The last ditch effort before we have to say, all right, something's changing. In my opinion.
And what's that level again?
Could catch it 39.5 or technically 40. We'll just say 40 on the dot to 30. The low of this area of demand would be 29.5 to be exact. So 39.5 to 29.5, 10 handles, do with that information.
38 is TBO value low.
There you go. So there's some confluence.
Value, okay. Cool.
Yep. So there's 2 check marks.
Yep.
Plus, if you look at go ahead. Sorry.
Reasonable risk. Go ahead.
Yeah, 100%.
If you look at the 30-minute congestion, if it doesn't stop at those levels, it's going to come all the way back down into 20,000, even 20,000, whatever, because there's literally nothing there that tells us the traders are going to definitively engage. Do you know what I mean? Agree, disagree? What are you thinking?
Well, that 20,000 level, I mean, it's value high from yesterday. It's the opening range. That's the, pretty much the opening tick.
Mm-hmm.
Opening tick in the NASDAQ was 19,990.
I am hoping for a bearish run to the downside to like 20,000, in which I'd probably turn bullish. I am a little bit nervous about being bullish up here only because it seems like they're going to get trapped because their only option is to break out of 20,080, which is a really kind of tough level. It's a 4-hour range high, and we already rejected. So I'm wondering if it's going to push lower to get more liquidity to make the push to the upside. I would be interested in trying like very small contracts, like 1 or 2, and just see how many we could buy on the way down. Because maybe we get part of this move, but maybe we don't. I'm not sure.
Delta's still positive 2,500 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
5,800 positive in the S&Ps.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to like take like 20 contracts and just buy one at a time between like 20,010 and 20,040, and just see how many we could get.
I think we're gonna get that push down here. We're looking like this is like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th time now that we've tested this area of demand. At this point, I don't feel like the theory would be, the concept behind it would be that there's not a whole lot of unfilled orders remaining, that led us to a new high. If there is any interest here to buy, those people have gotten plenty of opportunities to fill and to get into trades. Their stops are most likely tight. So there we go. We just ran stops, pushing down towards that 39 level with some momentum.
So do we like longs or no?
Yeah, I'll get in along with you. I'm gonna get in at 38 and 3/4.
Well, I just need to know what kind of, like, is anyone else interested in longs? Is anyone in chat interested in longs?
I gotta say, yeah, because the opening range is the low of the day. I think we can take risk into yesterday's session range high, which was 20,026. So if we can get a good fill on a long here, I think we only have to risk about 10 points.
10 points. So that would be what, 26 to
16? Gabe, do you see that?
Sorry, I'm replying to somebody in chat. Oh, wow. All right. Well, there was some momentum. I just got filled. I need to get my stop in place. Holy mackerel.
Okay.
All right. So I'm in. Yeah, I'm in 10. I like the idea still, right? I mean, even though we just saw sellers stepping in a big way, I still like taking a possible stab at this. I mean, I'm in 10 MNQ, 37 1/4. Stop's going to be at 21.5. Just in case we run the lows here of 29.5. I don't want to get swept and ticked out.
I mean, it's a pretty strong move so far.
Wow.
Yeah, strong move. I like we're getting
I
a
look
little
like a
reaction
flush,
here.
definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely
absolutely.
looks like
That was a textbook move down to run those stops at 38 3/4. Obviously, retesting that demand. I like the response we're getting so far. We're coming out of that area. I'd like to see a push above 50. If we can get a close into the 50s, I'd feel even better about this. I'm going to take a couple off here at 50. So there's 2 off. I'm now in 8.
Okay, nice.
I'm going to take another 2 off at 60. Actually, maybe 58. And we'll take 2 more off at 58. Yeah, I mean, I like the possibility. If we were going to go long anywhere, this is the last chance, right? So if we are still bullish bias on the day,
this is the last chance. Yep.
This is the last chance. If we break below, I like where John's seeing. I like what Anne-Marie's seeing. In general, I feel like if we break through these 20s, we're more than likely headed back under the 20,000 mark and probably lower.
Right. Okay. So we don't have check marks for longs, or do we do have them, but just I need maybe some levels that we would consider getting long?
Well, I did have a check mark on the long.
Me too.
And,
Yeah, do you still want it? Do you still want it there? Or do you want to wait?
I'm not all that impressed with the price action here.
Okay.
Yeah, we turned around.
This was the risk level. Was to below the high from yesterday. We take out that high from yesterday at 28. Then I think we might be in trouble.
Yeah, we might be in trouble.
Yep.
We could just be making one more manipulative move down to sweep these lows of 29.5. So, and this is the sweep. So there's one more area of demand here, Dolby. It's in what I've learned, the term would be rally-based rally. Let me get that color green here. Let me get rid of the stuff that's broken so we have less conflicting data. So this level right here, which is 25 3/4, this base candle, we have a nice rally, nice leg higher, a nice little, 1 15-second range of consolidation. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in a row closing higher. And we broke above this little short-term high. So that would be like 25 3/4 to 20,018. So 25.75 to 18.75. That's like the last area that would really hold back price from going lower. But once again, sellers look pretty strong here. We're continuously making some lower highs and lower lows. And there's my stop. That's it. I'm no longer long biased. This looks bearish. But this is the low end of the range. If you're going to try to range trade this would still be the opportunity. I'm not confident in it at this moment. Just ran those stops.
Well, like Brian Shannon says, if it doesn't scare you out, it'll wear you out.
Yeah, absolutely.
YM did not participate in this move. So if we still want to try to get some shorts, it'd be at the bottom of the 5-minute range, but it is there.
Oh, man, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I would even shorts were interesting in indices. ES had that 55, 52 evens. Had a nice consolidation there.
It is coming down to that 20,000.
Yeah, do we like...
Yep.
And there's some good higher lows to be made. Maybe like 980s would be interesting. 985s could be interesting if it consolidates here. Because that's
this feels like to me?
Yeah.
You know how when John says, listen, if you're looking for a trade,
I know, right?
you're going to find one. And that's how it feels today. It feels... Fill in a common expletive. Yeah, it's crappy. It really is just awful. And for the stuff that's moving up, right? So I've been sitting in this long gold. It's just sort of grinding higher. It's not. The move is not exciting. It's just grinding higher. And literally, it's the only thing that looks directional with little risk. And I still think the risk is slipped away because we're a full 50 ticks above that entry. So, yeah, today's got a weird feeling. It's got the feeling of... I'm here at the buffet, but I'm just looking at a bunch of green bean and grape jelly sandwiches on white bread. So, that's just how it feels to me.
Yeah. Man, nice gold trade though. That one really took off.
That was nice.
YM is holding up though, which is really strange.
Well, you know how it's the one odd man out these days. A lot of people moving into what they consider growth and value, and a ton of that is sitting in the YM right now.
It is, yeah. And I mean, I guess they're just rolling. What people who don't want to be in tech are just rolling into YM, maybe.
Blue chips.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely
Blue chips,
rotation. Yeah, there's definitely rotation. And especially a lot of the YM is, generally value, right? These are value stocks, and they have not been performing, and we are seeing sector rotation. So
I hate to say this.
Yeah.
But I like longs in the NASDAQ.
Come on, Hoag. What the hell?
No, it's up at the 20. That's a good area that we were looking at, right?
Listening.
Yeah, here's why. I mean, the market traded, in this 30-minute period right back to value high from yesterday and seems to be rejecting it.
Yeah.
So if we had that chance, we could literally risk 15 points, and who knows what a potential profit target is.
I'm gonna fade you, Hoag. I'm bearish.
Do it.
I'm in 5, 20, 30, 20,000, 31 and a half. I'm just putting out a feeler.
I've never hoped more that I would be wrong.
That bounce
Just
was
putting out a
pretty
feeler.
significant.
It was.
It was really nice. It was a really nice one. That was a good bounce. Yeah, I mean, resistance became support. They probably ran stops of all the people who didn't get stopped out the first time. This might make a run to new highs if they got enough people out of their positions. We could easily go back to, I think, 20,080, if not that 120-ish level. If it needs more ammo to go higher, then I would say like 19,980 or 19,975.
ACH.
That's true.
Hey, you don't know till you bet, Hoag. Don't know till you bet. Sometimes you gotta throw some orders out there and see how it goes. I think that's reminiscences of a stock operator. Don't know till you bet. Great book, by the way. If you haven't read that one yet, chat, highly recommend it. Very easy to get through.
It really is. And it's so, the concepts that are being discussed, they're so dense. You can go, yeah, that's not, but you just have to really think through them. It's just really good, dense information.
Yeah. But in story form, it's so easy to, it's an easy read, I think. It's just not,
for
not
sure.
complicated.
Totally agree.
I think I have like a quarter of that book highlighted. Just so many good little tidbits of wisdom in that thing.
Lost Trader ACH means anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Typically can and will.
Yes.
And will happen.
It usually will.
All right, getting some momentum, coming back into this little order block in the 15-second, in the 16s. Like to see some continued momentum down. I wouldn't doubt that if we can break below 15, we go retest that low again in the low 20,000s. Not going to move my stop quite yet.
19,990.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, it's value high from yesterday.
Is it?
Yep.
All right.
19,990. Sharp.
Yes.
What are my hotkeys here? Did you say it was value high?
Yesterday's TPO value high.
We just we're breaking the VWAP right now. Let me make sure.
In NASDAQ?
Right. Yeah. I think that's what I'm seeing.
Yep.
Yep. We're testing it.
That and settlement.
Yeah, so they're going to try and buy this edge first, right? The 1st crash through the VWAP, they'll try to buy off the low edge of that. Unless something's really pushing, here's what I notice at the VWAP of the NAS. Whatever candlestick you're watching, if it's a 5 minute, it's great. If it's a 1 minute, that might be a little bit too fast. But when it begins to, that first 5 minute crash below the VWAP, wherever you see it starting to catch a bid, it usually will bounce right into the VWAP for the scalp trade. So however far away it is, whether sometimes it's 6 points, sometimes it's 4 points, whatever. But that's usually a great scalp trade if you can go to a really tight time frame. Let's say you're watching it on a 5 minute, but then you're executing on a 1 or maybe a 500 tick. Great place for the scalp
That's
trade.
what I'm on right now is a 500 tick.
Lost Trader says reverse button.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm dipping a toe in the
Does
water.
Button challenge.
Slippage. Does the word slippage mean anything to you?
Mm-hmm.
All right, there we go. That's what I wanted to see right there. So we just we ran these little first test highs at 33. So we swept that little high, retested that supply zone, and now we're seeing some momentum. So I like the fact that we didn't close above and make a higher high. We're about to make a lower low. That is good to me. That's what I would like to see.
I see it. Mm-hmm. Looks good.
Just looking for structure. I'm actually going to move my stop to break even now because I feel like if we make a push back up, we're just going to make new highs.
Yep.
We've tested this zone twice. The second retest was deeper, about 50% into that zone. So, the more times that we come back to that level, I feel like we're just going to go deeper and deeper. At that point, I might as well just take a break even cut and reevaluate. So we'll see what happens here.
I'm hoping I'm wrong for you, babe.
I mean, we could be both right? I mean, I could just get out of my position down here at 20,000 and call it good. And then, maybe we go long from there. But once again, I want to stick with my plan. My plan was if we start closing below the 30s and we, price action starts to look favorable to be bearish, I'm going to switch biases. Now, I might be early, right? I mean, we're technically retesting this higher time frame for me, higher time frame in the scalping environment, 15-minute demand right here, which was pretty much the open. So I'm potentially planning to get stopped out on this here. That's why I went break even, because we could just end up rallying from here and head into new highs. So you are in a great location to be bullish if you are bullish biased, but I am trying to be a little more free flowing. Right. I like scalping. I like getting into the market in a little bit of a quicker manner, but I just have to be prepared to move quickly and be okay with removing risk. And when it's okay to remove risk. And right now I feel like it's a good time to remove risk, which is exactly why what we're seeing now.
I'm being free flowing.
I like the long off that VWAP.
Yep. Out at break even.
It just needs to,
Nice.
You just have to see if it can squeeze over that 35.
Over 35s?
I gotta stay long here until we show signs of acceptance and value from yesterday.
Yeah.
Iceberg 55.46. Let me take a look.
Now, if we dump from here, I'm gonna have a little bit of FOMO, so y'all are gonna have to hold me accountable here. Try to not just mark it into a short, but we technically just made another lower low or lower high, excuse me. But at this point, we could rally. I mean, that close looks a little bit more bullish. Once again, this is really small detail. I am in the weeds for sure.
Oh.
I might have moved my stop too soon, but I think we're rallying higher at this point. We look like we want to break above.
I would, I mean, it's firming up pretty good. And I think the sellers just did not have enough enough juice to push it lower, which is really impressive. That, I mean, 20,000. I actually held above 20,000. We didn't even get down there.
Yeah.
Not seeing necessarily any iceberg at that level, 46 order.
I mean, this could bounce
just
15 points and then roll right over.
It's just not going to do anything.
Somebody says
But you're
all
like
of
a
your.
loss in that gig.
All right, I'm calling out Vertigo. Calling out Vertigo. All of your predictions are wrong. What do you think trading is, by the way?
Right.
Trading is, okay, one, if you don't take a trade, you're just observing markets and you don't really have an opinion. But two, you got to take trades to get the experience, to build confidence, to have a process. I'm following my process. There's nothing wrong with me taking a trade. If I'm bearish and you're bullish, that's okay. We could have conflicting biases. There's no reason that we can't actually be both able to take trades and be successful. But to go out and say all of your predictions are wrong, dude, it's trading. We're going to be wrong. You're going to take stop outs all the time. Like I love people. I don't
think we predict anything. We don't predict anything. We have hypotheses.
Risk. Yeah, 100%.
We do have a line change coming up here. See a man in the waiting room right now. His name is Jack. And eventually he's going to replace me.
Gee, Dolby, it's always fun, man.
It is fun.
Always.
Tough market.
An adventure. Today's just
always.
one of those days. It's a crapshoot.
Always.
It literally
you had some really good
is
trades
crapshoot.
in. You had some really good trades in gold, Anne Marie, that were really, really nice. Some really solid longs. You've also had some nice trades as well, and continuing his adventure. And I'm going to sign off. That was very much fun. I'll be on later. And I think, Jack, you have a special guest for Top Quiz, don't you?
I do.
Not on yet. Oh, yes, you are.
You can still hear me.
Oh, I can. What a nice voice.
Gyrogaster is coming. One of our Top Quiz All-Stars is following Black Swan to Valhalla to do the quiz live. So that'll be fun.
Fun. Gabe, are you still short?
No, I didn't re-enter. I got to stick to my plan. My plan was not to get FOMO. This little push down that we just had off of that same zone. Once again, we continue to push higher into that zone. So, and we're really just chopping right now when it comes down to it. So I'm not really liking anything that I'm seeing yet. If we can break and close below 20,000, I probably will start looking at shorts again. But for right now, I've got a little bit of FOMO. Sad that I didn't end up staying in that position with my original stop. But hey, once again, I made the decision to remove risk. I thought we were going higher, and I executed based off that. So it sucks, but hey, live the trade another day.
That's right.
All that positive delta in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ is now gone. Poof.
Wow.
Positive 700, 800 in the S&Ps and positive 400 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so this does not tell me to take any trades right now. We're making really conflicting lows and highs. We got higher highs in this 15-second chart. We've got lower lows. We're just all over the place. Oh, who do we got joining us?
Come in.
What up,
What's
party
up, Jack?
people? How's it going?
Jack.
Hello,
It's
lovers.
going.
Hello, haters. Hello, everyone. How goes it?
I love it. I love it.
I've been brought in from behind the curtain to be the executor of the house account for the next hour. Dolby has really marked up this screen for us, so a lot of lines to sift through here. But yeah, it sounds like we're non-committal at the moment.
Yeah, well, what's your take? What's your take on what you see price action looking like today?
Well, initially, I was wrong. I wasn't trading to begin with, but we blew right through that VWAP in the Nasdaq. I was thinking maybe we get a bounce off that. Um, I'm nervous lately about the big sell-off, but that's not the way to trade these markets.
For sure.
I loved the way Gabe was breaking stuff down there. I have not used many 15-second charts along the way, but that was pretty fire.
It's I'm learning, right? I'm learning. I want to get into trades. I have very short time windows to get, trading with you guys. So I want to get in and out of trades, and I have to be prepared to move quickly. And I appreciate that. Once again, I'm human. I'm imperfect. I may be wrong, but that's where risk management comes into play. So
exactly.
I love it. It's good to get some action here. It's a little bit like turning around a yacht with the house account. So I think everyone's of the opinion that we're waiting longer to buy. I don't love buying here yet.
Yeah. Either direction right now, I just don't really have any confidence in direction until we start, structure starts telling me otherwise. Like if we start making some higher highs and higher lows, of course, then I'll be bullish back up into the 60s. If we start breaking down and making a low, maybe we break the lows at 20,000 here, make a lower high. At that point, I might start looking short once again. But yeah, hands off for this exact moment. I'd be executing a trade in the middle of this range. It's a small and tight range, right? 30s, pretty much 40 down to about 10. And right now, it's not a good location to get long.
I kind of like the idea. Someone mentioned in chat, but I've been looking at it, is if we get some sort of stop run through 20,000, maybe looking for a long around there, but keeping it tight.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we've
absolutely.
got so much congestion. We have a ton of congestion there, right? We've got some moving averages. We've got a bunch of 4-hour candlesticks. We've got the anchored VWAP pinch. There's all kinds of things floating around. If it just flushes right down and goes to that 19,960 area, that'd be that if that came, that'd be a really nice spot to take.
Well, it looks like we're
long.
Catching a little bid here. Let me adjust these charts a little bit.
Yep. So continuing to react to this little. By the way, does anybody know what this pattern is? Is there a technical term for this pattern?
The megaphone?
Is that what this is?
Yeah, that's
that's technical analysis, Gabe. If it just looks like something, that's what it is. It's a megaphone.
Yeah, exactly.
So
like an old-timey cheerleader.
Right. Does it have any bias? Does it signify anything? You know how some patterns, you got the bull flags, you have the pennants. Like, does this megaphone mean anything, or is it just mean range and chop?
So, like all patterns, it speaks in riddles. It could be the range that you try and buy or sell the extremes of it, or you play the breakout if it's going outside the megaphone.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on how big the megaphone is, sometimes people draw a line in the middle of it and they'll short below it or take the long above it. When you said earlier, hey, this is a megaphone, I don't know how to trade it, my response was going to be, don't worry, nobody does. And so it's just one of those patterns that has a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. And so Tom Bolkowski, I don't know if anybody's familiar with him, but he wrote a book called The Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. Mm-hmm. And he's a really good chart pattern guy, really, really good. And he talks about these megaphones, and really, they've got maybe like a 56% win rate out of the break relative to trend. And so that's pretty much like a coin toss. So
Right.
that
And I'm hearing a
that's his-
bunch. I love it. There's a million names I've seen so far. A broadening formation, an expanding wedge, expanding triangle, the Dorito, the alligator mouth. Lots of stuff like that. I'm holding, so you may know this about me. I don't love trading the NASDAQ, but it seems like where the interest is right now. I don't love selling it because it is the NASDAQ. I'm content to wait to see if it breaks through this 20,000 level. But if anyone else has any other trades, I am all ears here. I am but an instrument.
You're more than that, Jack, but it's okay.
Not in this role, just an instrument of the house account. So, are we looking at any other markets? When Hoag gets back, we might take a look at some of those with the profiles.
Well, we can look for a blow off top in gold. It's got a very outsized move. Let me open up my other platform and see what the dollar's doing.
Almost seeing too many people agree with the trade of like 10, 12 points below 20,000 once it runs some stops, but there's a high chance we never get there. It is the NASDAQ after all.
Yeah.
All right, so
You
we
don't
did
like the
just
megaphone?
finally. I don't either, and I wanted to break out, but we did just make technically a higher low in the range. So within the megaphone, it's in equilibrium, right? It's not a great location. That's why I'm not engaging with this at this area of price. But I do like the fact that we're starting to stall here. And if we do, that's why I have a couple arrows, right? So if we do break above, then what I'll do, I'll look for a rebalance of price down to whatever caused that breakout. And then from there, I would look to a move back higher, back up into the 50s and 60s. But we could very well just dump from here and then end up retesting that 20,000 level.
Only reason I still like the long is because it's not showing any sign of acceptance of value from yesterday.
So where would you be looking for that? So what we were discussing, I don't know if you heard while you were gone, Hoag, is liking maybe the breaks 20,000, run some stops and getting long there? Or are you talking about getting long sooner than that?
Well, the initial long on the profile, okay, this is TPO value high from yesterday, 19,998. Got down to 20,000 and won. So when we opened, the opening range is this gold bar here. The low of the opening range was 19,989, and the high of it was 20,016. It remains the low of the session. So buyers essentially have been in control the entire regular trading hour session. When the market came back down to test value high from yesterday, it's rejecting it. It's not going inside of it. It's basing at that level. So that's the spot that I was, that's when we went down there and I said, I said, I hate to say it, but I like the longs here because it's cheap, number one. And number two, we're rejecting value from yesterday. We've got that megaphone pattern going, which makes me crazy. But so what we're looking at is a potential value acceptance play, which could take us all the way down to 19,944, which is value low from yesterday, or rejection of value and a rotation back higher to for a potential long. Maybe your first out could be point of control, 39. The next could be value high up here, 79. And then, then we're getting, too expensive so far for the session. We'd be out of those longs and potentially looking for shorts as long as we don't take out the high of the initial balance. And Lacey is currently agreeing with me.
That's good. I can't remember with her bark if that is she agrees or warning. Don't do it.
It's difficult to discern. It is difficult to discern.
It's both.
Yes. I think she was telling me just to shut up. So yeah, you want to see the ES as well. So the opening range was above value. The S&Ps did get inside of value shortly after the open, but it rejected it. So, as long as that opening range is the low in the NASDAQ, it got so cheap down there to try and take it, even if it was a loss, it was a worthwhile effort. And then we haven't even gotten back to value from yesterday in the S&P in volume value or TPO value high. So to me, rejecting value, we also had a late spike in the S&Ps. We opened below it, which is a signal of acceptance of lower pricing. So there's good cause for both sides. But as long as we can't reaccept value from yesterday, I'm still thinking long. And, I've been wrong before, and I can be wrong again. But that's just from the profiles what I'm looking at to look for a long there, because that keeps it cheap. We get inside of value from yesterday, start showing signs of acceptance, you're out. The trade is no longer valid. But right now, the trade for the trade for the long side, especially in the NASDAQ, with the opening range at the low of the session and rejection of yesterday's value so far, is why I'm leaning to the long side.
All right, we might be getting an opportunity to look at that. We can get some check marks. We're pushing back into the 2010s.
Jack, DC says, why don't you look at bonds? What's going on in the bond market? Anything fun and exciting?
Bonds would be kind of boring to trade on here. And
unless you put 50 lots on.
Oh, man, that would be... we could just get on the bid and offer in the ZN trying to flip 50. That could be fun. You could see how that works.
It could be fun. I think at some point we should try it, right? It's your market. It's what you love, or it's what you have experience with. I don't think there's any reason we can't go over into that world.
Well, my market, and we could... Ready. I'd have to make sure we have it set up for this account, but I would love... It could be fun because it'd be a slow trade with a lot of size to trade some bond spreads, right? Get some 2s, 10s, get some knobs out there, because then we could put on, like a 50 by 25 and or 100 by 50, and it won't move all that much. Plus, there'll be a lot of trading getting in and out of it, which could be fun.
Yeah.
But I want MPs buy-in for that first.
I'm with you. All right, so we're pushing down to the low end of this range. Sorry, Jack, go ahead.
Yeah. As I said, someone mentioned GameStop. Still doing it. I'll give a trade update at some point. I think I've won, though. I'm declaring victory on that trade. Okay. Hoag, we're getting the push lower. Decision time. Where our stop be? Said value high from yesterday.
Well, I mean that's. I would probably wait, and I would probably take the stop below the session low today. Right now, 19,989 is session low, and that would take out the low of the opening range and bring us into value. And that invalidates longs.
All right, we got check marks. Are we thinking bouncing again? If this is an acceptable price, I'll pull it.
Yeah,
it's getting more acceptable.
Somebody's pointing out that there are some iceberg orders showing up in the S&Ps down here at 55.40. The delta at that price is 5,400, and 4,000 of them have been trading on the bid. So there is an iceberg order there right now. It just added to it. Another 5,200 traded on the bid at 54.40. Good eyes, whoever that was. I gotta see who that was.
Pushing down closer to 20,000.
Goose Collectibles. That was a good eye. Do we
Jack,
have Check marks.
I would only give a check mark as long as we stay above. Like if we close below 20,002, if we close below with some momentum, I'm really feeling a little more bearish on it. So I would only maintain a long bias as long as we can respect and stay above 20,000, essentially, if we're just going to round number it. So if we like wick below and then we get a nice reaction north, that's why I like the idea to keep stops tight, right? Let's not, let's preserve the capital for the day. So what's our loss limit right now? Or are we back down to 10K? Do we reduce our daily loss?
We're 10K. We'll risk probably 5K in this trade.
Okay.
I'll start
so let's
with
keep our stops tight.
We're close enough. We got to see what happens here. So, Hoag, we have a check mark from you.
Yeah. What do we have?
That was emphatic.
That's how the whole day's been. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The whole day is a meh. How is today? Well, it's meh. All the price patterns are very.
According to the nuances that I'm looking at, it is a worthwhile effort to look for a long.
Dolby says spread 15 lots across the 90s to 20,000.
Okay, JD's ready with the leaderboard. We can have him jump in. I'm going to be ready. I'm going to pull the trigger if it dips down again into that near 2,000, 20,000.
For sure. We'll burn through these real quick, guys. All right. First, we've got yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. Always big numbers coming out of the XFAs. Stephen, Shen, Kyle, Mohammed all trading NASDAQ. Mohammed down there at the bottom was actually trading gold also, the only trader trading another product outside of the NASDAQ. Picked up $2,400 trading gold and $6,600 trading NASDAQ. Nice trading from our XFAs. All right, here's the bottom half of our leaderboard. Not much change to the list since yesterday. Sadara took a $6,000 drawdown, trading in 3 XFAs. Still moved up a rung on the ladder, though. Sadara was in 7th place yesterday. Shane hit the daily loss limit in all 5 of his XFAs and moved down to 7th place from 6th place. So those two swapped. Sadara and Shane swapped spots. David made about $1,200 and jumped from 10th place up to 8th place. Arjun is back on the list. Arjun was in 12th place yesterday, but picked up about $6,000 trading in the NASDAQ. And Kingway took a $6,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs and fell down to 10th place from 9th place yesterday. All right, here is top of the leaderboard. Nicely done, Edward. All right, in 5th place, Nick for a tick. Nick had another $2,000 drawdown yesterday, but still holding on to 5th place. Soren had a nice $13,000 winning day, spread across 5 XFAs, held on to 4th place for another day. Soren also had that nice $20,000 payout yesterday, which we saw a little while ago. Good trading from Soren and good account management also. Brian made $3,000, dropped to 3rd place yesterday because Raphael's account has finally been adjusted for all of his payouts and whatnot, and he's firmly in 2nd place today with a nice $135,000, just about $136,000 account value right now. And then we have Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, yep, we all know him. Trading the house account yesterday, had another great day, and he's right around his account balance highs again, I believe. I'll have to check on that, but I'm sure I think he's pretty close to his high watermark again. So there is your Topstep leaderboard.
Thank you, JD. All right.
Thanks, JD.
Right here, right now. Right.
It's wearing me out.
I want to see it break. I want to see what it does when it breaks through 20,000. It's got to do it.
The iceberg order at 40 left the building.
There we go. Push through 20,000. Push through. Oh boy, we're down. Whoa,
Yeah,
doggy.
I would.
Yeah.
That was the move that I was fearful of. Not fearful of, but that momentum right there. That to me, I mean, that's the sweep of the lows from the morning. So that is a sweep of the opening lows. If you still wanted to, now would be a good place to start putting 5 in. Are you already in, Jack?
Right now, what just happened there? I don't think we got in yet. Yeah, let's put on 5. We cool with that?
Yeah, I'd say throw in 5. Keep stops fairly tight, maybe 75, 975. Obviously, anybody else feel free to chime in. But yeah, I mean, honestly, if buyers are stepping in,
what do we think, Hoag? 75 from Gabe.
Well,
I'll just put it in there for now for a disaster stuff.
Right now, it's presenting as a very early failed downside auction.
Well, Cos says in chat this is Bill auction reaction. Possibly could be. We got the 10:30 here right now. Thanks, Cos.
Where would you put the stop, Hoag?
I'm not in it yet.
Well, we're in it for house account for 5.
Well, I know we've opened this 30-minute bar inside value, so to me, it's now short.
Okay.
We're headed for those data lows.
Running.
Yeah, we're headed for those data lows.
I'll put in
944 value low.
We don't have much on right now.
We're long?
We're long 5. I'm just trying to figure out where to put the stop right now. You say you don't like it. You think just get out now?
Unless you can handle another 20 points. Unless you can handle another 20 points of drawdown, because we're going those data lows.
I would just get out now because we took out the low of the opening range. We opened the 30-minute bar inside value from yesterday. That marks potential acceptance. This market could roll all the way down to 944.
Yeah.
All right, we're out. We cut it.
Yeah, once
that's
we
also
open
why
that
I wanted to keep those. Go ahead, Hoag.
Well, it was here. You can see on this chart right here. This is where the acceleration occurred. Right, this is NASDAQ. Just above 20,000 is where the acceleration started. Where was value high? 19,998. So this area right here, 998 value high, is where it started to really start to rip to the downside. Then we open the next 30-minute bar inside value. That's potential acceptance of value, which could take us all the way to value low, which is down here to 944. And we're already well on our way. We're too late to the party to try and get into the short now. What happens after that?
Not too much damage done there. Because if we had gotten, the acceptance back above, that's a trade we could have held on to for a long time.
That would be an all-day sucker.
Yeah.
I find days like today in general grind us up quite a bit unless we're reading it really well.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many. Think about this. Think about how many times we've liked the long, but we knew that it would be very expensive to enter, right? So because we're used to the NAS doing all kinds of crazy things and jumping up, sometimes we throw caution to the wind and we go, you know what? I'm just going to do it and I'll take my lumps, which is fine. But then we end up doing it several times, or this is what happens to me some days when I don't see the nice clean spaces of no, this is where it's at. This is what you're looking for. And the day has, I mean, I think it's been great that we've held as few trades as we have in terms of getting in and getting out. But this sideways motion is just painstaking if you're looking for action in a chart. And so, coming in to, again, that pinch right there, it could bounce here. I mean, I don't have a ton of conviction, and I'm trading this very small account, and I've moved my personal daily loss limits to half of what's allowed. And so it sort of keeps me in that little box, which makes me have to think through a lot more. But at the end of the day, I find days like today, because I want to trade or position, I end up over trading in this kind of environment that feels so wishy-washy, really.
Which we certainly have not overtraded.
Certainly.
I think we've been very patient.
I mean, that's everybody's except maybe for me. So there you have it.
As a breakdown of the trade, so where we got out was right around here. We got long from 1988, which is what we talked about before. And if it had, if it was run the stops and coming back above, that could have been good. But
by the way, I'm in a short.
Yeah.
I'm in short. I sent it. I'm on these data lows in 15, and we're about to hit TP.
You gotta be.
We're hitting these data lows. We're so close. We're hitting these data lows. There's no way we don't.
Value
just teasing it. Data lows are 53.5.
Beware of speaking.
Yeah, that 50s. That's what we were talking about way up there, saying, hey, listen, if it loses that 20,040, it's going to go back to those 950s. And here they are. I mean, crazy.
Yeah, it was quite the battle at that low there.
Took 5 off.
Very nice.
Paying myself
well
a little
done,
bit.
Carving it up today, Gabe. Really doing a great job in terms of
Thank you.
positioning.
Nice job, Gabe.
Very nice.
Next target's 944.
Yeah, I'll probably take, you know what? I'm going to take 5 more off of data lows and leave 5. We're just teasing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just teasing it. The algos love those data lows, though. So.
And what term are you using? Data lows?
Data,
what does that mean?
So do you guys see from the 7:30 announcement, this little wick here?
Data, as in news.
Yeah,
okay,
data.
gotcha.
Yeah, DATA. Yeah, data lows from the news. So it's not like every time is it same day, but in most cases, that same week. I'd have to go back test to see in terms of what percentage. So I'm not going to speak too in depth on that because I don't have the data to share. But data lows are usually in a pretty attractive target once they're printed. Not every time do we get a data wick like that. Sometimes it just shoots straight up and there's no wick. So in that case, I'm not looking for that to hit. All right, I think I'm going to possibly take another 5.
So you shorted 10 MNQ. You got 5
shorted
off.
15. Yeah, shorted 15. Yep. So I was in basically an E-mini and a half.
Nice.
Very nice.
Glad I took 5 off. I really want those to hit. We got so close. We were basically a point off.
A lot of times I notice when that happens is that we come in and we run past it and blow the shorts out and then turn around and move back up.
Right. So, Hoag, do you still feel like the longs invalidated at this point?
Not yet.
Many fibers in my being want to do it.
What, go long?
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you a check.
Get it in.
All
The
right.
question
we got
is,
one
where's the
check
risk?
from Hope. Yeah,
Where's
let's
the
define
risk?
that first.
What do you think about legging into a position like that? If you go long, seeing that there's that 944 that Hoag talked about, or would you go
We could do
all in?
Oh, yeah, I never. Ursa's saying that ES looks better. I never don't leg into things like that. That's like that last trade I started with a 5 lot, and it immediately, hammered through us.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with this account, we try and trade a little bit bigger, but
Mm-hmm.
we're getting our chances.
I almost just got top ticked.
Oh, do you want to take a look at the ES? Folks are saying that looks a little better.
It does, but not by much.
Tied our ship here to the.
Yeah, I think it's closer to a clean support line, right? I mean, are we looking at 55.29, 55.27 looks like the support edge. And so it's coming in, trying to hold. It's got the same kind of VWAP pinch sitting there. See if I can see any structure building on a 3-minute chart. Yeah. Still looks like the bounces are going to sell, but.
Yep. All right. Stopped out. $4 in profit realized on the day. So.
Oh, yeah.
Started the day negative. At a scratch.
Hey, that's the way to do it. Jab, jab.
Jab, jab. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think I managed risk pretty well today. So I'm pretty happy about that. Usually, especially the first week you guys saw me, I was having a couple of really rough days.
You were slinging.
I was slinging, and I was slinging with very little plan in place. So definitely a better performance.
Slinging that mud is now turned into valuable manure.
There you go.
Good point. Dancing around. I don't know how y'all watch this NQ ladder all day.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can't watch that ladder. I mean, literally, I would have a seizure. I just
I gotta
can't.
look at the chart more.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that Simpsons episode where they're at the soccer match and the American announcer, that's like the ES or Bonds is just saying, and they pass, they pass, the pass, and then they go to the Latin announcers. It's like, pass, 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 goal. I mean, like, that's what the NASDAQ ladder looks like to me.
All right, if we're about to get a close below and a lower low, I'm going to enter on this momentum most likely. I'm just looking for a retest back into this. And we might not get the retest.
You mean another short?
Yeah. This is exactly what I wanted to see, though. This can, obviously I could have trailed my stop. I could have made that other trade break even. I was a little early. I was looking for that initial push down, and we're essentially getting it now. I'm probably going to literally just watch this go to data lows without me.
And we're getting closer, Hope. If
the market
ahead, please.
traded back to the IB low, right? So we extended. The market came back to the initial balance low and is continuing to try and push down to that 944, the weekly or the value low from yesterday. I don't necessarily want to step in front of that, but I would like to see some sort of basing occur there that lets us limit risk.
Yeah, if there's some consolidation, it's pushing down too quick right now. Like this is exactly the kind of action that I don't want to jump in long right now. I'd almost.
Yeah.
I can't define my risk right now if I try to jump in on this momentum. So it's far,
short?
it's too far gone. Yeah, it's too far gone. We're about to get
the risk defining is back at the IB high, IB low.
Yeah, I can't get in right now.
We're teleporting.
Frustrating for sure. I mean, you guys are seeing me over here probably changing my facial expressions, but I'm fuming. I'm fuming internally right now.
You're like a poker player, right? Those glasses hide your emotions.
Son of a absolute
Pushing 55.
biscuit.
Eddie, if you want to jump in with a few plugs, we'll obviously keep an eye on this. We are pushing.
Of course.
Yeah, but go ahead, Eddie.
Well, you know what? One of the cool things that we do here at TopStep is we bring in the best and the most world-renowned educators, psychologists, and we have the honor of having Brett Steenbarger with us once again. He's going to be returning to TopStep TV July 2nd at 11 a.m. Central Time. Mark your calendars. He stopped by back in May, and he spent a lot of time here answering some of the toughest mindset questions that we threw at him. And if you missed it, I'm going to drop a link here to the recording if you don't want to miss out on the next session. Remember, July 2nd. So I'm going to put that in there. And also, new in Discord. If you have any questions about our TopStep or our program, we got a new channel in Discord, and it is hashtag TopStep AI Support. Submit your questions. Our chatbot will answer those questions and provide you with details from our help center. These, if you need some quick answers, by all means, go there. Avoid going to support. A lot of good stuff, a lot of good answers for good questions in our Discord. So once again, hashtag TopStep AI Support and submit your questions. So I'm going to put that Brett Steenbarger link and also the Discord link. So back to you, Johnny, Ann, Gabe, and Jack.
Thanks, Eddie.
And Anne-Marie.
Especially Anne-Marie. So a little roundup here. We're pushing a little bit higher off those recent lows in the 50s in the NASDAQ. Mag 7 update, a mixed bag. All of them are within 1% of their closing price yesterday, with the exception of NVIDIA is down 2.25%. Nothing huge there. 10-year yields came in about 5 basis points or so after the number this morning. And we're hanging out here.
I'm hawking here, but there's nothing I can do here just yet.
I'm in 5.
Which way?
Short?
5. Short. We got the rebalance. We didn't quite get to those lows. I'm just dipping my toe in the water. 5 MNQ at 975 half.
Gabe, you're a man of action.
He is.
I mean, this might be me getting too attached to that bias, but we just made equal lows. That's not really a great sign, but at the same time, could still run them.
And we're
Thanks,
underneath all the recent anchored VWAPs, and there's all kinds of stuff that says the bounce should fade.
Somebody says I'm too hung up on shorts. I just communicated that I'm probably too attached that I'm probably too attached to the short bias right now, but there's nothing telling me to go long yet. So, and also I'm not going to stop trading just because I'm wash on the day, right? It's like, I want to trade with you guys. I'm here to trade. I'm not here just to sit here and be quiet.
I think if you look at the chart today too, definitely short was the play.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't worry about that, Gabe. One of the best traders I ever knew, the guy in the S&P pit, and he used to joke and say the longest he ever was short 10.
Okay, that's funny.
Short 10.
Yes, that's the longest he ever was short 10. Loved to trade it. Loved to sell the market. Loved it.
Always feels good being a contrarian. On another note, here's a fun thought exercise. I was thinking as I went through some of the house account stuff. If on the first day of trading in June, we had just put on 5, we're ripping a little higher into the 80s. If we had just gotten long 5 NQ on the open on June 3rd, NQM, right, and done nothing, held it until the contract expired, basically, like last week. So, and just sold it then. We would have initially taken just under 15K of heat on the trade. How much would we have ended up?
Oh, gee. What size did you say?
Just for 5 lots. The answer is, I won't make you guys do the math, but about $120,000. So, yeah. I mean, a 10 lot would have been 240, but you don't want to, in the long run, that stuff's going to even out. So as you think about super active trading, remember, there's big moves, usually to the upside.
Yep. Hey,
Coach
John.
Jay asked, can the house account hold trades overnight? I think we can. Now, whether that's a good idea is yet to be seen because it's not what you can do in the program. But it would be fun to pick a direction at the beginning of the month and put a few on. Sorry, Anne-Marie, go ahead.
John, would you mind looking at gold? And I have a short in here. After I got out of the long at 23, I think 39, I got in short at 23.40.50. And so what I wonder is, what does the structure look like from the profiles?
Okay, so you got a really good trade location up there for your short. Nice job on the move higher. So what I would be looking for, Anne-Marie, is for price to really try and stay below the IB high here, 23.37.70, right where it is right now.
And that would be
caveat to the short. We don't have a very strong high here.
Okay.
There's no excess high.
Meaning
that without excess on the high, it kind of indicates that the upside auction may not be over.
Gotcha. Well, I do see some of that for sure. I do see some of that, especially if I go to a daily chart.
Nick for a tick was saying that he likes the longs above 960. Let it be known that he said this a few minutes ago. So it's a little higher now.
I did see that. 52 is point of control from yesterday.
All right, so I got top ticked.
Oh no! Sorry about that, Gabe.
No, it's okay. I was prepared for that to possibly be an L. I mean, once again, $78 down. I've been trading the whole fast markets. I think I've had 6 different positions. I'm pretty happy with the way that I maneuvered today, but hey, I have plenty more time. I'm going to be on later here this morning at Power Hour, I think this afternoon. Plenty more opportunity. Not sweating it.
Yeah, you're going to get to trade a lot today.
Yeah, and tomorrow. I'm actually
nice.
a little bit of tomorrow too. I'm really excited.
When Andre's out, we all get our. When the cat's away, we shall play. I'll see you at Tau.
Are you allowed? Are you allowed to tell us where he is?
I don't know where he is.
Oh, okay.
I don't either.
Maybe that's for the best. So, while we're watching
Andre's
this for a few
birthday.
more minutes,
Michael's in the chat telling us it's Andre's birthday.
What's he, 9 years old? Who takes her birthday off?
Happy birthday.
All right. James, we have any fast markets content we can show before the end here?
We do. I have scraped your submissions from Twitter. Hate using that word scraped. It's weird. But here we go. We got a really good MNQ trade from one of our traders on X. You can see, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see where we got in there on the left and where we got out on the top.
Nice.
Trade in micro, so I'm sure that's a good profit taking. Moving on, we got a couple different setups to show. Really nice, cozy setup. Look at that book map. Is that book map?
Nice.
On the left?
Looks like it. Very flat keyboard.
I love the flat keyboard.
Yeah.
I like how clean the
You
desk
could just
is.
drop a pillow there and just lay down and trade. That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Very clean desk. You don't want to
This
see
one's
my
cool.
desk.
Mm.
Ooh,
I love an
Topstep
accent
TV.
it's
wall.
psychedelic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the soft blue lighting.
Cool.
Play League of
Very
Legends
nice.
on that.
Mm.
All right, now some fun stuff. From Ursa. A shooting star, quick, make a wish. I wish my trading would become profitable.
Oh.
Damn.
Okay, that's funny.
I
That's a
was
good
waiting
one.
for it to hit the planet.
And then it wouldn't be a fast market submission without Carl Hungus. And I personally love this one because JD made the cut with his croissant hands.
Salad hands.
Salad hands, Andre. And croissant hands, JD.
Oh my goodness.
What?
That's
Those
hilarious.
Hands are terrifying. Good hindsight,
They
Captain.
look like big lobster claws.
I was going to say, Anne-Marie, it's like croissant lobster claws.
Right.
We don't want to call him that. No, Lobster Boy, he had his time at the circus.
Why
We
did
love
Danielle? Why did Danielle call Andre salad hands again? What did he do?
He fat fingered the trade.
Anyone
He
knows.
closed it.
Yeah. He fat figured an exit. It actually turned out to be a good exit, but he did fat finger it, got out of the trade early.
And there's one more. I can't show it on TV, but if you go to
that's
Twitter and look at from Lost Trader, it's a really good Dolby meme. We cannot show on air, but Lost Trader, if you're listening, that was incredible.
Can you send it to me in Slack?
Yeah, I'll Slack it to you guys, but you'll see why we can't show it on air. But it is really, really good.
Yeah, if you want
that
to see it, you
being
just got to
said,
go to Power Hour. Just hashtag Power Hour on Twitter and you'll find it.
You'll find it. You see it, Gabe?
Yeah, I saw it. I got a really good kick out of it. I know why we
Like
can't
South
show
Park.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a really good South Park one. Anyways, thank you for your submissions. We still have Power Hour later today. So if you got any, if these inspired you to create joy through memes, please send them to us.
Jack,
Well-
it was like you were inside my head with those croissant hands. I'm like, that is really scary.
Terrifying.
I'm blind. I just went blind.
Well, we're back to our initial entry for the trade we did take in here. That would have taken some non-salad hands and would not have probably been wise.
No. And we keep bouncing off of AIB low. So I don't like longs
Yeah.
yet.
I want to see a breakout and then a higher low.
Well,
See
we
a nice
are.
clean close and then a higher low. But yeah, that's it.
We'll have to
Oh,
see
there you are.
upcoming when we get to power players, which stick around because we got Dolby, Gabe, you're sticking around, so there'll be other opportunities, and Fatima are in here. And then Cairo Gaster for Top Quiz. Me and Ben are doing shoulder tap. JD and Hoag group coaching. Andre A, the A plus Andre, will be here with Robert and JD for Getting an Edge with Andre. And Justin Warline will be there with Dolby and Gabe for Power Hour. Hoag, you can take us away. You're the driver, as it would be. So you can get our words of wisdom. We can get out of here.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with us. And remember, everybody gets a reset. Make sure you hit that fire drill link at the top of the chat. Get your free reset. The party never ends here at Topstep. Thank you, Anne Marie. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Dolby. Thank you, Jack, for being here and hanging out with us. Don't forget, everybody, stay kind. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. And always remember every day to pray for peace. Love you all. And we'll see you in just a few minutes for Power Players, Dolby, Gabe, and Fatima. Going to be a good one. We'll see you in a minute.
Let's go.
Topstep X has landed with a feature you've been dreaming of, the manual lockout button. Did you ever have a day where you made money but then wiped it all out with the famous last words, "I'll just try one more trade," and before you know it, you've given it all back and then some? No more. With Topstep X, one click locks you out for the day, safeguarding your profits and forcing you to follow your game plan. Discipline equals freedom. Whether you're a seasoned trader or just someone looking to improve that discipline, you need Topstep X in your life.
welcome back. Sorry for the delay. We were waiting for Fatima to get connected to the things so she can appear on air. So we're bringing in one of our current power players. We got Gabe here on his road to funding. Placed a couple trades today. Gabe, where are you at in the P&L? Get the house account down 2,100. Is nothing but scratch. How are you doing?
I am currently not in any positions, and I am down 78 smackles. There we go.
I don't know what currency that is.
Yep.
But hopefully it is protected from
Cicero
inflation.
clams.
Cicero clams. Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah.
There it
Schmackerinos. Dylan says schmackerinos.
Also,
shekels.
nothing. That's nothing. That's the flesh wound is what they call it. What's your daily loss limit? Actually, let's talk about your daily loss limit. We know that you were going pretty heavy your first run through. Sounds like you have slowed things down a little bit. So, what's your new daily loss limit? Kind of your risk management.
So the first week that you guys saw me, I was trading copy trading 50K not exit phase, 50K trading combines, and was slinging some size. Ended up, blowing it, resetting it once. At the beginning of this week, I decided to move away from copy trading and stick to just focusing on one 100K trading combine. So I picked up one of the ones from the 100K celebration. And currently, I reduced the traditional default loss, daily loss of 2,000 down to 1,000. Now, granted, I don't really want to even get close to that. But, once again, $1,000 is what I have my personal daily loss limit set to in Topstep X. I have it set to liquidate and block if I were to hit 1,000. And that would technically give me 3 full red day disasters before I lose the account. Now my loss limit is now it rose to 97,752 because of yesterday's $752 green day.
Yep.
And of course, just looking to preserve what I can of that. So excited. Yeah, we got some room to run today still. Got some more trading opportunities. Got a few different areas of supply that I'm looking at. Some levels. We're sitting in one of them currently. If we break above 25, next target would be 36.5. And if we break 50s, my next level would be 62.25. So 3 kind of major areas. What I like about all 3 of these supply zones is that they all provided as breakouts to new lows. So looking at this prior low here from 9:36 in the morning, this nice imbalance took us lower. The next pretty much one after that was going to be this guy right here. So the middle supply zone, we had a nice close below as well. So a new low was established there. And then the one that we're dealing with right now ended up breaking below and making another new low. So it looks like we're going to push through this one here. So next level, once again, that I'd be eyeing would be 36.5. Not really looking to engage at this exact moment. I don't really have any trade ideas based off these levels. I'm just looking to tape read for the current moment.
Nice. Well, thanks for that little overview there of not only how you're managing risk, but how you're kind of taking these trades and how you see the market. I did have here 19,953 evens, Gabe, is a level you had mentioned on the NASDAQ, and it looks like we did bounce off of it and bounced pretty hard, actually. So we're up almost 70 points from 950 in the NASDAQ. The house account had a trade on where we were trying to kind of get long somewhere between 70s and 2 evens, somewhere around there. But it looks like that kind of ran through. But Jack had a quick trigger finger and got flat on that position. Thankfully, he did.
Yeah, we got
a couple clams.
I was about to say that would have ran a hell of a lot lower. I think we had initially some 5K risk in that trade. If I'm not mistaken. I think we got in 5, so I don't know if we got the full 5,000 in risk or what we ended up. What is our P&L right now? Down 21?
Oh, like 2,100.
Yeah. Oh, so we got plenty of room still for the day, which is great. So great execution by Jack and the team, leaving you some opportunity to maybe see if we can catch a trade here. But otherwise, power hour this afternoon should be fun. Looking to see how we trade the rest of the day.
Yeah. Had a good time yesterday
was a solid day. Absolutely.
Yeah, that
Killed
was
it
a lot of
yesterday.
fun. That was a lot of fun. Really good trade location. Kind of a similar pattern, actually, to what we have going on right now as far as the Dorito trade. Yeah, I mean, we basically just got long what would here be like 1960s and then just sold them all the way up to about 20,100s. I mean, that's basically what it looked like. You just want to take yesterday's day and copy and paste it over today's chart. It's pretty much the exact same thing. Yeah. So that would have been a good one. We're stuck in the middle of a range right now. Not sure if anyone has in chat has any fun trade ideas, but I would certainly entertain them. Any levels that you like, please put them in chat. Let us know. Yeah, if you're just taking trades sneakily, I have to keep my eye on your screen to make sure you're hopping in trades over here.
I'll communicate a little bit more when it comes to anything I execute. We are back in range. So right now we are, let's get the default template for the fib here real quick. So we're basically about to be back into the 50%, we're back at 40 to 60% range of the day so far. So I'm kind of in what's, equilibrium, right? So kind of back in balance. Nothing really that I want to do at this exact moment. We did see a push down, almost took out those lows. So we made it relative equal lows near the 950s. So just looking for more structure, right? I could see us doing something like this. If we get where's my path? There we go. So knowing that we have bounced off these 50s, I could see us coming up, breaking these highs at 39 and then having like a little retest down. If the bulls are going to take over for the remainder of the day and take us back up to the high end of the range, I would like to see a retracement off of this, off the 30s, essentially at the high 30s, and then a push back down. Now, how far we retrace, that's going to be undetermined. But at the moment, I'd like to see it move down and then back up. So basic price action, basic structure, the cyclical nature, right? An impulse is an impulse if it takes out a previous high. So this would be considered an impulse leg. Then we'd have a correction. And then from there, I'd look for another impulse higher if the bulls were going to take over, if we are bullish.
Pull back to approximately 20,000s. I'd be down for that. It is hard to just smash longs here. I do have some conflicting levels as well. I'm trying some new stuff here. So I got some of these blue lines, some of these teal lines. The teal lines are the middle of our previous range, and the purple ones are like one of the extremes. So I'm kind of just putting them on here. But yeah, I am getting that kind of similar feeling that we're around 20,030. It might slow up a little bit, and maybe we do end up getting that pullback for a nice long. It could be like maybe an inverse head and shoulders that could actually play out if it rejects here and comes back down to 20,000 and then consolidates and maybe shoots higher again. That could be an interesting play. Let's see what's going on in chat right now. Vinches ICT is short 35 evens. Didn't get there yet.
John has a question.
Ooh. Yeah.
John says, what determines how you draw those ranges? Now, I could interpret this question two ways. So if we're referring to the overall range of today, I was just taking the absolute high of the session to the absolute low. So the absolute high was 20,116 and 3/4, it looks like. And the absolute low was 950, pretty much 954, 953 and 3/4. So that was the overall range so far of today's session. If you're referring to my zones that I'm drawing, so these little, red boxes and green boxes that you're seeing spread along my chart, I'm just using a modified Fibonacci tool. So what I do is I just modify this template, throw the default one on the chart, right click, go into settings. And then all I'm doing is I'm disabling all of these different various levels that they have by default. And I'm just leaving a 0 and a 1, which is essentially your first click and your second click. From there, I like to extend the lines all the way to the right so they match up right with the price axis. And then I just do some basic modifications like choosing a color. So I choose red for supply, and then I choose green for demand. It's just the color-coded way that I learned at OTA. And then from there, in terms of what I'm actually looking for to draw a zone, the basic patterns, you have 4, right? So you have the reversal pattern, This is a supply zone, right, where we rally, we base, or we consolidate, and then we reverse, and ideally make a new low. We have the continuation pattern, which is a drop, base drop. So another, just making a new low as well. I'm always looking for breakouts. So breakouts lower if I'm looking at supply levels. Then I'm looking for breakouts higher to new highs if we have a demand zone. So the inverse pattern would be the drop, base, rally. And then the continuation pattern would be a rally, base, rally. But I'm just looking for clear, defined areas of consolidation, or what I would call basing. So this would be a nice, clean example. We have a move down. We have a pause or hesitation in the market where we consolidate for a couple candles, and then we immediately break lower. So you see the strong move back down. And once again, to confirm the quality, what I'd be looking for would be a breakout lower. So a nice close below the prior low for a supply zone, and then a close higher of the prior high for a demand zone. But those are the four patterns I'm looking for: 2 reversals, 2 continuations. They're just mirrored images of each other. And I'm always looking for a breakout lower on supply and a breakout higher on demand. That's it.
Wow. Nice description. Also great drawings there.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to
solid.
take some tips from the master artist over here, Dolby, who I'm sharing some time with. So, you're always throwing some pretty great drawings up on the charts. So I gotta, come correct.
Some of my finest work is certainly robot animals drawing with trading view emojis. Those are pretty fun. I made Justin one actually. He's going to be on with us, Gabe, for Power Hour.
That'll be fun. Absolutely.
I made him a lizard. No, I made Deanna a lizard. I made Coach Ray a lion. I made him a dolphin. Sorry, I made him a dolphin with robot arms. So that was pretty cool. That was a great explanation. Big D, he has questions about adjusting Topstep X dem. Let's answer those. You ask the host talking now how he does it. Ooh, what is it? Big D, ask that question again. I got you. I'm looking at chat. So if you have a question about the dome for Topstep X, please let us know. All the numbers. So I think you're referring to like the 100 up and 100 down that we have here. So this is level 2 data with Topstep X. So it's a $39 a month charge in addition to the trading combine. So it is a subscription service, but it will give you 100 up and 100 down in the dome for Topstep X. So very, very cool. It does allow you to see kind of like liquidity is what we call it. So if you see like a big chunk of numbers at a certain price, that's what we consider liquidity or orders waiting to be filled. So for the NASDAQ, if it's like between 30 and 100, it's like, oh, okay, that's an interesting level. Maybe the market's going to go there. So it's something that we like keeping an eye on, but it's something you can really only use if you do have level 2 data for Topstep X. 100 up, 100 down. Robert Cooney in chat with the text version of the answer. Also, Robert Cooney has done a ton of videos for Topstep X. I wonder if we can get those in chat. I'm going to post those in. So Robert has spent a lot of his time doing some incredible work with the tutorial series. I'm going to post that in chat right now.
Oh, looks like he just beat you to the punch. There you go. Man, he's on it. Yeah, you can find them in Topstep X directly, but in addition to that, they just posted the link for the YouTube playlist. So you can find all of them directly in that playlist link. He's got them titled out very easy. They're typically 5 minutes or less, so short, time investment for you guys to go through those. He does a great job of explaining, and we're very grateful for his continued efforts to get you guys prepared with all the information that you need to be successful in this platform.
Yeah. Love all the 5 minute videos. Not even like I don't think most trading platforms even have that deep of a video library, to be honest. I mean, it's so good. So good. We got NQ here really pushing to the upside. 20,033. Trying to get back. I think we're trying to get back into another range here. I should have a teal. No, I don't. I guess we're above a lot of the midpoints then for the previous ranges. I mean, Gabe, would you like shorts at say 20,040, or is it too risky?
Yeah, no, I would. I actually am looking for a sweep of these highs. So the high that I'm looking at is 39 even. which would be the prior high of this area of consolidations, this range that was built at, before that big push down that we saw. So anybody that's short most likely probably has a few stops or two above that. So I wouldn't mind seeing a push above that. We might actually take it right now. After that, though, what I'd want to see is a rejection. So, I mean, if we just push through with this with some momentum, we might continue higher. But once again, if we see a push above and then a real quick rejection below, I wouldn't mind taking a short. If I do have a short or do look at placing a short in the 40s, what I would do is I just keep a tight stop, 10 handles, probably right above the 50s.
Okay, let's see if we get up there. I think that's actually pretty curious. A pretty curious play, actually. Things like I would also still want to get long off of it eventually too. Maybe back down to like 20,006. So like it's not getting a ton of value on this. Maybe like a 20-point trade. It would be a quick in and out, but man, NASDAQ moves so fast. It's like you already have to have the orders in place.
It does.
We should have been talking about shorting 40s like 10 minutes ago. That's how fast it moves.
We didn't quite make it into the 40s.
Yeah.
But we got close. We obviously can see that there's some sellers in that area. So I like the different rejections that we're seeing off that area of supply. So there's definitely some selling interest in that area. The question is, do we hold? If once again, I wanted to see what I'd like to see is a higher high. So if we're going to be bullish on the day, I'd want to see a break above that would, pretty much validate a higher high. And then from there, I'd want to see a higher low. So I like the 20,000s. I do also like pushing a little bit lower into the 80s and 90s. I have an area of consolidation with a nice little multi-candle close higher, starting from 19,991. So I wouldn't mind seeing, once again, that would kind of bring in that possible higher low into the equation.
Would you ever consider buying 20s here? 20,000 20s? Or like it's like basically just above VWAP. You're basically just buying VWAP. Like to get that push back over 40s.
I think we're a little overextended to buy here, personally, in this leg. I mean, unless you were looking for like a quick 1-to-1, right? So 10 handles down, 10 handles up in terms of risk and reward. But I try to not take a lot of 1-to-1s. You're a little bit better about ranges than I am, and we are getting a little bit of a 15-30 second range developing. We're actually looking like we're about to push back up into that area of supply again. So I'm actually going to probably look for some shorts. In terms of the risk to reward on this, if we were to enter at 40, maybe stop at like 53. We're keeping it tight, maybe 54. Let's go 55 just to give it a little bit of breathing room. Let's see what this
you're looking for a trade right now at that.
Yep, I would. So a 2-to-1 would mean I would need to see price come back down into the 20,010. I think we get a 3-to-1. Yep, we get a 3-to-1 if we were headed back down into the 90s. So the risk reward makes sense on that. That would kind of go in line with a possible trend change, taking us back up higher for the remainder of the day, possibly print a higher low.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. If we can get some check marks in chat, maybe. So we got Hoag, we got Anne Marie. Anyone in chat like shorting around 40 evens? We can get some chat check marks. I'd even take a chat check mark. We can get consensus from chat. Let's see what we can get. Let's see what we can get.
Got a little mixture. Got a couple check marks. Some people that are long biased on the day. Rips has a level at 43. That's confluence. If Rips actually Rips, hope you're feeling better, brother. If you're here, throw us something in the chat. But if you're not, somebody is passing along that you have a level at 43. So can't really confirm. No problem on shorts.
Yeah, we got a mix. We got a mix in chat.
Yeah, there's an anchored VWAP from the New York session open on the 5-minute chart that's coming in at 20,038. Seems to be kind of stuck up against that level. And 36 is the TPO point of control. That's typically not going to be a good spot for an entry, but you got to see what happens with this anchored VWAP.
Where's
Fire
your
drill
anchored?
form?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, fire drill form is still pinned in the top of the chat, Mr. Trader.
Yeah.
It is not done.
It's just been sitting up there.
Just been hanging out, waiting for you lovely people to fill it out, get your free reset, which I believe will be sent out tomorrow. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah.
I'm getting a little buzzing in my ear here. We think that Fatima might actually be ready to join the party here. Let's see if
Let's
we can,
go.
bring her in. Doorbell action. Oh yes, come in, please. Please come in. Door is open. Make yourself at home. Grab a cucumber water. Some Marcona almonds that you can have. Hello and welcome. Fatima, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I had some problems with the internet.
Hey, that happens.
It's all right. Technology. You wish it was better for how much we pay for it.
Yeah.
No strangers to awkward tech, but so glad to have you here. Last we talked, it looks like you had a live account. I'm reading here that maybe that account is no longer in your hands, or do you still have the live account currently?
No, I lost it. I made some stupid decisions and I paid the consequences.
Which flavor of mistake was it?
Holding on to my trades too long. So I had 2K left in my account last Monday. I made it back to 9K on Monday. And then I was featured during power hours, one of the ones that was up 5,000, but I was actually up 7,000 with that trade. And then I kept holding for the rest of the session. So 20 minutes until market closed. It went down 100 points and I lost all my profit and I hit the $2,000. So I had the $2,000 loss limit and I had 200 back into my account. That's it. Then I made it back to 600 and then I just lost. Yeah.
I mean, you did recover one account though at one point in time. I know that was super impressive that you were able to dig yourself out of that hole. So you ended up losing that money that day when you were on air?
Yeah, in 20 minutes. I was so upset with myself. And then I'm like, yeah, the last 20 minutes I lost $9,000.
Wow.
And I just couldn't get out of the trade. I'm like, it's going to go up. I was hoping it went past all my indicators, my resistant areas. I should have got out, but I just couldn't. Yeah, it was just bad. At that point, I was gambling. I was like hoping. I was just praying. I was doing everything wrong.
Yeah.
And that was my fault.
Man.
And I'm just going to learn from it. So it's okay.
Sorry. Well, a lot of people in chat are sympathizing with you. I think a lot of people have been there before. Sometimes a trade just gives you the old Medusa stare down and you just get locked and make a decision. So it's funny how that happens. Then you kind of like rewind back in your mind and it's like, what, are they under a spell? Like what happened there? How did I not been able to get myself out of that mindset in that moment? But it is, once it gets a grip on you, my goodness, it's tough. But lots of love in chat for you. So you're getting back on the back into the trading combine. Are you trade copying?
Yeah, I passed 2 today.
One account? Oh.
No, I'm doing individual one. I don't really like trade copying. If I do, it's just very small contracts, maybe 2 on each. But yeah, I'm doing individual accounts. I passed 2 today. I wanted to pass another one with you guys, but yeah, I had problems. I entered a short right now. Yeah, I was gonna enter at 980 for an up to 40 points, but yeah, I had problems with the connection, so I wasn't paying attention.
just got
but yeah,
in.
I'm short right now. Yeah, I
NQ?
got in.
What was
NQ.
your entry and how many times?
I entered at 40 and
40?
I put one contract in. I just want to see how
Okay.
it goes, and if it goes below 30, I'm adding 4 more.
Okay. And what is your current stop, or where are you looking to call this a no trade?
11. 2000, 20,000, 11. So about 30
20,000.
points.
A 30-point stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
20,011
Pretty
as
wide.
in like 20,100?
No, sorry. So, wait, I can't see this. So 20011.
20011. Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, that's your
like
target.
your target. That's your target then.
Oh yeah, that's my target. Sorry, what were you asking?
Gotcha. What's your stop,
stop.
or where
Sorry,
are you
Dave.
looking to exit? You're okay.
Oh, at 50. So
50? Okay.
Oh, so we're pretty
Looks like we just got topped out there.
we're
I did not have my stop losses, so I'm still
Mental
in it,
stop.
but-
But again,
yeah.
trade
So
us a
how much
chance.
drawdown on this are you willing to take? Because I know your mental stop was at 2050 or 20,050. We just hit it.
Yeah, I actually love the surprise action, so I'm gonna add actually 2 more.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
I'm at, yeah, I'm now in 3 at 42.
Okay.
Wow.
And we're just trading minis or micros?
Minis.
Minis? Awesome.
So I have a resistant area on my chart at 33. So
That's VWAP. If you watch VWAP, I think we have VWAP at 3340, 3350 in NQ.
mine is at 16.
Oh. I'm not sure if this is visible. Sorry, this is visible VWAP. That's why it's changing.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so now it says 2019.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, 2019. That's what I have as well. Okay. Don't know how that happened.
So now my stop will be at 52.
Okay.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I like the short possibility. The only thing I'm really looking for, so I broke down to a 15-second time frame. I know that's getting into the weeds again, and not everybody can do that. But what I'd like to see is structure to shift. So we obviously are continuously making higher lows and higher highs. I would like to see a lower low, and then possibly on the retest, I would look at getting short. So I'm looking for more of a what I would call a confirmation entry for us to kind of see some actual shift in structure first. Before I enter. Usually I would enter just off the first retest of supply, but obviously that's well gone at this point, and didn't last very long. But the only thing that I have that I'd be concerned about or be eyeing is the fact that if we do get a little bit of a push higher, there is a next level of supply at around 62 to 75 essentially is another area of basing that led to a breakout lower. So just, we'll see. Hands off for now, but I like the idea of going short. We obviously just created a higher high in terms of like the 1 minute structure that we have, which is this high from 10-11 this morning central, which was at 39. So now once again, if we want to see a possible higher low, we'd want to see a pretty heavy push down to start getting back into the lower 20,000s.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Yeah.
Real bullish.
And I did not notice. I wasn't looking at the charts very well, but yeah. So I look at time frames too. So 9 seems like just a bullish hour. So I should have done better, but it's okay. It's just a trading combine, so
it's all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just one trade.
Just down.
You're obviously sizing, managing risk effectively, giving yourself some room to breathe. Always
Yeah,
trade.
absolutely.
Did you get stopped out or no?
No, not yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad they're still in this one, so it looks like it might be.
Yeah, I'm in profit right now.
Yeah, so here we go.
There we go.
Yep, this is what we're looking for. So we see a rejected high
Strong
on the
resistance.
15 second. So we failed to break above 52 quarter, 52 half. I'd like to see a move down below 41. And then from there, I do expect to get a little bit of a bounce right underneath that low. There is a little base rally that led to a breakout here. So I could see something like, once again, something like this, where you just see a little bit of a break below, a retest to that imbalance, and then a move lower. Now we'll see if we get any continuation with that, though, or whether it's pretty short-lived and buyers pick it right back up.
This is good. I'm liking this trade. I think the shorts are I think it's a really kind of gutsy short, but I think the risk reward could be really good if it can pay off. What's like your typical target? Do you get your targets based off of like point value, or is it mostly just structure?
Mostly structure.
Structure, okay.
Yeah.
And then do you time
Yeah,
stop
I
your
look at
trades?
structure.
So, or did you sit in this thing for like a really long time?
I said it for a long time, yeah.
You're just hands off now, right? You just wait. You're not gonna. Would you be done managing this position, or would you still like walk your stops down if you're gonna manage it?
I'm done.
You're done.
I'm just waiting.
Just like that. Just waiting. Nice.
Yeah. I just want to hit my target until I hit my so I'm going down. I'm waiting for 20 points and then I will be done.
Nice. And so where would
But I
that
did
be?
add
Just
2
so
contracts. So
Yeah.
I'm in 5 contracts at 46. So I'm gonna maybe remove 2 at 35
Okay.
and then let 3 keep going until 22.
5 and then 22. Cool. I just want to get these on my chart here. 1. So you're probably going to get your TP1 pretty soon, and then you said like 23s or so. Cool. So this way.
Yeah. Okay, so I
can
took out
all
2.
play along.
And for
Nice.
the person who said I'm clueless in the chat, I just made $1,000. Let's see if you can do that. And then you can comment all the names you want.
Oh
and
my
not know what
goodness.
I'm doing.
Hey, talk is
Pretty sure I've been
cheap,
funded
chat.
about it.
Talk is cheap, chat. You're gonna. That's awesome. Hey, literally
I mean,
anybody can
even if you think
say.
I'm clueless, it's fine. We're all in this together. I don't know why you have to be so negative. You don't have, it's just
People just
we're all
like
in
to
this
have an
together.
opinion.
We're not in a competition. We're all trying to make money. We're all trying to be successful. I make mistakes sometimes. Like I've been lately buying accounts. I've been gambling sometimes. I've been putting 15 contracts when I shouldn't. I know my mistakes, but it's all psychology at the end of the day. Why are you being mean? Why are you putting the people down? I know what I'm capable of. I've showed it, so stop
Yeah, I
calling
mean,
people names. It's so stupid.
You had a live account. You have a live account.
Yeah.
Also, paid Fatima. Like, just don't say that's a bad trade. Like, at least put some money behind it. That's my pet peeve, Fatima, is when people just say it's a bad trade, but they have no money on it. Like, if you really think I'm in a bad trade or house account's in a bad trade, then legitimately, put the trade on. Put your money where your mouth is and actually, take that risk. It's just so easy. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? A hashtag fame me, bro. Yeah. So at least you got out of those first 2, so that's pretty cool. Oh, my God, we have to go to Top Quiz. Sorry, everybody. Behind schedule.
Okay.
Fatima, thank you so much. That was awesome.
Sure.
Great trading. Chat, be nice. And also be nice to yourself, chat. If you're saying it to another trader, you're probably also saying it to yourself. Gabe, we're going to see you later for Power Hour. Let's get the Top Quiz. We have a special guest. I'm really looking forward to this. One of the best and fastest question answerers in the land. Coming up with Jack for Top Quiz. It's a secret. Go to Top Quiz. Thank you all so much. We'll be back.
Hello, traders. Welcome to Top Quiz. And it's not just any Top Quiz, it's an extremely special Top Quiz because I am joined by none other than Chirogaster. You may know him from his 4 podium wins. His name's around there. How are you doing, Chirogaster, as I will call you?
I'm doing very well. Great to be here with you, Jack. And I'm glad that it's a Jack quiz day and not an Eddie quiz day because I think all 4 of my podium wins are on your questions. It's a nice mix, a little bit of market knowledge, 1 or 2 questions that if you were watching the stream earlier in the day, you might pick up on, and then other stuff that seems to align with all the random information that's in my head. I don't do so
I
well on
hope
Eddie's.
that's the case. That and you look like you weren't born in 1934. So I want to hear the story of the name Chirogaster, but we're going to start the quiz first because it's like the DeLorean going to 88 miles an hour. If we get to 2,000 submissions, weird things can happen. So get in.
Let's get it
I'm going to
rocking and
start it.
rolling.
Yeah, you guys know what the deal is. 55 free resets raffled off to those that get 3 or 4 correct. And the 5 overall winners. Answer the questions on your device. We're on a 6-second delay, me and Mr. K. So we'll just wait a few more seconds here. I'm making fun of questions. I love people of all ages. I'm just reading the comments here. All right, so what do you say? We'll do 1 question and then we'll hear about the origin story of Chirogaster.
That
Ready?
sounds good, and I'm ready.
All right. We can pause between the questions. With that, here we go. All right. It's a hodgepodge today, but fair as always. The first question is, which English Premier League football club, has won the most titles in history? Is it Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, or Arsenal?
I'm gonna go with Arsenal on this one, and that's a guess. It's locking Arsenal.
All right, let's see if it is Arsenal. It was so close.
Oof.
I believe that Arsenal's at 3rd. It was Man U. Manchester United has 20 titles, as it were.
Wow.
I see the Man U. I love the who cares? Well, that's the way questions work. Can't care about all of them. All right, so we'll
that
take a
one
look
you
at the
can buy
leader.
the stock too.
Oh, yeah. Don't know what this means, but Dakota greater than PW, Woozy Woo, Millie Vanilli, Tikosaurus Rex, and Mike 8301. So tell us, what is Chirogaster?
So premise, I love names. I love naming things and kind of coming up with different words. My car, my phone, my Apple TV, they all have names. We won't break those down today. But I
Sure.
was just kind of playing around with some little etymology, thesaurus things, and the best understanding. My understanding, there's a etymology of a word Cairo kind of means like conqueror. I think it comes from Arab etymology, and of course gaster is a Germanic word that means kind of like spirit or ghost. So I thought it was a very fitting spirit conqueror or conqueror of spirit, kind of being in control and conquering your emotions, being a very fitting name for a trading login. And kind of every time I write that out, reminding myself, hey, it's 90% of the game here is being in control of
And as I said once,
the
it sounds
emotions.
like something they try and trap in Ghostbusters. So
And
here
it does
we-
have a fun, edgy ring to it.
yeah. All right. Let's go on to question number 2 here, shall we? Question number 2 is, the original recipe for Coca-Cola did not contain which of these ingredients? Did it not
I know
contain
one ingredient.
cola nuts for caffeine, coca leaf extract for cocaine, vanilla, or lemon juice?
I know one that it did contain, but I'm going to go with it did not have lemon juice.
All right. Well, we're past 6 seconds here. Let's see if that is correct. That is, in fact, correct.
Okay.
It contained. Did you know? I did not know this. That I believe Coca-Cola today still contains some amount of coca leaf something as part of the flavor profile. So
I believe it does. I've heard that, and from what I've read on like a Wikipedia level of research, is that it's not psychoactive. The cocoa leaf needs to be processed in some other way for it to have psychoactive effects.
Yeah, I still have a bunch of coca leaf tea somewhere from when I was in Bolivia, but it's the same thing.
Wow.
It's just like a caffeinated thing.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
headed
that
to
cool.
Costa Rica in a month, so
Get some.
I've never
Say
been
hi to
down to
Michael.
South America. He'll be back before I get there, hopefully, unless he moves there. End of next month.
You never know with him. All right, in jail out soon. And first, that's good. Sparky.
I'll go bail him out if he needs.
Ayo for yayo. How appropriate given
how
the last
fitting.
question. Yeah.
Futures Forever. I've seen that name. It's a repeat.
Once again, if you are want to join in Top Quiz, Futures Forever, or anyone else, let me know. We will do it as evidence here. All right, you're 1 for 2. Let's see if we can get to the free reset here. Okay. Question number 3. Which of these cities is farthest east? Is it Detroit, Atlanta, Nashville, or Chicago? I think I've asked this before. It's one of my favorite trivia questions.
That's got to be Detroit, which feels weird, but I'm going with Detroit.
Okay, well, we're within it right here. The answer is Detroit.
Nice. Okay, and that was me trying to draw a vertical line on the map in front of me.
Yeah. One of my favorite trivia questions is that Detroit is, in fact, east of Atlanta. If you don't believe me, look at a map. I assure you that.
That's the line I did in my head there. I pointed at Atlanta and drew out. And I'm not a geography person, but trust the intuition. It'll take you far enough.
Right on. Okay. So we are through 3 questions. We got at the top of the board Dannon, MFO1, Green Day, Zap, and Guri. All right. Are you ready for the final question here, Kyle Gaster?
Let's see if I can put up 3.
Okay. I think you might. This is the last question. In the 1983 film Trading Places, Winthorpe and Valentine corner the market in what futures product? Is it pork bellies, jarred pickles, frozen concentrated orange juice, or the NQ?
I haven't seen the movie, but it's got to be pork bellies, unless it's OJ. But I got to go pork bellies first. First guess, pork bellies. Lock it in.
Oh well, you got to see the movie.
Is it
It's a
OJ?
good film. It is. Yeah, frozen concentrated orange juice. They corner the market in that. That's where the turn the machines back on thing comes from. But
Trading Places. Okay.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, great film. Let's see who the winners are for today.
I'm interested.
He was the king of the 80s. Third place today, Chickles. All right. Second place, Big Bids. First place, Blake. All right, Blake.
Nice, Blake.
Yeah. Take my yes and Saraban. Nicholas says awful questions today, Jack. Always a pleasure. Only the most
These
awful.
are good questions. These are good questions.
Yeah. Well, Kyle Graster, thank you so much for coming on today and being only 2 people have accepted that invitation so far. So
thank you for having me.
Awesome on your part.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
All right. Well, stay in touch. We could have you back sometime for another quiz. But it's near noon right now, which means we got to turn things over to Shoulder Tap. I'll be on that along with, I need to look at the schedule before, but I believe that it is me searching for time. It is me and Ben today. Then JD and Hoag are doing group coaching. Andre A is joining for the 1 o'clock segment. And then we are closing down the day with Power Hour, which will be featuring Dolby Gabe and Justin Warline. So stick around. We'll be back right after that. Kyra Gasser, thanks again, man. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Jack. Take it easy.
What's going on, lunch crew? It's Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Ben. Big day. I'm looking at the NQ right now and thinking about what could have been if we waited a little longer to get into that long, but good call out by Nick for a tick. What have some of our traders been catching today, Ben?
Yeah, hi Jack. It's good to be on with you today, and lots of activity, internal movements, traders, things flying around all over the place. So yeah, lots of trading activity from our live traders. We've got I know the house account just took a small loser, but given the trade that took place end of day yesterday, really killer trade into Power Hour. That was awesome to see. So. Small losers and big winners. That's the recipe, right? So small winner, the live house account. I'd love to see us protect that, big gain from yesterday and not give it back today. But yeah, some small losses across the board. Dakota was up a little bit, down at the moment. Haven't checked to see if he has a current position on. He's been doing fantastically. Just to give him a quick shout out. It seems like every time the risk team starts talking about adjusting his risk parameters, talking to him about that, he gets right out of that drawdown and takes a U-turn towards new equity highs. So not quite there yet, but thanks Dakota for doing what you do, trading responsibly and getting back on the right track. We love seeing it. Tanya trades up, also a solid U-turn. She was down earlier today, up a cool $700 in the live account. So love that. Nick for a tick, big $5,500 day, also impressive. Raphael S, 55 grand as well. His account balance is finally got all of those funds from the XFAs over. He's got about $140,000 account balance at the moment. Ooh. So definitely want to see him continue to score some winning days and then take another big payout from that value. Pin Sin, another $2,000 day, and Felipe B up $4,000. So lots of winning trades on the boards for live traders. Of course, there's always a good amount of red too. But yeah, cool, exciting stuff, and lots of volatility. It looks like for day trading today.
Dakota definitely has that Jordan style dog in him. Did you watch the Last Dance?
Oh yeah.
The Netflix.
Great.
Yeah, it's I don't think Dakota drinks, but it's like you can just imagine him with that cup of tequila or whatever Jordan has, just waiting for the haters to come in, the risk managers, and be like, well, I told you,
Yeah.
Love that trade. That's the right sort of revenge.
Yeah, no doubt. It's funny how resilient he is to all the chatter. I mean, he does trading live accounts is hard enough. He does it live on, online with all these people watching. That's incredible that he does as well as he does while live trading. And he gets all kinds of, armchair quarterbacks and hate messages and all these things. And it never seems to faze him. But as soon as the risk team calls him to talk about risk parameters, he goes into kill mode and just puts up 15 grand like that the next day.
I remember it. It's like he just, and then Ben called me and I took that personally, and then just shows us what he can do.
Yeah, he's got the cigar in hand, and I took that personally. That's a good call.
Jordan is a maniac. Anyway, we got a couple cards today, and if there's time left over, we can take a few questions or talk about some topic and risk. But what are we showing today, Ben?
Yeah, we've got two really interesting trading cards I want to go over. They're similar in some ways, but very different in others. So we can start with Joyun. Joyun L is trading with us from Taiwan. We've got a lot of Taiwanese traders. Love our traders from Taiwan. He's been trading at a 50K XFA. It was just called up to live yesterday. Trading the NASDAQ. We know the NASDAQ is the most popular product for our traders that we offer. And average daily P&L, almost $1,600 and an 83% average winning day. Now, Jack, if you've moved down low enough already to see the trading days, I know what you'll have to say about that, especially when it comes to the reward to risk ratio, that 7-to-1 ratio. I hesitated to even put that on this card because that's not realistic to expect that over a significant volume of trades and period of time. But you got to call a spade a spade. He's been crushing it, really managing the downside. That $1,000 per trade average winner is great, but only $139 per average loser is really something to be celebrated, especially when you're trading a product like the NQ, the actual E-mini, not just the micros. Having a 3-minute hold time on your losing trades and only taking an average of $139 loss, that's amazing. That tells me that Joy Yoon's got very excellent trade location, because to only take that small of a loss and have it work out, or not work out in your favor after 3 minutes, and holding on to those winners for 14 minutes, significantly longer than the losers, is fantastic. So there's a lot of, despite the small amount of time they've been trading this live account, really been able to crush it. There's some other, the devil's in the details, I think is the saying. There's some other details around how Joy Yoon has been managing their time in TopStep, the accounts that they have, and so on. Hasn't had a tremendous amount of accounts with us since 2022, and a good portion of that volume is actually practice accounts. Joy Yoon's using practice accounts for 2 to 3 weeks at a time before either passing that practice account or losing it. So actively involved in practice accounts, and then profitable trading in the XFA. I think that shows a lot of maturity. It shows, you're willing to try out new things, but also do so in a risk responsible manner by using those practice accounts. So lots of subtleties to this trading and this trader that we really liked. Really consistent trading volumes as well. You look up and down that trade report, Jack, and you're going to see very consistent numbers in the total contracts traded. So lots of really positive things to say about this. And love that he's cutting the losing trades quickly and for small amounts. The only thing I really want to drive home going forward into this live account is, it says it right there at the bottom of the card, dance with the one who brought you. Far too often we see traders, XFA traders, who are called up to live, and then for whatever reason, I don't know if there's internal pressure they apply to themselves, or just the small subtleties and differences in those live markets, they start doing different things, start taking different strategies, different trades, and it's written all over the trade reports when we see that. So we'll monitor that closely, but don't change anything. This is really excellent trading. Market conditions may change. You may see some losses, but just be diligent about managing that downside, and Joy Yoon will have, I would say, a long and prosperous trading journey in this live account. So outside of the lack of trading days that we can look at, Jack, what thoughts do you have when you look at these trade reports?
There's a lot of cool things on this card. First and foremost, you were talking about the transition from XFA to live. This to me looks like a card that, if they keep doing the same thing, should do well. Where I get worried sometimes is when we see an XFA account be brought up to live that has an absurd amount of trades, right? On all of these days, all right, we're looking at 12 days in the XFA. Never more than 8 trades. It's like 2, 4, 6, 8. It's when I start seeing people that have 70 trades or something like that I'm thinking, okay, this might be something that will get you chewed up a little bit when you're facing the live markets. Like, I don't know how durable a strategy like that is, but this looks very good. I'm now obsessed with the column that shows the P&L high and P&L low. Well, first, it's great to see a 50K account. And in this 50K account with a $1,000 loss limit, they made $5,000 in one of these days, and consistently putting up days that are more than $1,000 than the loss limit. Hit the DLL once, cut the other losing day at 821. But getting back to that P&L high and low, I don't see any day that has a huge swing. I don't see the day that I see on some cards where it's like, okay, they were flat at some point, up a bunch of money, and then cannonball to the other side. I can also see from this that they're being good about cutting losers, because I see a lot of P&L lows for the day that are like negative $5.60, negative $31. That tells me that they are not lennying their losers, right? It's not working, they're getting out. This is really one of the more impressive cards I've seen as far as the risk reward. Um, you're right in saying that you can't go on forever probably with a 50% winning trade average at 7-1. They probably caught some big pieces of it at some point. I think this is also maybe one that I've said before how the winning trade thing can get slightly skewed by some people bring their stops to break even slightly positive, some slightly negative. If I had to guess, it looks like this person is taking a small loss, maybe if they bring it to it, which decreases the value of their losers. But really fantastic card here.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'll give you kudos as well, Jack. I know you've looked at enough of these trade reports. You're someone, because you often host this segment, you're in there dissecting the data on those trade reports. And there's so much to be gathered around, what your winning days and your losing days look like, hold times. We try to pack those trade reports with a lot of information. I know we have plans to build that out even further and give our traders even more insights, which is really exciting. But if you aren't doing the bare minimums of going in and looking at your own trade reports, looking at your trading history through your TopStep dashboard and seeing, what do my winning days look like? What do my losing days look like? If you're someone who puts on 1 or 2 winning trades and that's a winning day for you and you walk away happy, I made my $600. And then on the losing days, you've got 15 trades, you traded 50 contracts and you hit your DLL. That tells you a lot, and you have to be open to, and humble enough to take something away from that and figure out what you're going to do, implement some rules or a plan to change that behavior, because so much of this is behavioral based. So definitely go through and look at your own trade reports at a minimum. You could post those in Discord, ask for experienced traders, hey, could you take a look at my, trade report data? Tell me what you see. Tell me what you think I'm, doing wrong, doing right, just based on this information. You have to pursue self-improvement relentlessly in this game in order to stay on top of and stay profitable over time. So, you're a good example of that, Jack, of what looking at these cards over and over again can really do for you, and be able to dissect what someone may be doing, or a trend, positive or negative, that you're seeing over a series of a couple of days or weeks. We love seeing this card, and lots of positive stuff here.
Before we go to the next card, glad they took a payout as well. I'll just say this, and I may, if I thought about this more, I might come up with others, but it doesn't display any of what I would call the 3 warning signs I see on the cards, even if there's good performance. And those 3 warnings to me are lots of trades, either lots of trades, trading huge size and banging into the loss limit until you get a big winner would be the other. And then the third would be having an extraordinarily high winning trade percentage with a whack ratio, because I worry about those in a live market. But great stuff. We'll have to follow up on this card because I love it.
Most definitely. Let's keep it moving. Rodolfo A is our next trading card to feature. Trading with us from Corona, California. Man, that looks like a lovely place to live. I haven't seen the thumbnail just yet, but yeah, Corona, California. Also a NASDAQ trader. I mentioned there's some similarities here. NASDAQ trader, 50K XFA that was just called up. They were called up 2 days ago instead of yesterday, but very different path to get to the live account. So average daily P&L $380, and a winning day percentage lower than that 83% we just saw. 67% winning days and 65% winning trades. But the reward to risk ratio is positive. It's a 1.4 reward for every 1 risk. So love seeing that, especially paired up with that winning trade percentage, and only averaging 2 trades a day, 1 contract per trade. Another really, really healthy and even larger data set, 36 trading days completed. I almost missed it, Jack, when I was going through the trade reports. I'm trying to dig up every bit of valuable information out of these reports. And it hit me at the last second. They do not trade every day. They'll actually go several days at a time without taking a trade. So despite there being 36 trading days, that's actually across a couple of months. Really, really incredible. I can tell you of all of the trade reports that I look at, I mean, dozens, hundreds a day sometimes, there is very, very few traders that we have in our program who skip days, multiple days at a time, and don't show up and just put trades on. I love that. I think it shows a lot of maturity. I think it shows a lot of selectivity and not letting trading necessarily dominate your life, which trading is fun. Trading is exciting. It's an opportunity to make money. But if you're not seeing your setup, or if you are doing something else that your life demands, right? You're at the doctor that day. You've got to do something with the kids, whatever it may be. You're not sitting there trying to put on trades, from your phone without the full setup, trading setup, and the setup in the markets potentially. So I'm not sure exactly what is leading to that. All I know is it's a positive sign on the path to consistent profitability. So can't say enough about that. That was the main point I wanted to talk about today, is be willing to be disciplined enough to sit out when your setup isn't present or the conditions are not optimal for you, market conditions or personal conditions based on what's going on in your life. So I suppose that's enough about that component, but really like seeing that just steady, profitable trading behaviors overall that we're seeing from Rodolfo. And, hold times about a half hour on the winners and slightly less on the losers. All really positive stuff. Rodolfo's also paid himself out aggressively the whole way. So taking a total of 5 payouts and $10,221 in total on those payouts. So freaking love it. Love seeing our traders pay themselves aggressively. What else do you have, Jack?
Well, it's great to see another 50K account. Great numbers. By limiting the losses on 2 days, they just barely avoided the club DLL, which is okay. It looks like they might be going into trades similar to how MP trades, with a sort of like static loss limit, because I see a lot of the same numbers, occur for the losers. They're trading NQ, and I see a lot of the same numbers show up as far as their losses. Like they have some tick limit, which is fine. But maybe, definitely have a personal loss limit or how much you're willing to risk on a trade, but maybe try and find places that invalidate it. Overall, though, this is really great because I'm fine with them. Once again, my rule, what we're working on the house account, is don't lose something until you've proven that you can make more than that. And you can see with the average winning day being over $1,000, that's over the loss limit. So that's pretty good as long as you can keep up, a winning percentage around there. And 65% is doable. It's when it gets above 70% that I start to wait for the inevitable decline. But this is good. A few decently big days of like 2K to 4K. Losses are controlled. It's a solid card. And as you mentioned, not many trades each day. They've been in this account since April 19th, it looks like. And on more than half the days, it's just one trade, maybe 2. So I like the selectivity there.
Yeah, that's the common theme between both of the cards we talked about today. That selectivity is awesome. We talk about it so often on this broadcast. Drive that point home over and over again. Create a trading plan and then have the discipline to stick to that plan. Let the chips fall where they will. And, if you're trading something that maybe isn't a profitable strategy under certain market conditions, that's something you can study and refine. But exactly as you said earlier, Jack, when you get in and just start, blasting out 20, 30, 40 trades in a day, and maybe 10 the following day, maybe 80 the day after that, there's that screams right away that there's not really a plan, that we're going in and kind of just taking swings, taking stabs at profitability. Maybe it works out that day, maybe it doesn't, but that's not a way to build long-term consistency, which should ultimately be the goal for every trader. It's not to get some big payout once and bleed out over the coming months. It's to create a system where you can build that equity curve over time and continue to pay yourself years down the line, not just weeks down the line. So, yeah, love it. Two great traders that are going to be called up to live, and we'll continue to highlight them as we see the good, the bad, and the ugly going forward.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, I'm, taking stuff from here and trying to apply it to what we're doing in the house account. I mentioned earlier that one of the warning signs that we see is just banging on that daily loss too much. The daily loss, it's like a sometimes food on your diet, right? It's
Yeah.
should be like the special occasion when you have the reason to do it is when you lose it. It shouldn't be, every time. You can tell I'm hungry
Right.
for lunch. It's like ice cream. And I think that we've been doing too much of this. So I'm really focused right now on cutting our losers or finding um, justification in the market, not just to blindly, oh, we have this much, we're in. Let's lose this
Right.
much. So something I've been thinking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, I like that idea. And, Dakota's a great example of that. He finds a location, a zone, as he talks about, and he'll scale into that. You don't have to take all of your size at once and have a wide stop and just kind of let it play out. You can add to it over time. There's a million different ways to day trade. And I'm glad that we're exploring ways to increase profitability in this house account, because ultimately, the money, the profits that we are able to churn out are going to go to a good cause. So, we'll continue to monitor the house account and provide any kind of colorful feedback that we can over time. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to think about that. And we'll have to be honest because we got smacked around pretty good at the beginning of this month. And so we've been doing some soul searching. Obviously, the last 2 days have helped us dig out of that hole by and large. But it's always good to reflect on these things. So we would take some questions, but I feel like we don't have too much more time unless I see something in the chat here real quick. Because any questions here we could also throw into. We got group coaching next with JD and Hoag, so there'll be more time for questions then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there a max days? When in the XFA, is there a max number of days one has to trade the account? No.
Nope. No,
Trade as long as you want.
I can speak to that briefly. I know that's a question we get all the time about, the process for calling XFA traders, up into a live account. There's a lot of different factors. Brett, myself, the rest of the risk team, every day we, evaluate a list of XFA accounts that meet certain criteria. We have to filter out some of that. Otherwise we would spend weeks, just to review one set of XFAs for the day. But you have to clear certain criteria, and then you appear on a list, and we go through and look at those trade reports. We see, what your profitability has been over time. We look at number of trading days. A lot of the things that you hear us talk about on these trading cards are exactly the criteria that we want to see from traders. And it's a discretionary proprietary process that the risk team goes through every single day to get you called up. So there's no hard and fast line in the sand. If you hit this number of days, you'll be called up. If you have this winning trade percentage, you'll be called up. Every case is unique. Every trader is unique, and we want to pull the best up into live accounts.
Yeah. I think sometime we'll head out soon, but maybe we'll show some anonymous reports of what we're not looking for, perhaps, because, we're true to our word as far as like the rules are like ultimately everyone's a big boy and big girl out there. Within the rules, you can do what you want, but there are definitely cards we see that are like, okay, this is, as Dolby's talked about, playing the meta game of combines or gambling, things like that. So it's a little bit of everything, but glad we got to see two good traders today. And with that, Ben, thank you. We're going to take a quick break and be back with JD and Hoag to take any question you'd like about life, about romance, about your car, but probably about trading. We'll be back in like a minute with that. So stick around. We got an afternoon of good stuff coming. We'll see you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. It's that time of day again where we take your questions, you, the traders, and we answer them live on TopstepTV. I'm JD behind the scenes. You're staring down the barrel of John the Goat Hoagland right now. Hoag, good afternoon. We got your questions, folks. We couldn't pin the form to the chat today because we have the fire drill link pinned up there. I hope everybody filled that out to get yourself a free reset.
Mm-hmm.
But we shared it in the chat quite a few times, and we got a couple good questions. So, Hoag, anything you want to talk about before we get started? I know Jack in the last segment said we'd be fielding questions about life and love and whatever's on your mind. But let's start with the questions and Lincolns.
Yeah.
We could start with that, or we could go right into the questions submitted for us.
There you go. Oops. Whenever you are, JD.
Cool. Here we go. First question comes from Steve, and it's a loaded one. Hoag, how do you identify a reversal? Well, there's quite a few ways to try identify reversals. You've got volume, you've got open interest, you have price action, you have trends. There's, as you would say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but yeah, there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, right? But Hoag, what's your favorite way for identifying a reversal in the markets?
Well, my favorite way is to successfully trade a reversal, and it's typically not going to be that easy. But just looking at this chart, okay, this is the S&P. This is a 30-minute chart. I see several reversal patterns here. We have a bearish piercing pattern right here. These two bars, we have the green up bar followed by a red down bar where the close of the next down red bar is more than 50% below the halfway mark of the previous up bar. So this is a bearish piercing pattern, and we can see in this case, did it play? Well, it actually did. It actually did play. So, that is one reversal pattern. Here we just had, and again, this is on the 30-minute chart. When we came off the highs on this 30-minute chart, this is a bearish engulfing pattern. In other words, the green candle body is completely engulfed by the next red candle body, above and below the candle body on that. That is a bearish engulfing. There's lots of different ways to be thinking about this, and they all can be useful in multiple time frames. Here is the head and shoulders pattern, which is typically going to be a reversal pattern on a daily chart. We have price moving up. We put up the left shoulder, the head, and the right shoulder. This becomes valid when price breaks through the neckline, and you can measure the move by just taking the top of the head to the neckline, and then taking the move from the neckline down, which brought us down to $73. And it took a while, but eventually this reversal pattern did finish to its expected outcome, which would be a measured move in essence. We have Dakota that's always looking for three bar reversals. Let's see if we can find a 3-bar reversal. I know we saw one not too long ago. This is a 5-minute chart, so maybe if I look at let's see if we can't find one here on the 5-minute chart.
What does a 3-bar reversal look like?
Well, it's usually 2 bars, and then one of the next bar opens and then opens below and then closes above the previous two bars. It's kind of looks a little bit like this, but I wouldn't call this a textbook 3-bar reversal. I think we saw one in gold. This might be kind of a 3-bar reversal. We have the one down bar and two up bars, and they're not really. This could be a 3-bar reversal here. Let's take a closer look at this. So we have price moving up. You got a bar that this is a down bar, but it has a higher low and a higher low and a lower high. This one has a higher high and a higher low. The next bar takes out the candle bodies here. I would call this probably a pretty decent 3-bar reversal, and it's also in a manner of speaking a bearish engulfing pattern. So this is a move to the upside, 3-bar reversal / bearish engulfing pattern, and price does continue to move to the downside. So there are so many different ways to look at and to find potential reversals. And they're in one way. Here we go. This is another way we can find reversals, and this is just a different way to look at things. This is the market profile. And yesterday, we had a failed downside auction. In other words, the market ranged for the first hour. It looked below the initial balance, which is the range for the first hour, and did not continue. It was rejected swiftly. The market came back inside the initial balance, never revisited this excess low here. And this is a potential reversal pattern. It's called a failed downside auction. Price looked lower, was swiftly rejected, and then the market kind of rotated pretty much higher for the rest of the session. So these are all different reversal patterns, and there's lots of different books. There's lots of different things on the internet. If you just Google, technical analysis reversal patterns, you're going to get a whole bunch of reversal patterns that you're going to probably remember some of them. Sometimes they're not always going to work, because there's nothing that is always going to work. And rarely do we see two situations set up and resolve exactly the same in trading. I don't know that I've ever seen two situations or reversals or continuations or anything like that played out exactly like something I have seen before. So we're always working in probabilities and managing risk. And a good reversal pattern can help you manage the risk. If the reversal pattern doesn't play out right, the trade is then invalidated, and then you've got to look for your next setup. But Steve, there's a lots and lots, as JD was saying, lots of different ways to identify a reversal pattern. Just look online, look at some books, look at there's all kinds of different reversal patterns. And are they always going to work? No. Do they help limit risk? Yes. Do you want to learn as much about them as you can? Absolutely. And I hope that the few things that we just looked at here are going to help you in the long run, Steve. Good question.
Excellent question, Steve. And we got a follow-up question from Momo Man in the chat. He's asking, what time frame do you look for these patterns on? Example, 3-bar reversal relative to the time frame on which you're executing. Well, these patterns, they really do exist on any time frame. Charting purists will tell you that the higher the time frame, the more reliable the pattern, but that's not always necessarily true either. And at the same time, if you're trading on a 3-minute chart and you're trading a pattern that you spot and you're in a trade for more than a half hour, you might want to consider reevaluating, because if you're trading on a shorter time frame, you're not really looking to be in a trade for that long. You know what I mean? Same is true for trading on higher time frames. If you're seeing profit very swiftly, looking at higher time frames, see profit take profit type of mentality. That's how I go about it. Any follow-up for that one, though, Hoag? What time frames do you prefer? Anything?
Well, I mean, I'm always, going from 40,000 feet. I look at the weekly, I look at the daily, I look at the 4 hour, the hourly, the 30-minute, and that. But you can't do that all at once. You've got to kind of prepare, what's going on in the longer context, and then look for your opportunities in shorter time frames. The thing about the bigger the time frame that you're seeing these reversal patterns are, probably going to have to establish a little bit bigger risk because you're in the longer time frame. But if you can see a reversal in a longer time frame, and you see another reversal in a shorter time frame, you're getting confluence there, and that can be a decent way to see reversals over multiple time frames, and those could be some of your probably more powerful and hopefully profitable opportunities.
Perfect. Again, thank you for the question, Steve, and thanks for the follow-up, Momo Man. Let's get moving on. Next, we got a question about VWAP, Hoag. Ellis is curious. What are the standard most commonly used input values for VWAP? As in, which values are most traders using? Any idea there? For the source and anchor period and the settings on TopstepX. That's what he's looking at. The settings on TopstepX.
So what most people are looking at is open, high, close. Hang on one second. Let's take a look at this. All right. So here is the setting input. What Brian Shannon has taught us is when he's anchoring VWAP, he's using the open, high, low, close divided by 4. There's a high, low, close, which is by 3, high, low divided by 2. But he is saying that the probably the right and most accurate way to do it is open, high, low, close divided by 4. So that's what I've got set on my anchored VWAP. So I'm always using the open, the high, the low, and the close divided by 4, and that's the point where you want to put your anchored VWAP. Pretty sure that you can do that on the other VWAP that's here. Input. Oh, this one's at a high, low, close. Let's go open, high, low, close, and save that. It's not going to change things all that much on the VWAP that's anchored at the 5:00 p.m. Central Chicago time open, but we want to be as exact as we can in a very unexact environment, right? So I'm thinking that's the answer you were looking for, Ellis. Hopefully that is going to help.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say a majority of traders don't stray too far from the default settings on VWAP. And in TopstepX, I believe those default settings are high, low, close divided by 3, anchored to the session. It's a session VWAP, high, low, close divided by 3. So if you're looking for the most popular, I would say that the default setting would be the most popular, and that would be the default setting on TopstepX. Hope that helps you, Ellis. All right, next up we've got Rooster. Rooster says, we get those MOC numbers at the end of the day. What does the number mean, and do those numbers give traders a sense of direction for the end of the session? In other words, if there are more buyers, would we expect a spike up? If there are more sellers, will we expect a spike down? It's most likely not that simple, but just trying to see if that number could possibly give us an edge in that last few minutes till close where the volatility is very high. Thank you for answering my question and all of your wisdom every day. From Rooster. So there is some nuance to those MOC numbers. So a guy like guys like David Green and Peter Tuchman, they're aware of those MOC orders long before we ever get them at 2:50 Central Time. They're looking at them starting at 1:00 Central Time. And there's services out there that you can pay for that actually track those MOC imbalances starting at 1:00 Central Time. So there are a lot of traders out there getting that information before we get it and using that to sort of put their positions on going into the end of the day as those MOC numbers build. And what the MOC actually is it's the dollar amount of stock that needs to be bought or sold on the close of the New York Stock Exchange. But again, like I said, there are services out there that provide those numbers starting a lot earlier than we get them. So it's kind of a different game. You do see the volatility spike as the number comes out at 255 every day. But some people get a heads up or get a lead up to that. We don't offer that service here. But Hoag, anything else you want to share there?
Yeah. Excellent explanation of it, by the way, JD. You know, having that information prior to the execution of the orders, one might think would give you an edge. And great if you can find it. I have rarely, if ever, found that information to be wildly profitable or even useful. Sometimes you'll get, a billion to the buy side and the market doesn't move or even goes the other direction. It's just like anything in trading ACH, anything can happen. I like to know what side they're on, especially if I'm in a position or thinking about getting into a position at the end of the day like that, which typically I'm not going to be doing. But, if I'm in a position and I see that there's, 1.5 billion to the buy side and I'm long, it might encourage me to try and squeeze out a few more points or a few more ticks on that trade if I understand that there's going to be some heavy buying coming into the end of the day like that with the MOCs. But the people that have those services, JD and I actually know one who has a business kind of based on that. And does it work all the time? No. Never been able to really find a way to take advantage of it in a very short time frame. But Rooster, if you find a way, let us know.
We are all ears. There was a follow-up question in the chat. Chris wants to know, do you think the MOC can help with a bias for a swing trade overnight? Yeah, that's possible. If you saw a very large imbalance, anything under $1 billion is small, but if you were to see something in the $6 to $7 billion range, that might give you some insight into overnight price action going into the early morning New York session also. So just something else to think about. Thanks for the question, Rooster, and for the follow-up in the chat. All right, next up, we've got DaCosta. DaCosta wants to know, can we see the volume profile as you showed it in today's TV show in Topstep X? It was shown per candlestick. I'm trying to learn how to use it in Topstep X. Thank you very much. Topstep X volume profile. You got it up right now, don't you? Nope, you don't.
Yes. Well,
you do. Yep.
Yeah. So for the volume profile on Topstep X, you go to the indicators and choose or search for volume profile fixed range. I'm going to click on that and then just move this out of the way. And there's the 830 bar. So if I want it to start on the open, I click on that and then just drag it out to the end of the session here so far. So that's going to give me the volume profiles on Topstep X. But I have a feeling DaCosta is talking about the market profile, which is not yet available on Topstep X. It is in development. I don't have a timeline for when that's going to become available. However, that's the market profile, and he was just something in the question. JD, it says, drawing it but per candlestick, and that's not volume profile. That's TPO profile. Just keep watching on Topstep X, and there is a video that I did a while back about market profile. I'll drop the link in the chat for you and for everybody so you can learn a little bit more about it. And I do have some suggestions on getting a little bit deeper into that with some of the videos, and that's something we'll think about doing. And DaCosta, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is just a different platform. That's why I'm able to see these market profile, PPO charts. And yeah, you can split it so you can, it can look like more like a 30-minute chart. But yeah, they're not currently available on TopstepX. We are working on getting them. I'm looking very much forward to having them on TopstepX. So we get a little bit more people, with the ability to look at them and to learn how to use that information, because it's market generated information. Yep. Thank you for the question, DeCosta.
Yep, appreciate it. All right, there's two questions that you wanted to hit in particular, Hoag. First one from James Bond, clever name. All right, Mr. Bond would like to know, after trying for a while, I passed the combine and got my first XFA 2 weeks ago. After getting my first XFA, I can't trade it like I did in the combine. Fear of entering trades leads to missing trades and FOMO thereafter. Today, the XFA was blown. I'm so depressed. Please help me.
Well, JD, you know what I got to bring up?
And, yep. There it is.
So, as an able-bodied person, if you were to be asked to walk the length of this little balance beam as it lays on the floor, it would probably be pretty easy for you. You might even be able to dance across it or run across it, whatever it is. The reason you're able to do that task is because it's right on the floor and there's very little risk of injury, very little risk. And that's just in some random sim account. You've already gotten through the next level, which is raising that balance beam a couple of feet off the floor. The process is the same, going from end to end. But now you're probably going to be a little bit more cautious, because if you were to fall off or you were to roll your ankle, there is the risk of injury, just like trading, right? If you're in a random sim account, there's no risk of injury. You're in a trading combine, you have skin in the game. There is risk of injury. Then when you get through the trading combine and you get to the XFA or a funded account, it's the same process going from end to end. Now it's just a little bit more risky because now it's 4 feet off the floor. And if you fall off, there is a greater risk of injury. So you've heard us all say it from time to time here, that when we are when we move from level to level, or we're trying to increase our risk or trying to trade bigger, all you really want to do is dance with the one you brung. If you can maintain what you were doing in the trading combine and then maintain what you were doing there in the XFA, and then in the XFA to the funded account, you've got a much better opportunity or chance at continued success in that regard. So it's just really the fact that you are feeling like you're more at risk of injury because you're in the XFA, and that is causing that trepidation for getting into trades and FOMO and a lot of those things. Now, there are a lot of other things that can lead to missing trades and FOMO and all those things. But if you're successful at trading it through the trading combine, and if you were just able to kind of treat it just like you were treating things in the trading combine, and your strategies continue to pay, there's nothing that says you can't build an empire with those current strategies. So try and get it out of your head that you are actually, able to make money. Your risk of injury, while it may seem greater in the XFA, you always have the opportunity to come back to it. And it's a process, James. The folks, they get into the XFAs. It may take them a couple before they get their first payout. And after they get their first payout, maybe they continue to trade well. They get into the funded account and hopefully they're off and running. But it's just being able to keep your mind calm, to stay centered, to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Always just thinking about where is the next good trade, and then just taking that trade. The dad wisdom at the end of the day today. I'll put it up now because I think it really fits this. It's the things you don't do that you'll regret, not the things that you do. So when you're putting on a trade in the XFA, you understand what the risk is. You don't have to risk everything on that trade. You can recognize, if price comes here, it's probably telling me that the trade is no longer valid and I need to look for the next opportunity. So when it comes to, missing trades or double clutching and not taking trades, I get it. It happens to all of us. But the risk going in. I think part of the problem is that every loss seems like an absolute disaster to everybody, but it's just part of the game. It's just part of the game. So take the trades, James Bond. Forget about the fact that it's an XFA next time you're there. And, I'm going to be looking very much forward to seeing you successful for a long period of time. Just, somebody, I think, put it to me this way, if I could just trade carefree, not care less, I'd be much better at this. And it's really kind of true. You have to just take everything with a grain of salt. And if you've got a good strategy and you're taking the good trades, it always seems to me like when I double clutch on a trade, it's probably really going to be a good trade. And if I jump in too early or if it's too obvious, those typically are not going to be the good trades. So take the trades, James. You got this. You got the XFA. You'll do it again. Let go. Don't be depressed. It happens to all of us. You got this, James. You got this. JD, thank you.
Thanks, Hoag. We appreciate you and everything you say. James, keep us apprised of your progress going forward. We'd love to hear your story. Moving on. All right. With that, folks, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thank you, Hoag, for taking those questions, and thank all of you for submitting your questions. We'll be back again tomorrow for our final group coaching of the week. Stick around, though. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with Getting an Edge with Andre. Andre from Edgeful is here. Coach Robert and myself will be in there talking markets, a little trading psychology, and maybe we'll find something to do with the house account also. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Dolby, Gabe, and Justin Werline. So stick around for that. Short break. We're going to be right back.
Greetings, traders. Welcome back. As JD says, you made it. I'm going to be on the front end of this thing, driving the show. A little bit of twist here because JD's in the background, so he's going to have to listen to me most of the time. Usually he's got the questions here, but beyond that, in the middle, the man in the middle is Andre, and he is with Edgeful. He's been on a couple of times. I use his product. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about his trading combine that he's doing right now. We'll be talking trader psychology. And in the green room, right before we came on, he said he's got a little surprise for us. So we're not going to do that now. Let's just turn it over. JD, I talk to you all the time. So let's go to Andre. How are you doing today, Andre?
I'm doing great. I'm very happy to be on. Thank you for having me. Love to be here. Love to talk to you guys. It's been very busy with Edgeful, trying to make sure we're building out a lot of the features for futures traders. Originally, it was built for stocks. Like I trade options primarily, so we want to make sure we're always listening to our users to develop it in a way that they're going to use. So, been very busy. Not trading too much recently. I haven't honestly had the time, but it's been great. No complaints, and complain for being busy, right?
No complaints for being busy, and that's just like all of us. You know, we all like to trade, and it's a pretty busy show. I do see that you have a trading combine, and like you said, there's not a lot in there, but you're not doing bad. 60% win rate. I'm only down a few bucks here, down a couple hundred on the combine. So that's not bad. And I believe me, everybody here can speak to it, and chat to is like, man, we know what it's like when we get busy. And that's those setups come. We're just talking about that. JD, how's your day going?
You know me, I'm busy from bell to bell. Even before the bell, I get in here at 6 o'clock in the morning, putting everything together. Wow. There's a lot of pre-production work that goes into the show, and then a little bit afterwards too. So, yeah, all of our days here in production are pretty busy, but I still get a little time to check in on the markets here and there. No trades yet today for me. I do have my live account up. We don't have access to the house account right now, but I was thinking maybe we could spend some time scouting a trade setup for the guys in Power Hour, make their jobs a little easier. If you're up for it, going towards the end.
Yeah, let's do that. We just thought we want to make sure we stay on the markets. So the welcoming is done. Looks like the NQ just dumped off a little bit here. We were up around, was this 20,065 ish, and it bounced down to like 19,995 ish. So about 30-point drop right there. 70 point. What am I talking about? So yeah, Andre, you're going to help us out and potentially get us over a couple of ideas if they are around for our house account trade. And you've seen this before. It's just for those who don't know, we poll the audience. We talk about it's a joint account. So whoever it is pulling the trigger on the next session, the next segment, looks like it's going to be Dobie driving there. It's not his choice. He's pulling the trigger. It's the choice group community effort. So Andre, let's hear from you. Let's kick right back to you. Use your tools. Talk us through it. See if you have anything that's ready to line up, and we will make a note, and we will let the Power Hour folks know. So take it away.
Perfect. So first thing that stands out to me right now is that we've broken the previous day's high, the previous New York session high. In terms of regular trading hours, this is something when you kind of zoom out a little bit here, I am looking at where are we relative to previous day. And within Edgeful, we have a report called the previous day's range. So now I can go to NQ here. I can look at the New York session, which is the one we're obviously looking at right now. And the trailing 1 year, for every time the previous day's high is broken, 64% of the time, today will close green. So kind of looking for more of a bullish bias here in terms of the day and the rest of the day, especially in that power hour, for price to close green today. So for this close to close higher than this open. So this is something maybe looking for.
Yeah, one sec. Could you just read the price levels off? We have a lot of traders that are listening off the side. So right here, let's just go to the price levels, and then afterwards you can add in, talking the end of the day, we had a question if you have a mock order report. So combine those two together, please.
Sure. So what I'm saying is I typically, now that we've broken the previous day's high, which is just at 20,027.75 cents, 64% of the time in the last year, price today should close above 19,990.75 cents. So looking for a long entry, looking for some price to stay above this area. So right now this pullback maybe was a good opportunity to get in and maybe scalp long. But typically you should expect price to close green today. Green meaning above this 19,990 990, because once we break that previous day's high, it's a more bullish bias for the day. It's a more bullish sentiment for today. And similarly, when we break previous day's low, that's also something to keep in mind, where the previous day's range seems to be a very significant area of once we reclaim it, once we reclaim the highs, now that's more bullish. Once we break down below the lows, now that's more bearish. I know that there are some traders that come on Topstep that say they'll only short below yesterday's low. That's something that is reinforced by the data here.
Can you give that by weekday, or is that the whole thing? Is there a weekday breakdown on that as well? Like Mondays or Tuesdays?
Breakdown. Yep. So we do have a weekday breakdown. So looking at Thursdays in the last year, actually, now this is more granular. So we're looking specifically at all the Thursdays. Now this is a little more 50-50. So we break previous day's high. So now that we've broken previous day's high, now this is actually a little more 50-50 on whether we're going to close red or green. Red or green again, meaning above this 19,990. So now, because today's Thursday, obviously, maybe this isn't as strong of an edge. And it actually, if we had broken previous day's low, would have been a much bigger edge, because typically, once we break previous day's low, 78% of the time today will be red, again, which would mean below 19,990 in this case. So very good point, Robert, to call out the weekdays. It's something that I usually look at. In this case, haven't been too focused on the markets today, but very good point to check out the bi-weekday variant, because it's always a little more granular to what's going on today.
Yeah, and a lot of times if it breaks over that high on, just to speculate on a day, it's like Mondays, again, I'm making this up, but Mondays when it breaks over the high, it's like 80% of the time up, but on Fridays, that's not too much. And those are all singular reports. JD.
Yeah.
What's up? So I was looking at some of your average daily range. I was looking at your average daily range indicator on Edgeful a little while ago.
Yeah.
So based on that, a day like today, going into the close, do you think? So average daily range today in the NQ, I should say yesterday was $257. Quite a, I don't know, I suppose that's pretty average, right? Average daily range was 257. The actual range was 169. So we respected the average daily range. We respected it 2 days in a row. On a day like today, even though we broke out or we exceeded yesterday's high, the range is still fairly tight, I want to say, at least during the New York session. These don't take into account the overnight sessions, correct? It's just the New York session.
When you're looking at the average daily range report on Edgeful, it's exclusive to the daily range. So these ones are specific to the daily range. The reason that we did that was because this report was actually it's not a duplicate, but another version of the ATR report, which ATR is more of a daily time, or not more of a daily time frame, but what we wanted was to give it to people in the way that they use it. So usually when you look at ATR, you're looking at the daily ATR. So that was the same thing that we did here with ADR. So this is on the entire day, not specific to the New York session. So still, if we were to go to here Thursday, so you'd start from the beginning of Thursday. Now you can see that the high of Thursday is 212. So we are still within the current 5-day ADR, which is 260 points. So that's the way that you want to use this. So let me just mark this out here so you guys can see it. And I'll also just kind of talk about it out loud so we can also accommodate those listeners. So you can see right here, we're looking at just over a 200-point move from midnight until right now in terms of the high to the low. So the reason that you want to look at this is because you want to make sure that you're setting your profit targets within the expected range. So if something moves, typically, just to make something very simple, if something typically moves $10 from the high to the low of the day, you don't want to set your profit targets at $15 or $16 or $17, because historically it's not going to get there. It's going to reverse probably around $8 or $9 within that typical range. And then this is something where you can say, okay, I want to maximize my profits because I'm taking profits within the most likely areas that price will actually get to. You want to be realistic with the profits, and it's better to get more consistent gains rather than trying to look for a home run every trade. Does that make sense?
It makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. Yeah, that's great for picking exit. It's a great exit strategy too, I should say. If you are looking for a breakout above going into the close, extending the range higher, making new highs, you could always revert back to that average daily range to see how much extension you could possibly get. And set your risk parameters based on that. Also, that's a really great tool.
Exactly. And some weekdays tend to exceed more than others. Like, for example, Mondays actually are typically you're not going to see bigger moves on Mondays. Typically, Mondays will have lower volume and lower range, which means most likely we'll have choppier price action. But looking at a Thursday, so this is kind of an out of character Thursday, but Thursdays typically exceed that range because they have more volume, more range. That's on the NQ, on the ES. The later in the week tends to have like where the most opportunities are. So today is actually an out of character day. I mean, even this Wednesday was a little bit of a smaller move as well, but maybe we're looking for a larger move tomorrow. Obviously, I don't know, but we've actually been in a pretty small, tight range this whole week so far, which is an interesting thing. If you just zoom out here a little bit, not to go off topic, but if you zoom out, and I'll talk about this for listeners as well, but you're looking here at the previous week's range, which the high of the last week was at 20,270, just about. And then last week's, let me just make sure, last week's range, last week's low was right here. So we're kind of just consolidating in this range here for NQ with a smaller move. So maybe tomorrow we're kind of cocking back to have a bigger move tomorrow. Who knows? But markets have been a little bit wild recently with these larger moves.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm glad you had a chance to take a look at that, JD, also. And Andre, thank you for sharing. Before we move on to something else, I do have one report I would like you to look at. So I want to get to a couple other topics as well. And I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, but it's one of my favorites.
Sure.
It's the gap fills. It's like, where did the market open? If it opened up, how far? And how many times did it fill? And what day is best? So I'm going to throw that to you. Andre, drop that right on the spot for me. I hate to do that to you, but it's something I want you to share. And I'm going to take a look around the markets and give an update right after you're done.
You got it. All right. So let me find a good example here. So the gap today actually filled. There was a very small gap down, and so right here, yesterday's close was at $20,005. Today's open was at $19.90, and price came up to touch the previous day's closing price, which happens on NQ 58% of the time. But if we look by weekday, let's see what it looks like by weekday, close to 60% of the time. So typically today, you can expect price to touch that previous day's closing price. So traders, I assume some of you might struggle to have a bias for the day. So like, should I have a long bias? Should I have a short bias? Looking at where the previous day's closing price is will help you understand your bias or which direction that you want to be trading in. So if you know that price typically is going to touch the previous day's close or the previous New York session's close, you want to have a bias targeting that area or at least in that direction. So I'll show a really good example here, actually, of something that if you struggle to hold on to your winners, which I know is a problem for a lot of people, just more on the psychological side, we actually added the ability to customize the size of the gap that you want to check is being filled. So here you can see that typically 60% of gaps up and 60% of gaps down will fill. But that would mean that you want the entire gap to fill, so price would have to retrace to that previous day's closing price. So what if you don't want to hold your trade all the way to the previous day's closing price? Or what if you just generally know that you can't or you struggle to do that? Well, you can target half of the gap fill. And now if we check here, all I did was use this cog button, which is going to load in 1 second. Now your win rate is over 75%. So from 60% to 75%. So all you have to do is target half of the move to the previous day's close. So right here in this case, this was yesterday. So for the listeners, previous day's close 2 days ago, this is Tuesday, 19,966 to yesterday's open, which was 19,929. There was a 37-ish gap down, 37-point gap down. So all you have to do is target half of that, and now your win rate has gone from 60% to over 75% in either direction. So you can customize this to whatever you want, even if you wanted to cover 40%, let's say. Now your win rate, I'm doing this live, I've never actually checked this 40% metric, but now your win rate goes to over 80% if you want to just capture 40% of the move. So your wins don't even need to be as big because your winners are going to be so much more consistent as a whole. And that's all you have to do. I mean, one trade, you capture 10, 20 points on NQ, like that's a great day. So that's one thing that Robert, I know you love the gap fill report. This is by like just the standard one, not even by weekday. So it's something that for me was something that I gravitated towards when I first started. But looking at it in terms of, let me just target half of the gap. If I know that I'm going to struggle to hold on to it, I'll target half. And now your win rate just explodes pretty much, like in a positive way.
Amazing. Thank you. While you're on your screen, and then we'll move on here. Andre, while you're on your screen, same chart. Can you go to NQ and the Edgeful screen, the report?
Yep.
That same one, just like that. NQ, make it the daily session. Full day, by weekday. And look at Monday.
On 40% gap fill?
Nope, 100%.
100%. Let me switch quick. Let's look. Gap fill Monday.
Boom. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, folks? In the last year, if the NQ, the daily close, and then you have the daily open, so meaning 4 p.m. Central Time to 5 p.m. Central Time, the market close, the market open. By weekday, if it is a gap down, it is 100% of the time filled. Doesn't mean it's going to do it right away. It might go 300 points down on you, but there it is. That's a 1-year thing. I saw that the other day. That's why I wanted to bring that up and say, like, dang, I know what I'm going to be looking for on Mondays on a gap down.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
And yeah. It's definitely, this is the type of stuff that you would just never be able to see without looking at this. Is these stats where it's like these win rates are so high, all you have to do is capitalize on it. And of course, the psychology is a factor. Like, are you going to take the trade? What's your sizing going to be like? How much in drawdown are you in your challenge? But these are the stats that really help you just pass the challenges and start to make money, because you actually know the data's on your side when you take these trades. So it's great to see a lot of the users, a lot of the feedback that we get from Robert, from JD, from you guys.
It's an edge. Yeah, it's an edge like anything else.
Sure.
It's nothing certain. I mean, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. I'm not going to look at this report and go, hey, it's a Monday. We had a gap down. I'm going to go long and go to sleep. You're not going to do that, because there's other factors involved. But it just shows you that over the last year, the NQ, when there was a gap down from one close of day to the open day, so you talk the hour in between, on a Monday, that gap has always been filled. So it's just something to keep in the back of your mind, especially if it drops first and you're starting to get back up there again, So that's really good. Exactly. JD, what do you got?
And it's purely data driven too, just like Andre was saying. There's no human bias involved in this at all. It's just it is what it is. It's the facts, right? So Carl hung us in the chat, our meme master. I was just curious if everything you're showing us is in the base subscription for Edgeful. I don't know. Do you have tiered subscriptions, or is
we recently added the tiers. So the way that the tiers are is the base plan, you get all of Edgeful. So all the reports, you get all the assets, you get all the timeframes. The way that I like to make the comparison is it's a scoop of ice cream. And as you go up, you get the toppings, you get the sprinkles, you get the cherry, and you get all the other things. But the way, like this customization, for example, this is in the top plan. The trading view indicators, so the one that I'm actually using, I'm sorry for the listeners, you're not going to be able to see this, but for example, this is the market sessions indicator. We have just around 20 indicators that you can use that go right on your charts, so you can avoid having to think about certain things. So for example, we have one for orb, we have one for the IB that auto plots, and the one that I'm using shows all of the high, low, and start and end times of all your sessions. So that, for example, goes in that middle plan. But everything in here, all of the reports, the price action, volume, and indicator reports will all be in that standard plan. You just don't get kind of like the add-ons and the features where you can personalize it to yourself. I think that
perfect.
answers
Thank
your
you.
question.
Hope that answers your question, Carl.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just wanted to be sure on that. And can you scroll down and show the video that you have? Because there was a question that shows, yeah, there you go. There was a question that says, well, do we get, training on this? Like, yeah, so and just at the bottom. So you get the report on the top, but you go down a little bit further, you'll have an explanation. And then a little further, you have a snapshot of the gap. It shows you what the gap looks like. And then at the bottom, it has a video explaining the whole thing. And they do a super, super job on this.
Yeah, so it's really important. So as I scroll up and down, not to go too quick, but as I go up and down, there's really not much here. It's exactly what you need and nothing else. And we do that so you can focus on exactly what you need to actually start to extract the things that will make you money. So we have the results of the reports. We have a little graphic explainer showing you, okay, what's a gap in a visual aspect. Right there, you can see, okay, this is a gap up. Price opens above yesterday's close. We have a bunch of different variants that you can go through. We have some explainer text, some more explainer text. What is this measuring? How can I use this? Will be in the explainer text. We have a breakdown of all the actual details of the report. So the individual days that make up this 87% and this 100% will be in here. We have a price chart that you can go to, and you just click right here and it'll go straight to the price chart. But really, really importantly is the video. This video shows you exactly what this is measuring, exactly how to use it, like with a chart example. So I go through, I make all the videos, and I make sure that it's as easy as possible to understand. And if you still have questions, our support answers you like within an hour. So you can obviously just ask us no matter what, and we'll always be there to help you guys out, of course.
It's amazing, man. It's amazing. I wish you had, I don't think you had this when you had your, looking at your bio, your hedge fund work over at Goldman Sachs as an analyst, right? You didn't have that.
I wish.
I did have, yeah, no kidding. So I did have a question about that, and I want to kick back to JD as well. On that time frame at Goldman Sachs, could you talk a little bit about that, of what it was like there versus here? Because there's institutional traders, banks and stuff, and then we have the market makers going on, then we have us little guys, us retail traders trying to pick up the scraps along the way. And we sit here looking at charts, 1 minute, 5 minute, blah, blah, blah. What happens inside there? Are they looking at DOM? Do they not care? Are they daily things? They're scalping in and out. Can you share that without going into any confidentiality stuff?
Yeah, of course. So, of course, I definitely don't want to go into anything confidential. But so what I was doing was I was on the more investing side. So I was doing the client management of all their assets, their equities, their estates. So I was the one, like me and myself and the other analysts and the advisors were the ones who were, so I was in the asset management division. We were the ones who structured your entire portfolio based on your age, based on your needs, based on how much money you're making, based on how much concentration you have in a certain stock, which would obviously be like if your company is public. We would structure all their estates, so all their tax efficiencies, everything else. So what we would do actually is, I actually had a really, really close relationship with a lot of the clients, because they would call us, and then we would, as a team, kind of collaborate and talk to the advisors on how to rebalance their portfolio. For example, if a certain client said, well, I don't want to have this stock, for example. Let's say they have something morally that they don't want to have with this one stock. Now it's up to us to rebalance their entire portfolio of, okay, what's their exposure here? What's their exposure to that? And over the next X amount of time, what do we think this sector is going to do, and how is it going to do? And based on their age and based on their family structure and their estate, how can we optimize their portfolios? So what we were doing was more on the investing side, not on the actual intraday trading. But it was always interesting. Some of the clients would love to trade on through their Goldman accounts, which is always funny to get these phone calls from them, and we would execute the trades for them, which was always great and really interesting. But so at Goldman, it was more wealth management. It was more long-term portfolio structure with a lot of more macro view. And at the hedge fund, actually, it's a lot more. Their NDA was a lot more strict, but so I can't go into too much of what I did there, but I was an analyst there, and I'll talk about some of the perks, which are actually kind of crazy. So like the movies, we had free breakfast, lunch, and dinner, a fully stocked kitchen of like eggs, turkey meat, orange juice, coffee. We had cold brew on tap. We had every snack you can imagine, like almonds, like any peanuts, almonds, protein shakes, cereal. There was an omelet lady that would come. There was free haircuts, free Ubers home, free massages every week. A private gym just for employees. Every bathroom had a shower. Season tickets to the Celtics, Bruins, Patriots, and Red Sox. Dinner for free after you stayed, if you stayed past 8 p.m. What else? I'm just trying to think what else.
That's a lot.
Where do we sign up now? This sounds really good.
Well, I imagine there's a rub in there somewhere. All that for only 120 hours a week, right? How much time?
Yeah, that's the catch. And they want to keep you there. That's why. So like you never have to. I don't know if I said dry cleaning. Like they'll take your clothes. So they want to keep you there, which is obviously it makes sense. They want to keep you there. They want you to stay in the office. They want you to be happy in the office, and you just become so much more productive because you're never hungry. You're always caffeinated with the best nitro cold brew in the country. So it's great. And we got obviously all the meals were taken care of and it was great, but you really enjoyed being there because all the perks were so great. And also the people were so incredibly smart. So everyone there is an MIT, they're not finance majors, they're engineering, they're math PhDs, they're like computer science. Like they're not like, these guys are just like sorcerers. So it's great to be around that. And that's the same experience I got at Goldman, where you're around just the top, like the cream of the crop, and you learn from them. And it just changes the way that you think of like your productivity, like how you like handle certain situations. Because of course there are fires that you have to put out, whether it's on the client side or at the hedge fund, it's like these other things that you have to put out. And it teaches you how they like to handle it, and you like absorb how they do it. And then you're learning from the best, which is, I'm very blessed to have that experience. Like I've taken it definitely into here, Robert, to kind of like answer your question into the comparison is when you're surrounded by those type of people, like it expands your capacity for what you think is possible and how much work you think you can do. So at Goldman, the hours are from 7 a.m. to 2 or 3 a.m. every day. So like brutal. You're barely sleeping. It's 20-hour days. Like it's no joke. You're available on call no matter what, 24/7. And the way that they did it was they would give you a project that they know would take like 4 or 5 days, but they would make you do it in 3 days. So they'd say, okay, this is what's going to happen. You're going to do this, but we need it in 2 days or 3 days. But they know that it like requires a lot more work. So you have to work around the clock. And then on that third day, you get another one. And then maybe on the second day of the second one, now you get another one. So it's this like never ending cycle of this fire hose you're drinking out of. And it really shows you like what you're capable of more than anything else. Like psychologically, it shows you like what you're capable of. It's just like, oh, wow, you can really push harder than you think. And that's, to me at least, has translated a lot into building Edgeful and the attention to detail and like the quality that like is acceptable within the company. It translates really well because at Goldman, if there was a presentation you did that had a footnote that was missing a comma on the 74th slide, someone would know and they would roast you for it. Like it's no joke. Like the level of attention to detail, it's like you think that they have AI in their brain somehow. But
you have to, and it's not. Yeah, and that's great. I'm glad you were able to pull on that. There was a thing in my IT days. You're talking 15 years ago. There was 20 years ago. There was an example that was given. And JD, I want to kick it over to you, buddy. Where somebody compared Google and Apple, right? Two major, large, billion companies, right? And they said, okay, well, Google, it's free daycare, everything is included, free lunches all the time. You get to do whatever you want here, time off, doesn't matter. And then Apple was like, no, you bring it. And as a matter of fact, if you come back 1 minute late from your lunch, we're docking you an hour pay. But both companies are huge. It just matters what you are like as a person as to which one you're going to gravitate to. So, you know what I mean? So that's really cool that you brought all of that knowledge, all that experience and said, you know what? Even though I have all this coming to me, all these benefits, I'm going to go out on my own and I'm going to chase a dream and a thought that I have. So kudos to you, because those are two different worlds. That's your Apple, Google comparison right there. I know myself, been an entrepreneur for many, many, many years. Now working at Topstep, and they're different, but they're both amazing. JD, let's haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, I've just got a follow-up question. I'm just my own personal curiosity. Even though like it's I know it's super competitive to get into a bank like Goldman Sachs as an analyst.
Yeah.
Did you notice like a high turnover rate because of the high demand that they force on people?
So
even though people try so hard to get in there, they just give up after a couple days. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. Does it make you really think about what you want to do, or does it drive you harder to doing it? I guess
you will rarely see someone leave within the first year because, I mean, I'm not sure why, but you'll rarely see someone leave within the first year. Usually people start to get kind of burnt out because it's what you sign up for. This is like when you're in college, it's like, this is the dream. Like, I want to get Goldman. It's harder to get a job at Goldman than it is to get into Harvard. Like, the acceptance rate is way lower if you think about from applications to getting the offer. So
yeah, I believe that.
To turn that down right when you start is such a crazy concept to most people. But after that first year is where you're like, okay, I'm in it. It's not it loses the special. I mean, it's not like specialness is not the right word, but it loses like the taste, like the touch, because you're doing it and now you're in it, and it kind of like, you're like, oh, I'm at Goldman, but I'm at work now. So like, you don't like remember every day like I'm at work. You don't remember I'm at Goldman. You think I'm at work. So when people leave, it's more about like they go to another firm. So they go to private equity. Usually you jump from Goldman to some private equity firm, whether it's Blackstone, whether it's whatever else. That's typically the path. But they have a stack of resumes that's as tall as the Empire State Building. That they can say, I have all these kids from Harvard, MIT, Yale, Columbia, and the way that they'll do it. If someone wants to leave, they're like, okay, we have the cream of the crop from every university ever. We'll just pick from one of them. And they know that. And like the analysts know that too. And everyone from there knows that. So it's like, you either perform to like the absolute top notch or you leave. And what's really nice is that it shows you what you're capable of, which is what I was talking about before. But it's just the amount, like the quality of work that you put out and like the people who you're surrounded by is just so life-changing, in my opinion. When you're just like surrounded by so much of the talent, it just goes to show why they're the best. Like Goldman Sachs is the best. It's not even close. Like, it's in almost any division, whether it's investment banking, whether it's in wealth management, whether it's in like mergers and acquisitions, whatever it is, like they're the best, and they push their people to the bone. And the ones that are interested in this, the ones that have the desire to continue doing it, like they get rewarded in unbelievable metrics. Like it's unbelievable, like the rewards that you get if you stick it out for 20 or 30 years. And even before that, honestly, like even if you do 10 years, like you're making like incredible money, and like you have such a big impact, like whether it's through IPOs and mergers. Like, people think that the financial space is more about, or like that like institutional side is more about like making money or whatever, but you're also bringing some of the biggest companies in the world together to like make real change. Like when you're talking about the investment banking division, like you're talking about these people that are merging companies that are making very significant changes to the world, and like can have huge impacts. And like being part of those teams is like a very meaningful thing. And like, yes, of course, it's all like numbers driven, and it's very like Excel oriented, and it's all finance stuff, but it's really substantial, like for those people. But I mean, it's not for me, because I wanted to do something for myself. I couldn't. And I think a lot of the people that are watching right now or listening right now, they probably relate, because the reason that they get into trading is because you want to have your own thing, and you want to be able to control your life. And I mean, in my opinion personally, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but like in my opinion personally, I think we get like one shot at doing this, and I don't want to have any big regrets when I'm older of like, I should have just taken a shot. I should have just tried it. Because like, what's the worst that can happen, right? Like, it's scary if you really think about it, but what's the worst that can happen? You just go and get another job, like realistically. And I hope that maybe someone listening, this resonates with them of like, I like they've been thinking about like maybe quitting their job or starting this thing or starting that project or whatever it is. I hope that it resonates with them enough to where they can like take that leap. And it will be scary. There's no doubt. You'll have doubts. There's no You'll have doubts about yourself. There's no question about that. But it's worth it. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? Like, really, what's the worst that's going to happen? You get another job?
That's what the thing is. Exactly. Yeah. Andre, we
That was
love
actually,
your story there. It's amazing. Go ahead, JD.
That was actually Hoag's dad wisdom closing out group coaching a little while ago. You will always regret the things you don't do, but you won't regret the things that you do, unless it's really bad.
And what was that quote about? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? I want to say it's Michael Jordan, but somebody can correct me on that. I want to say that, but I could be wrong. I just know.
I believe that was
I checked on them.
Wayne Gretzky, right?
Yeah. Wayne Gretzky. Okay, that's right. Yeah. How did I not know that? Eddie, thank you very much. How did I not know that? Chat, thank you very much. I love the correction on that. Not a big hockey guy, so probably didn't know that. I like the quote better than hockey, to be honest. Anyway, moving on. Let's take a quick look at the markets. And JD, if you can grab, while I'm doing this, maybe JD can grab some thoughts about how we can possibly get something set up for our friends in Power Hour and get Dobie get ready to run the house account with his guests. And take a look at that. But quick check on the markets. There's my screen. Thank you very much, Gabe. In fact, Gabe's going to be on the next segment. This is NQ. We are hovering around 20,000, bouncing off a resistance point. I'm jumping over to the other equity here, over to ES. You're looking at 5-minute charts on my screen. Still hovering right at the low of day. This is at 55.30 at this point. Still selling off a little bit here. A couple of big pushes about close to an hour ago. The cool one I want to show is YM. Look at YM. We started, right back to where we started. 39420-ish, up to 39640-ish. So 230 point up, 230 points down. What goes up must come down. And this is pretty close to the stairs up. I'll have my little drawing tool. This is pretty close to what we say the stairs up, and then we're pretty close to the elevator down. So we'll keep it at that one right there. Now we want to go to our favorite. We want to go to gold, Eddie's favorite. Looks like that just pushed up most of the day since Asian session, way back here at 1:30 a.m. It's currently trading around 2334, 330.9. And then we have a couple of other favorites for crude oil. Not too much yet. Let's say messy chart for today, but we're hovering around 81.77. I did have Hoag's weekly kickoff levels here, and I did have a daily level on this as well, but I just ended up refreshing my chart and move them off. So let's jump back to the NQ and see if JD has any thoughts. NQ seems to move pretty good Power Hour. So that's
right now
something
it's
that
a tough call right now.
Yeah.
We're trading back inside range, inside value from yesterday, so we're kind of diddling in the middle of the range right now. Not a whole lot of action in the last hour or so, just kind of chopping around, arcing and sideways. Perfect for one of Dobie's range setups. But I was looking at crude oil too. Going back to Edgeful, I was looking at average daily range on crude oil, and we've exceeded it. So based on that, Andre, in your experience, when you exceed a range, is it usually followed by some solid continuation in that direction of the, I suppose, the breakout?
Yeah. So typically the ones that I know I pay attention to the most are ES and NQ, and typically you will see more continuation. I'm not sure about, what was the one you said it was gold?
Crude oil.
Crude oil. Let's see. So I just want to, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the volume and range by weekday report, and I'm going to go to that New York session here. So what I see here is that Wednesday and Thursday have the highest volume and range. So in this case, as opposed to a Monday, lowest volume and lowest range, and then Tuesday's pretty close to that. But with the days that have the highest volume here, and just so for everyone listening, I'm in the volume report type. I'm in the volume and range by weekday report. I'm looking at crude oil in the New York session in the last 1 year. You can see that Wednesday and Thursdays have the highest volume and range. So for me, at least, I would expect some continuation if the volume is still maintaining outside of that break. So once we exceeded that ADR, or once we exceeded that level, if the momentum is still there and you still see higher volume, then I would expect more continuation, just because these are the days where you can expect those bigger moves.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We typically don't trade crude oil during power hour just because of when regular trading hours closes for it, but it is still open and active during that time. So that might be something we can look at.
Yeah.
I don't see much
Do you have
happening
any?
in.
Nothing?
Oh, go ahead, Robert.
I was going to say, did you see anything else in there? I'm going to, while you're doing that, stay on your stuff. I'm going to put a couple of levels in and get them prepped here. So I'll just do it, do a screenshot, and those would be my contributions, and we'll see if they play out. So JD, please continue. House account.
Yeah. Just curious. House account. Right now we're kind of, like I said, we're kind of range bound. We'll have to play a breakout during power hour right now. We'll see Dolby drawing some boxes for sure. But
one thing that I noticed with NQ specifically is, so we just added this new report. You want to switch to my screen whenever. We just added this new report that it's the market session breakout report that shows how often does the New York session break the London session, and how often does it break one side, how often does it break both sides, and how often does it not break either side. So today, we haven't broke either side yet. So the way that this works is I just went to my TradingView indicator here. I checked London, so we would see that London session appear. You can see right here we have this green box here, which is that London session. Then we have the blue one, which is New York. And what you can see is that price hasn't broken the low of London or the high of London just yet. So maybe we can, if there's more continuation to the downside, we can see this London low being broken, because only 17% of the time in the entire last year has price stayed within the London range. So maybe if you find a good short entry here and you start to see confirmation for sellers stepping in, targeting right here this London low, which for the listeners, I will tell you it is 19,933 on NQ. That might be a good place to take your profits, or at least leave runners to, because historically you will see a break of a single side of the London session. So that's this is one of the new reports that we added. I'm curious what you guys think about making a move all the way down here. Seems like a pretty big move for the last hour, but I mean, based on what happened yesterday, who knows, right?
Yeah, right. It gets
at the end of the day yesterday.
It can get pretty volatile going into the end of the day, but also there's some big reports coming out tomorrow morning. We got the personal consumption expenditures number at 7:30 Central Time, so we might see people kind of sitting on the sideline going into the close today. Could be wrong though. Market, like Hoag says, the market loves to make fools out of us. But yeah, right now I'm just seeing consolidation right now going into the close.
So we're talking about making this range, and Dobie is going to draw a range. He's got JD's screen is up there. You got a triangle being drawn. Andre is the Edgeful, and that's with the breakouts. And I'm glad you said that range stuff, because I'm a breakout person also, and I will do this now, and I will contribute my 2 levels. I'm entering them in as we speak, and I will make sure we have it internally. So this is my trusty little process over here. Entering in one more spot, and then we will move on. There it is. This is what we got right there. And once it pulls up again, there's what we have. And I will just read them out. If we break over the current high, which is the current high, the high of the last pivot, I'm targeting that area top 20,090 to 20,104. So it's about a 15-point range. And then below that, 19,970 to 19,957, about a 14-point range. So those are the 2 targets I'm going to give. There is a spot pretty much down below after that. I'm not going to do anything with that until we get there. And I would love to share what we gave yesterday. Because yesterday, remember that awesome power hour? Look at that.
It was great, wasn't
Those are the 2 levels. Yeah, it was a great comment. Dakota was amazing on that. JD, you had levels in there, Hoag's levels in there, everything. Dobie was spot on. Everything just worked out fabulously. Biggest account, house account trade to date, $13,000. It's absolutely amazing. We had the levels on there yesterday. We gave to the guys. Everybody contributed. That's what the house account is. It's not our trades. They are your trades. It's a group effort. We're going to use some of those levels there. We're going to use some JD stuff that he gets up. We're going to use some stuff from Andre from Edgeful. We appreciate you being on here. 3rd or 4th time. That's really good. We really appreciate that. JD, anything else on the markets on there? Because I believe, Andre, you said you had something special you wanted to share.
Oh yeah, what's the special project you're working on?
Yeah, we got a couple
Yes.
minutes left just before we sign off. So
Sure.
please, I'm going to hand it to you.
Perfect. One thing that I just want to talk about just before we get to this little thing that I'm working on the side is, so this is NQ here. This is the last week's range. So last week's New York range. Here's the high. This red line up here is the high, which was, for the listeners, at 20,270. Last week's low was 19,904. So you can see here that this week price broke the previous week's low, right? Now, when you go to the previous week's range here, and you go to the buy outside close variant, every single time in the last year, 100% of the time in the last year that we've broken the previous week's low, we have closed on the week above that low, which means that you can expect this week, so tomorrow, to close above 19,904. So because historically in the last entire year, every time that we've broken the previous week's low, it has come up to close above that area. So that's one thing I just wanted to touch on, one thing I wanted to say, and I'm just curious if you guys have any thoughts on that just before I switch.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to go back right after this and clip that. And this is not trading advice, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. As soon as I'm done with that, I'm going to put 1 micro on long, and I'm going to leave it there.
Perfect.
We are getting some movement in the NQ right now. Broke
Good.
out of that 5-minute range that they've been in since 1 o'clock Central Time. Heading back towards the last high up here at 66 even, 066. But still having a little trouble.
So, I mean, if you guys now want to hear about my little surprise that I had for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
So
we get about 5 minutes. Take it away. We got about 5 minutes left.
Perfect. So what I've been doing using the Edgeful data is trying to build a automated strategy, trying to build something that I can just set up, leave, and let it run for me. Now, this here is the back-tested results of the strategy from June 15th, 2023, so last year, up until June 6th of this year, so 7 days ago. This is a $20,000 account trading 1 NQ contract. You can see in the last year, it's returned 270%. This is all backtested. This is backtested on TradingView, by the way. This isn't my backtesting platform. This is not something that we do. So 270% in the last year, 142 trades, less than 50% profitable, and profit factor of 1.7% with a max drawdown of 29%. The average trade, the average profit, or the average trade result is not even $400. It's $380, and it returned $270 over the last year. So for everyone watching, a $400 profit might not seem like a lot, but when you compound that over the course of an entire year, it's fantastic. So I just wanted to show you guys, this is like the type of stuff that we have coming, where I'm using Edgeful and all the data in Edgeful to build strategies where I can start to just automate the trading. And now, if you look at this over the last year, it's done fantastically well. I don't want to go into specifically what reports I'm using because that's to come, but this is something where I just think when you have the data on your side, it becomes so much easier to make money. And for those of you who don't have as high of a win rate, it's totally fine, because this strategy here doesn't even have a 50% win rate. If it's 47%, almost 48%. So this is something that, just to show you that you don't need a very high win rate. As long as your winners are bigger than your losers, you're going to be all good. So I'm curious what you guys think about this. This is 1 NQ contract. So as you obviously scale up, you scale the account, you start using more contracts, like it starts to grow really nicely.
And of course, all results vary, so we have to make sure we have disclaimer in there that obviously what happened today might not be, or yesterday won't happen today or tomorrow. But we like this, and thanks for sharing that. Absolutely, certainly do appreciate it. Excuse me, JD. Any last words before we close up the segment and send it off to the Power Hour folks?
Looking forward to Power Hour. We're going to throw some pork around. I see Justin Wehrlein in the green room right now. We're still getting a little upside action in the NQ. Let me check out the ES real quick. ES is rallying too on the way back to VWAP in the ES. So I think we're going to see some potential movement going in the close today. Let's go get them, guys.
I think so too. Based on that, I'm going to go put 1 micro long on my personal account, and we'll see how that goes. And I'll report back to you, Andre, win or lose. We appreciate you being on here. Appreciate everything you're doing over there at Edgeful, helping out the traders. I use the product. Anne-Marie, I know, uses the product. JD's been really taking a look around at it too. But right now, we are time to close up. We have Power Hour. Power Hour. Hashtag. How do you do that hashtag thing? It's on Saturday Night Live one time. Hashtag. Hashtag Power Hour. Submit your picks. Submit your tweets. They will be looking for them. Joby's taking the show. Gabe, behind the scenes, but you saw him on earlier. He's jumping on as well. And Justin Werline. We're really looking forward to this segment. Looks like the markets are moving around a little bit. Stick around. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Power Hour. Got a fan favorite here. We've got Justin, also Gabe. You've been on all day, Gabe. Everyone knows you by now. They probably know your life story, what your trading setup is, what your P&L is for the day. But Justin, how are we doing?
We're doing great. How are you guys? Thank you.
Doing well.
Doing excellent. Got my good shades on. Got the money-making shades on. Haas account is open. On 2100 right now, but that is easy to get back. And we are, yes, this is Gabe Vision, actually. Gabe, it's a pleasure of mine to get to be able to say this, but what is hashtag Power Hour? Let the people know.
Power Hour. Yeah, so if you guys are on X, or formerly known as Twitter, if you want to send us any content to share on air, all you do is hashtag Power Hour and tag Topstep, so at Topstep. And whether it's a win that you've had, as some people call them tick picks, whether it's a funding certificate, memes, the legendary Carl Hungus, there's a few others that constantly are sharing awesome content with us, but we'd love to have your submissions and hopefully put you on air.
Yes, we would love to see it. Justin, last time I actually made you a robot dolphin that shot lasers out of its eyes, so definitely follow us, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. But let's get to the charts here, I guess. How have you been trading so far? The price action's been pretty wonky so far this week. Lots of stop runs, highs and lows, a lot of Dorito wedges. Have you had a good week so far with trading?
Yeah, this week has honestly been pretty good. This morning didn't end up taking a trade. Honestly, just kind of didn't see anything I liked. There was a little bit of a setup. I really liked longs at around 10.10, but just ended up missing out on it, hesitated a bit, so I kind of just let it go. Monday was good, was up around like 42 on Monday, 4,200, and then Tuesday was up around 2K, and then Wednesday I was down 600, and then today I've taken no trade so far. So it's been a good week so far.
Nice. Yeah, that's really solid. Is that pretty typical for what your P&Ls look like day to day? A couple hundred here, 1,000 here?
Yeah, normally, like my goal is to keep like my losses on average like below 1K. So normally, like when I win, it should be around like 2 to 5K, and normally when I lose, it should be under 1K. That's the goal. But in the coming week, honestly, probably in the coming month, I'm looking to up my size back to what I used to trade. So kind of my goal is I'm gonna open up a new live account, because right now, like my live account that I trade on, I pretty much just will reset it to 100K once like I continue to grow it. But I've been taking it pretty slow. Been trading honestly lower size than what I've normally traded in the past. So my goal is to basically, I'm going to create a new funded or a new live account, and I'm going to fund it with 50 grand. And I'm going to up my size. So kind of like I'm going to record this whole process and actually make a YouTube series out of it. But my goal is to basically fund it with 50K live cash, like just show the actual account, because not a lot of people can actually do that nowadays. And my goal is to continue to grow it, but also give me a chance to up my size. So my goal and what I do is going into the funded, I mentally 50K is like the trash bin. So I'm giving myself a 50K buffer to up my size. So my goal is to say, my average loss right now is around, let's say, $600 to $1,000. I want my average loss on this account to be around $2,000 to $3,000, which is kind of the size I used to trade back in 2023, early 2023. Yeah. So I want to give myself an opportunity to do so. So I'm going to basically prepare myself mentally and say, hey, this $50,000 is basically already gone. It's blown. But it gives me an understanding to start trading that account with that size, so I can immediately kind of get used to it pretty fast and see how much I can grow it and just kind of record the whole process.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I mean, I would love to.
Yeah, no, I'm super hyped. That'd be super fun.
Yeah, that should be some really good content. I hope you trade well on that. Sounds like you're taking the right approach, but we know you got a good head on your shoulders. You know, Gabe is also doing his own little funded trader challenge here. He's trying to get funded through the Topstep Trading Combine. You were doing some five accounts at once, but you're actually scaling it back too as well, Gabe, aren't you?
Yep. Had some trouble, couldn't make it happen copy trading. So if I can't make it happen in one, why the heck would I do it in five? So I'm just going to go ahead and reduce, and I'm just primarily focused on a 100K trading combine now.
Nice. Yeah. So far, what, you're scratched for the day right now? What do we got?
A little bit under scratch. I'm down about 78. Was up 750 yesterday, so I'm sitting at a balance of 100,673. But hopefully we can get into a trade during power hour and come back up into the green for the day.
Yeah, let's talk some power hour stuff here. Justin, what market are you typically in? You're typically ES, right? If I recall.
No, normally NQ. So I'll
NQ.
use
Okay.
ES I'll use ES for just overall bias because NQ, ES are correlating assets, and I want to see if there's divergences between the two. But most of the time, I'll be actually taking trades on NQ. I just think it's more efficient price action. It's easier to read. But yeah, normally I'll still be looking at ES though.
Cool. Well, you got any levels? We got the house account open. We're only down 2,100, so we got a lot of room to play here. So if there's any setups that you really like, I would be more than happy to hop into there with some live trades with you.
Yeah, possible trade I'm actually possibly looking at right now. I want to see this high to the left of us which is 20,065. If we don't take this and we come back down, I don't want to see us take this right now. So I kind of want to start to see us sell off here to these equal lows at 20,031. This is going to be most of the time market will pull back, stop out these internal lows before then reaching back to that 20,065 high. So if we keep that high intact and we can kind of continue to generate liquidity up here, I'd like to see us pull back down, come and sweep these equal lows at 2031, and then immediately rebalance and start to hunt those highs. But again, if we continue to push right now and we take that high, then the trade will be off the table.
Hey, you know what? I love the way you laid things out, and we got a plan. So if we get down to 20,031, we can start talking longs. I'll give me plenty of time to start, talking position sizing and things like that. So I see what you're putting down here. I like that. We obviously don't want to see strength here. It would be kind of silly to get short at the top, maybe if it pushes through. But this pullback 20,031 for possible long, I do like that. We got a 5-minute range down below, so that could be resistance becoming supports. I'm on board. What do we got in chat here? Chat, let us know how you feel about a long at 20,031 in the NQ. We can get a couple of check marks. I would for sure throw some size behind that. And what would your stop be? Let's say theoretically we do get to 20,031. What's your position management style for that kind of trade?
Yeah, so probably my stop would be around 2020 or 020, I guess I would say, which is going to be the low of that imbalance on the 5-minute. So I don't want to give this much room at all. I would be targeting the high at 2065, so a nice 3.2, 3.5 win ratio, or risk to reward, sorry. So I'd like to see us come down, possibly scale in once we get to under those lows, because what basically would happen, or what I expect to see happen, is order flow is continuously bullish. So we have a bigger time frame divergence on ES and NQ. If you look at the time at around 2:20 today, ES made a low of day and NQ did not make a low of day. So that's a divergence between assets, right? ES made a lower low, NQ made a higher low. So right now, order flow is bullish. We haven't yet reached back into that recent high that we created at 140. So I want to see price come back down, stop out all the initial traders that are long, which is, again, liquidity, which is going to be resting at these equal lows down here. That's why price is going to pull back, run those lows, and then I'm expecting to see a reversal and then continue towards the upside.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. We got a couple of check marks too. Coach Jay in chat, he likes the 2016s. So we got a range in there between 2031, 2016s. Cool. We could, if we got 15 contracts, we could easily try to get a little bit of everything there. But your stop, you wanted at 2020, or sorry, at 20 and a quarter. Gabe, what are your thoughts? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, another thing I want you guys to notice too is I'm probably going to scale into a long once we take these lows, but look at where that low is on ES, right? So the 257 low on NQ that we're about to take, that low on ES is not close to being taken. So what's most likely going to happen is we're going to have another S&T divergence. So NQ is going to come down, take that low, and then what I would want to see is an immediate reaction and pretty much no lower. So we're going to come down, stop out these lows at around 2031, and then immediately start working back to the upside.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm liking this. Yeah, someone just asked I think that exact question actually. Yeah, can you ask what Justin expressed price to do when ES and NQ already swept both previous day high and lows early in the morning? Do you follow YM or you just expect chop?
Yeah, that's a great question. So basically, it depends what the objective is. If I think the objective, and what I mean by objective is when I wake up in the morning and I trade, my goal is to have a daily bias. And basically what it is where is the market drawing towards, right? Where is NQ? Where is ES drawing towards? If that level gets taken in the morning and the objective is taken in the morning, a lot of the times I won't trade because there's no reason for the market to move, right? There's 4 reasons why markets move, right? Rebalance the inefficiencies, rebalance the equilibrium, hunt liquidity, and generate liquidity. Those are the 4 reasons why markets move. If we've hunted and we've already taken whatever that objective is in the morning, we're probably going to chop, rebalance inefficiencies, rebalance, build structure to then target or have a later move in the PM session most of the time.
Okay, nice. Hope that answered your question, Zeno. Excellent question. Gabe, do you speak the same language as Justin when it comes to some of the trading concepts that you guys use? Because some of this terminology sounded familiar to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm learning ICT. The last time that we were on together, Justin, we had briefly kind of breezed over the fact that I was still new to the ICT world. Once again, trying to incorporate some of the logic behind it without trying to execute a strategy or a process that I don't have any personal data for yet or confidence in.
Yeah, and that's
I know that there's plenty of people who do it, right? Plenty of people who have success with those concepts, but I'm still trying to trade what I know, and while still being open-minded to hearing and seeing other people's experience and data.
Yeah. I mean, I think honestly, if more people were open to ICT, I think a lot of people just have a bad rep where it's like, oh my God, the ICT himself, isn't profitable. So how is that even hot? How could the concepts work? And I think it's just a bad way of looking at it. If you actually are open to it and you start understanding and looking at these concepts, I guarantee you're going to go down a rabbit hole and figure out that you've been missing out and it's been in front of your face the entire time. And you just start literally losing your mind because of how clear it's been. And you just haven't been able to see it the whole time.
Right. I mean, there's people that are unprofitable with a lot of different strategies, right? Even though some people make them work really well, there's people who can't make them, can't put the pieces together and can't execute properly. And once again, it's, we're all in really unique, we're all unique in our own way, right? We all follow instructions differently. We all execute differently. Even if we're given the same information and the same data, I bet you if you put us all in the same room with the inability to see each other's screens, we would still execute much differently. We would see things differently, have some variations in the way that we draw, our zones or our concepts, our levels. But I do love the idea of going long. I mean, knowing, just kind of revisiting the session that we just had with Andre from Edgeful, knowing that the majority of the time, we're going to close. I don't know the exact data point, but essentially the theory was that we were going to close a green today or close above the open from this morning. So knowing that's the case, we are still kind of range bound right now. I do have Justin's 2 main kind of levels that we are looking at, or Justin's talking about. So he's referring to taking out these lows down here on the 1-minute chart, which would kind of coincide with a little 1-minute fair value gap that ended up closing above the prior bearish fair value gap from, 1 p.m. It's kind of in the middle of the range though. So the only downside, I would want to keep, stops tight. So I've got a little 3-to-1 mapped out here, stops around just a little bit below 0.20, targeting those possible buy stops at 20,066. It would be a middle of the range trade, but at the same time, you would get that sweep below, taking out anybody that is currently long. Go ahead, Justin.
Agreed. One thing I want you to recognize too is on the chart that you have pulled up, right? Those potential sell stops on the bigger time frame down there. Currently, right now, there's no reason for price to go to those lows until the high at 206.5 is taken. And the reason why to do so is because there is a divergence between assets, right? ES had taken that recent low. So the low that was created that are sell stops, right now that is generated liquidity, but that's a protected low because we have an SMT and a divergence on the bigger time frame. So that's why what I expect to see is all the traders that are long right now, and I want you guys to watch, I want you to watch NQ right now and watch this happen. I want to see NQ sell off from where we are right now to these equal lows on the 1 minute at 20,031. Once we take these lows at 20.031, watch where ES is. ES most likely will not take those lows, right? The same low at 2:57 p.m. That low on ES will not get taken most likely. Watch to see the reaction. Most of the time, NQ will just take those lows, tap it for maybe a minute, and then immediately rebalance, and then have a run up to go take out the high.
Yeah. It's going to need liquidity, right? If it wants to go up, it has to go down a little bit, kind of vice versa.
Yeah, well, it's an internal model. Like the way that you should think about it is price is completely fractal, right? Like I can show you a chart, right? If I was to show you a chart right now and I wasn't to tell you what time frame it was on, you could tell me that it's on any time frame, and that could technically be true, right? Because the price is completely fractal. We don't know. So it's models inside of models inside of models. So when you understand that you have a bigger time frame draw on liquidity, or you have a bigger time frame bias, saying I think the 1 minute, I think the 1 hour is going here. I think the 15 minute is going here. And then you can zoom into the 5 minute and zoom into the 1 minute, and you can align that same bias and align that same model. You're going to get, number one, more efficient price action. You're going to get better risk reward, and you're going to get overall more consistency.
Yeah, huge fan of the fractal. So we have a lot of people who like go big, start at the daily 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15, 5, 1. The whole thing is fractal. You know, personally, I love trying to find big levels because then you get big market participants coming in and helping to push price when we get there. So, you know, I think I've gotten burned a lot looking at really small time frames and not, you know, taking a look at the big picture of where price is really trying to move to and what kind of objectives, like you said, the market is trying to complete. Typically, it's not trying to complete stuff on the 1 minute chart or the 5 minute chart. That's more for setups versus, you know, structure itself. Would you take shorts up here at 62 and a quarter?
Yes, I would take shorts right here. I mean, this should be, again, well, okay, so the difference in what I want you to watch and how price reacts here is notice the high that was at 320, right? That high at 320 just got taken internal, right? So what that is all of the people that are short targeting these equal lows, price is coming back up, taking this high in the internal range. And then I honestly just took a short right here. So I'm actually in 3 contracts short. Notice how ES just took that recent high as well, right? NQ is in an area in which we expect to reject. We just put an SMT in. ES just took the recent high to the left of us. NQ did not. Draw on liquidity is we want to see these equal lows to the left of us get taken. Everything starts to align, right? So now that this high to the left of us got taken and all of the short traders just got stopped out, I'm now going to enter the market short with a stop at around 2054.5. So my stop's at 2054.5, which is good risk. And I'm looking to see those equal lows get taken. So I'm shorting, targeting equal lows at 2031.5. Good risk. Again, you let the market do a thing. I think we have good alignment here. Nice SMT in place. And you let the market sell off. And then again, once these equal lows, there's no reason for me to target more than these equal lows because I expect these equal lows to just be the reason why we're going lower. So I think I'm in a short because I think we're drawing towards these equal lows. Price action's telling me so. There's a reason to do so. Once these equal lows get taken, probably going to look to immediately reverse my position and then take it long back to the upside.
Okay, got it.
So you'll see short. We should start to sell off here. Yes, I am in a short position. Yeah.
48 evens in NQ, right?
Yeah, my fill is 049.
Oh, okay. So 49 evens, and then your stop is at, you said 50?
My stop is at 54.5.
Okay, got it. 54.5.
And then my price target is 031.5.
Now, Justin, I'm noticing there's somebody in chat asked if you were on a different contract, but I assume that you're referring to these lows as relative equal lows, right? Because the low from 206 was just slightly higher, just like a tick or two higher. Are you considering those relative equal lows?
Okay. Yes, relative equal lows. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And would you be so at this point when you get down, if we get price gets down to that level, would you be looking to enter at the midpoint of that 1 minute fair value gap at 31.5, or would you be just taking it right at the lows?
No, yeah, there's no reason to. So if we come back down, and again, if I get stopped here, then there'll be no trade because, again, for me to take a long, I'd have to see those equal lows get taken.
Right.
But if we were to do so, then I would need to see those equal lows get taken. And we don't have to dig deeper in that imbalance, right? So we could immediately come down, sweep those lows, and then immediately retrace. I would watch to see the reaction. So there's kind of 2 different ways that you can trade it. If price comes down and takes those equal lows, you can immediately enter long, but you'd have to have a looser stop. Or if you zoom in and those equal lows get taken, and then we displace back to the upside, then you can look to take and zoom in and then wait for the reaction and then enter and then put your stop at whatever that low was.
Got it.
Yeah, nice. Like you almost got stopped out, but I think you're still in this one, right? Should be at around break even.
I'm still in this, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I got your
Nice reaction.
position up.
Yeah, we should start to sell here.
Close one.
We'll see.
What do you? What's your opinion of these higher lows on the 1 minute? Is that something you even care about with your system, going short?
Yeah, that's the whole point. I'm going short. So all of these higher lows is low resistance liquidity. So all of the times that we're continuing to trend to the upside, I'd want to see all of these get ran at once. And a lot of the times, what will happen is when you start to see higher lows form like this, and at the bottom we have relative equal lows. I'd like to see all of those lows get taken at once. And that's why we call it low resistance liquidity. So I'd like to see price come down and run all of those lows to the downside.
All at once. Just one big fat candlestick. Just take them all. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, it can be, or just in more so in just an efficient move to the downside. Not a lot of pullback, just kind of pretty straightforward. But I would have wanted to honestly start to see us sell here. So again, still being patient, tight risk on the table. We'll start to see if we can get it or not. A little slow efficiency though, but I'd like to start to see us speed up to the downside.
Yeah, only about 6 points of risk. That's pretty tight. I mean, for 3 contracts, I could definitely see how your risk reward it pays off, especially if you have a nice accurate entry system, and it looks like it's working so far with this trade. Got about 6 points right now. And what's your downside target here for profits?
I'm not taking any profits until 2031.
I've got it mapped out here on my chart, Dolby. I've got a little risk reward template. Yeah, basically his
awesome
setup. Trying to
definitely
put together what I can for him, since I know we weren't able to get his charts up today just due to some technical difficulties. So I want to try to put some visuals on for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, next time, guys, I'll hopefully be able to put my chart on.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
We'll get it working.
Yeah, so we do have a couple things to get through here. We do have TopQuiz results. If we want to do those real quick, we can do those. We got trader wins and hashtag power hour as well. But if the production team is ready for TopQuiz results, we can probably do that while we wait for this trade to play out here. And of course, Chad, if you see any good levels, put them in there in the meantime.
We can do TopQuiz winners for sure. Give me a little bit more time on power hour submissions. They are coming, but for now, here are your quiz winners.
Let's see if we got anything spicy. Cowboys fan, good luck. Happy birthday, Andre. Someone in chat's paying attention. Love to see it. Don't know if you know this, but it's actually Andre and 5 of his clones are all on celebrating this birthday thing. So clones do come in 6-packs apparently. So it's just him and 5 other clones in New York. It's very strange. Very strange, but good for him. James, thank you so much. And chat, don't forget, you can rewind that. And rewind if you want. 233.
Looks like ES is kind of holding us up here. We should start to see some down candles come in here. If ES can start to pull back, then NQ should go pretty quickly to these lows.
Yeah, let's get back to your trade here because your price action so far has been really nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Well,
I'm an AM trader, so normally like PM is just extremely slow.
Got you. Then yes, this is pretty slow. I'm also on the 1 minute, so it's probably even slower than I think it is. Yeah, there we go. So that's about what you're risking about 6 to get about 10 to 15. 49, 20.
Yeah, I'm risking. 20? Yeah, around there. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, just under a 3-to-1.
Yep.
Justin, are you typically are you focused on risk reward planning before trades? Like, are you looking for a specific minimum? Are you a 1-to-1, 2-to-1? What's kind of your
no? I mean, normally just based off of like how I trade in general, it should be at least 1 to 3 when I take a setup most of the time.
Okay, yeah, that's a good. That gives you more opportunity to be wrong, right? It was a 30% hit rate, and you can still be a little bit profitable, at least not in drawdown.
Exactly, yeah. So
we're getting that push down that you wanted.
Yep. Again, we're going to go draw towards these equal lows, but watch what happens when these equal lows get taken. Probably just going to take them and then immediately reverse. Again, right now it's super slow, so just kind of.
Is equal lows another way of saying like double bottom or triple bottom? It's just like lows that are relatively even, or I guess highs are same thing.
Yes, but the whole reason why equal lows are important is because equal lows have a lot of resting liquidity. So like we talked about earlier when we talked about, higher highs and stuff like that, or higher lows, sorry. Low resistance liquidity, meaning all of this has liquidity resting at lows and highs, right? We know liquidity rests at highs and lows. So when we have relative equal lows right below a string of lower highs, we expect it all to get ran at once, right? So that's why I expect to see a sell-off. All of the lows that we've been creating, I expect to get ran. So that's why these equal lows are going to most likely become the draw here. We're going to come down, take these equal lows. But now, again, that model that we're trading, the whole reason I'm in a short right now is a whole internal model. When you zoom out to the 1 minute, once these lows get taken, that's stopping out the long traders. So right now I'm scalping the short to go stop out the long traders, and then probably going to then reverse my position into a long now that those long traders are stopped out, and then continuing towards the external buys, which is bullish.
Got it. Nice. That's very, very clear. An excellent description.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
so,
kind of hard. It's hard to because I can't share my screen, but yeah.
No, I mean, I got a lot of your stuff annotated on my chart. I know Gabe does too, and I see exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I think what's interesting is how much time you spend viewing the market from someone else's perspective and not your own. Like your trade is on here because you're expecting other market participants to do something, which is, I think, is pretty.
Well, it's just how the
wise.
algorithm runs price.
Yeah.
I don't think about it in the sense where it's like, oh, these, I'm thinking about what other people are doing. I'm just thinking about how the algorithm runs price.
Oh, okay. Got it. What do we got in chat?
Justin, how do you?
Oh, God. Go ahead.
Somebody asked Justin, what do you think about the data lows from 7:30 today, and knowing they were not hit on NQ but were on ES?
Yeah, that's the whole reason why I think the external draw is bullish, right? So let me explain this, right? So the reason I'm in a short right now is because on a bigger time frame, if you go to a 1 minute, right, the equal lows in which we are at, I think that now that we have the S&T on a bigger time frame, we're going to pull back, go take these equal lows, and then continue towards the high at 2065, right? Because that S&T is in place. There's a divergence between ES and NQ. But right now, we're going to pull back to stop out all of the traders. And this is a turtle soup, right? Now, a lot of people are like, what the hell is a turtle soup? It's a turtle soup, which is an internal liquidity pool that gets taken before continuing towards the draw. So the model that's in play here is buy side is resting at 2065 or 2066, right? When we zoom in and we look at the internal model which we just created, which is these equal lows at 20031, there's resting buy stops there that we're going to go come down to rebalance, not only rebalance price to the inefficiency, but stop out all of those longs before then continuing towards the external draw, which is because we have the S&T on the bigger time frame.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Again, it's hard to understand if I can't. Yeah, I need to fix my screen share, but yeah.
Yep, we will get that working. Sorry, chat. I mean, they're almost more interested in what you're talking about because you can't share your screen. Like they're like glued into your words now because they can't actually see what you're talking about. But we are putting your trade on here, at least with the lines.
I know PA is really booty right now, though.
It's very suspect. We have like a Dorito wedge inside of a Dorito wedge because now our 5 minute is also doing higher lows and lower highs, and it doesn't mean it's not going to do anything. We had a really, really nice trade in the house account yesterday, and it was doing the Dorito thing, and we traded it really well. So there can always be opportunity, especially for power hour. We got MOC in 10 minutes. Like you just never know. You get a 40, 50 point run pretty easily in this last 20 minutes.
An inefficiency is basically just another word for a fair value gap, right? So a fair value gap is a 3-candle structure that basically forms a gap between the wicks.
There's two of them mapped out. Yeah, there's two of them mapped out for those that are looking for a visual reference on what Justin's referring to. There's a bullish one on the 1 minute time frame from 1:49 p.m. Central to 1:51. So you have 3 bullish closed candles, and there's a gap between the low of the third and the high of the first. And I've got it mapped out with this little shaded box. Same with the one above. There's another inefficiency from 2:16 to 218, and you notice the difference between the high of the third candle to the low of the first, so just the inverse of what the bullish one would look like. But that's an example of a fair value gap or an inefficiency.
Yeah. And what's turtle soup? Is that just like a range, or is there something more to it?
No, there's a lot more to it. A turtle soup
Oh,
is basically a stop rate in an internal model. Like, I wish I could show you screen and draw because it's like I can't explain it if I can't draw it. Like it.
Yeah.
So okay, the lows, the equal lows that we're targeting right now with a short is a turtle soup low, meaning we will turtle soup this low, meaning we're going to come down, take these lows, and then immediately rebalance back to the upside. So like I'm going to say, watch when we come down and take these equal lows. Notice we're not going to go much lower than these equal lows. It's not like we're going to sell off through it. We're going to come down just to take those lows and then start getting bought back to the upside.
Cool. So you're basically just looking for a stop run of 20-30, or sorry, of 30 3/4.
Pretty much.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind swapping trades with you down there. I'll be your buyer. You want to sell me some 30 3/4.
Justin, so if we end up closing above 52 3/4, knowing that we had if we do not come down and take these lows first and we still close above, it would invalidate any potential longs, even though the probabilities would most likely still end up favoring heading towards those highs.
Yeah,
there just wouldn't
agreed.
be.
I would not take a trade.
Okay, got it.
Because you got to think about it this way. When it comes to building habits, it's like, okay, I know what I would look for. If I expect these lows to be taken before we go higher, then the times in which that I will just take a trade because I think that we're going to go higher creates more problems. Because the next time that same setup arises, I'm going to take a setup or a long before I know I should be. It's not going to end up working out. And then I'm going to continue to do that again because I'm expecting a similar outcome. It's like, you know what you should be doing, but a lot of the times you overly obsess over a bias you have and you end up breaking your rules because of it. So what happens is you'll take a long when you shouldn't take a long. You'll get lucky. You'll make money on it, thinking that making money equals I'm doing something right. Losing money equals I'm doing something wrong. That is completely untrue. And then the next time that same situation arises, you take a long expecting the same thing. You've been building such bad habits over time, and then you blow up all your profits that you just gained because you thought you were doing something right. You thought you were improving when in reality you were just doing dumb shit.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you said you also like longs too. I think we might have missed the boat on joining the short with you, but I am definitely intrigued for longs. I think 2016
there is no longs until the 31 low is taken. After the 31 low is taken, you can start scaling into longs.
This is a little bit in premium. Like I go to the 30-minute.
Actually, though, we also you got to keep in mind that we have 15 minutes still closed, so it's probably not even.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, we had that.
Again, if this was the AM action, if this was AM session and we had good price action and there was a lot of time left, like I wish I could show you guys. Like, I want to like be able to explain this and like have you guys see it real time so you can like start realizing this shit is not just bullshit concepts. Like, we will go take these lows and we will just immediately rebalance and start going higher if we had more time and if we had more efficient price action, like it was in the morning.
I'm still looking at 20,000 on a. Just on a 30-minute chart, we're kind of at 30-minute range highs, which leads me to believe we might get to 30-minute range lows, which would be around 20,000 evens. And of course, you would be in profit already by that point. But that's kind of what I'm looking at. Like, I would like to get long, maybe even below 20,000 if we can get a stop run. But I don't know if we have enough time. But we had good price action yesterday. You never know. But loving your short here. Still short 49 and a quarter with a stop at 55.50. Really good risk reward. Only about 8 points away from take profit. You just got 3 on. Are you peeling like one off, or are you just taking the whole thing off all in, all out?
Nope. There's no reason for me to take it off early because this is going to become low resistance liquidity, right? All of these lows that we've been building will get ran at once. So there's no reason for me to take profits right now until these lows at 2031 are taken, which will probably start to sell off to go take them right now.
Yeah, I think we're some good price action now. This ladder's definitely moving. I can find some liquidity for you on this dome. We got 50 at 2020. Not moving. Got some at 25. I'd say that's most of it. There's a 30 at 20,000. Yeah, so So we're between 20,000 and like 2030 is like a bunch of 40 and 30 lots. So there's definitely liquidity down there. Come and get us, NQ. Come and get us.
Justin, I know that you were saying your stop was going to be, I believe I remember hearing like mid 50s when we were back up at that area of price. Are you somebody
like 54
that places
to 55?
Right? Are you somebody that places mental stops and then executes once you see price do what you?
No.
Or are you just using a technical
Hard
stop
stops.
every time?
Mental
Hard
stops. Mental stops are stupid. I think mental stops are stupid. Like why? Again, we're naturally emotional creatures. Like why trading is not about not being emotional. It's about putting yourself not in the situations in which you're going to be emotional. Like you're naturally an emotional creature. It's going to be very hard for you to just be a robot. Trading is about understanding the environments in which you are emotional. One of those is having a fucking mental stop. You're going to put yourself in a situation where it's going to come to your stop and you're just going to have to make a decision right then and there. You know it's probably not going to be a right decision. Why would you even put yourself in that environment to do so?
Yeah. I can understand that.
Close.
So were you just like a tick or two away from getting stopped in? Because I know you said 55 and we basically got to 54.
Yeah, I know.
It must have been, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get
almost
stopped.
got top ticked.
It was by like
almost
3
got top ticked. That would have been pretty upsetting. But
I
probably
would
still
you hop
would
in
have re-entered if I did so. Yeah, I
You
would
would have.
have
That's what I was.
re-entered if. Yeah.
Yeah, about to say. Does that?
I'm still in 3 contracts right now. I'm just waiting to see that low.
I know some traders they'll wait 15 minutes before they put on another trade. I know some traders, if the setup is still there, they'll take the exact same trade again.
Yeah. So the rule that I have for myself is I'll give myself 2 tries. So like if I think that a model, like right now, the model would be any trade like that I think is good until these equal lows are taken. Once these equal lows are taken, there's no trade, right? There's no more short opportunity. So I'll give myself 2 entries. So if I take an entry, it was a bad, and then I get stopped, I'll look for one more. If I get stopped on both of those, I can't take another short until the model's complete.
Got it. Yeah, that's awesome. I love like how many kind of like rules and like guide rails you have like a part of your system. So there's never really a ton of guesswork. Just follow the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make it more complicated than it has to be.
So I definitely like the idea of taking a long, but I'm looking for price to go a little deeper, more towards 25 half is where. So I'm looking at a 15-second chart right now. So we've got this, just in terms of my process, Justin, I've been trading supply and demand. That's just what I've been learning the last 7 years. I've been trading actively and have data for. So I like that it kind of coincides with price.
All right,
okay, so price just sweat those lows.
There's the PT. Okay, so what I want you to watch is depending on this close. So you got to keep in mind though, the market's going to close here soon. So
right,
I wouldn't touch anything right now. I would let the market simply do its thing. I wouldn't really touch anything. There's really no point. There's the shorts. That should be your money. You should call it there. There's no reason to touch anything right now. So I'm out of that short right there.
Nice close.
The only way, if we had more time and we were to react and wick this imbalance and start to move back higher, then yes, I would look to possibly take a long. But right now, since we're kind of had a big candle come in and we're just placing through it, and market's about to close, there's just no reason. So, but there you go. The shorts came in. Yeah. There you go.
Nice.
So I'm gonna.
Nice little,
I like that. I appreciate you talking through your process. Now I'm gonna go through just and execute off my process. So I'm gonna go ahead and get in 5 here.
Yeah. What would you be targeting?
Let's see. Let me get to the contract that my actual order's on here.
You long 5
Let me
MNQ.
get rid of some of the. Yeah, so I'm long 5 MNQ. Ideally, I'd like to target the top end of the range, so which would be what Justin's referring to, back up at 61.
Mm-hmm.
I put my stop below, which is going to be about. It's an even 100. See what this would actually.
IBMOC coming up here very shortly.
MOC.
Awesome.
We have
Thanks,
a
Eddie.
hashtag power hour as well to do.
So that's going to be high end of the range at 61 with my current entry would be a little over 3-to-1 reward to risk. And there's MOC.
So we do got these coming off the wire here right now. S&P's right now, 486 million to the sell side. We've got the NASDAQ, 447 million to the sell side. Dow 30, 333 million to the sell side. And the Mag 7, 217 million to the sell side. Now, once again, these are fluctuating. These are changing, but they are what I've just read. So if they do change, I'm going to post those in the chat. Back to you, Gabe.
Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate you jumping in there. All right, so I'm going to take some stuff off the charts now that we've taken out those lows, came back, rebalanced that inefficiency is what Justin would, I believe that's the right way to say it.
Yep.
That's what low level liquidity, I think was the something.
Low resistance liquidity.
Low resistance.
And those were these lows right here.
Yeah. All those kind of stacked lows that were created from those equal lows. But yeah, but there's like 10-9 minutes, so there's kind of, I wouldn't touch anything right now. But
yeah, I got you.
Power hour is really just has a mind of its own. It's a totally different sort of, I think, like trading environment. The last hour and a half hour of trading, it just has much different objectives. I feel like versus like the opening range or like a lunch session. It just does weird things. Does weird things on its mind. Gabe, you're still in that trade. Hope that goes well for you. Do we have time for hashtag Power Hour? James?
We're ready for it if you guys are. You got the time.
Yeah, no one's in a trade right now. I think we're good. Or Gabe, you're in a trade, but what's your stop?
Don't worry about it. Stops at 17.25. I'm prepared to take a stop out. I go ahead and do power hour, but one thing I will say that I'm executing in the middle of the range. This is usually not what I would end up wanting to do. We look heavy. We look like we want to go lower, but at the same time, I'm going to stick with the plan here and stay in this and allow the market to just stop me out. Go ahead, James.
Oh, mark it on the chart.
All
James,
right.
let's do it.
Coming up first, we have Aussie. He's done in fast markets and locked it up for the day in his second XFA. Nothing wrong with locking the day up in the green.
Love the lockout button.
Love the image behind the PC. Stronger than your excuses.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Some alpha stuff right there.
Justin, we got one for you here. Justin making
Yes, sir.
money on a trading instrument versus what noobs think your setup needs to be. And it's a picture of one laptop versus a room full of screens.
Literally.
Hey,
I downgraded
that's
my
good.
setup. Like you only need a laptop. Like you really only need one chart to look at. You can pull up trading view, look at ES and IQ. Like I won't trade anything. I used to the journey of like me trading over years is like looking at like SPY, QQQ, Apple, like Microsoft, like so many different things and trying to catch like options plays. And then just over time, now it's like I only trade NQ and ES. That is it. Nothing else. Will never ever trade anything else other than NQ and ES.
Well, thanks for that one, SK. Moving on. This one's really good too. When she fans out, I'm a Topstep VIP member. More Riz than Robert.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
Thank you, Freddie.
Hopefully we get some more VIP memes. I'm liking that one. That was a good one.
That one's good. And then finally, we begin fast markets and we end power hour, always with a Carl Hungus meme. Getting a payout shouldn't feel this way. And with Topstep, it isn't.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it really isn't. Man, I remember when denying payouts used to be like the end of your firm. That was such a big deal, denying payouts. And now it seems like firms are just doing it really casually. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But back in my day, you denied a payout, you better have had a real good reason. A real good reason. Getting down here below 20,000, or at least trying. So we're all done, James, with the hashtag Power Hour?
Yeah, that's all we got. So thanks everyone for your submissions and start brainstorming for fast markets tomorrow.
Yep. Thank you, James. That was excellent. Also,
Dolby, are you
a lot of
stacking any
salad
bids?
hands. No.
Are you stacking any bids in these 80s or 90s?
Could not get check marks. Coach Jay pulled his, and that left me with nothing. He was the only person I had who wanted to get longs around 20,000. And then Justin's out of his trade, so yeah. I mean, I would be, like I said, like, we only have 6 minutes left, so it's hard to justify taking a trade here. But yeah, if I'm playing a 30-minute range, then yes, I'm definitely interested in longs below 20,000. But that's not. Oh, that bounce. That's
Do you
not
guys
my
do you guys do you guys really trade like 5 minutes before the close?
I mean,
There's
we
some
held the
cases where
trade
we have
yesterday.
trades, for sure.
We held our trade yesterday for like 40, 45 minutes. That was a 15 lot. And we just peeled off like every 10 points. It was a really good trade. I think that went all the way till like 258. But we were already in like a winner, like a big winner. So I don't know if we would take a trade like right now with only 5 minutes left. But I mean, if we were in a 30-minute range, and that was kind of the bottom of the 30-minute range, so that in my book would have been a cheap trade. So I could have justified taking that one. That feels like a personal account. But we need more check marks for house account. It takes a village to get a good house account trade. But we enjoy it. We like getting everyone on board.
What a bounce that was, though.
That's what I'm saying. With Power Hour NASDAQ, you can get 20, 30, 40 point bounces real fast.
Yeah, 20,000s, and we're back in the middle of the range,
Guys,
just like that.
one thing I want to say as well, like, so the setup for the turtle soup of those equal lows where I wanted to see a bounce never offered the bounce. The move going into it is supposed to tell me where the market's drawing towards, right? That first candle that came in that immediately took that low went straight through the imbalance to show me that it's not where we want to do, right? So we end up selling through it and going forward. Another just thing in general is you can be wrong and make money, and you can be right and lose money. Like, trading is not about being right and wrong. Like, if I think and I think we're going to come down and take those equal lows and bounce, notice how I think that we were going to do it and I still didn't lose money on it and I made money. Isn't that crazy? Like, a lot of you guys will be right and still lose money because that's not what trading is about. Your trading is not about proving your ego. Like, you are not a trader. You are just an observer of price. Like, when you come into the market and you associate yourself with your decision making, that's what the problem comes into play, because you're focused on passing an account, you're focused on making money instead of actually just observing price action and making a decision based off of what's in front of your face. You get too tied to a bias, you get too tied to an idea, you associate with that idea, and then when it ends up going south, you completely just fucking lose it and you start going on tilt and then you blow up your account.
Tilt is bad. We don't want to go on tilt. It is not fun. Not fun to go on tilt. Hey, but it's almost time here. Do you have any birthday wishes for Andre, Justin? I know you two kind of have a bond. That bond is almost,
is Andre's
like
birthday?
a subcontract. Yeah, that's why he's not here. He actually he's off in New York. He's celebrating his birthday. He's seeing a concert, so he took some time off. So I know you guys have a sort of telepathic relationship. So you want to beam him some.
Yeah, let me beam him something real quick.
Birthday love, if you have his phone number, whatever you got. Sure.
Big birthday for Andre.
Yeah. Is Andre at Tao? I don't know if Andre is at Tao. I don't know if they have a Tao in New York. I bet they do. If I had to guess. But we are back in range. You ever been to Tao, Justin?
No, where's that at?
They got one in Chicago, I think one in Vegas. It's just like a fancy restaurant / nightclub that there was primarily, I think, like Asian food. We went there once. It was pretty fun, but I haven't been to the nightclub. But it's popping bottles. They got a lot of that in Miami.
Gotcha.
You don't need another Tao. You don't need it. Were you in Miami during that flooding or no?
I was supposed to be, because I was going to do a podcast with Words of Wisdom. But like, I decided not to go because it was flooded, so we're going to reschedule.
Okay. Coming up here on the close, we got about 55 seconds. It's been a trading day. I don't know what kind of trading day it's been. I would say a summer trading day if I had to guess. Lots of ranges, lots of consolidation. Not a lot of progress made in this market, if I had to be honest. Kind of seems like we're in the same place we were yesterday. Maybe. I think we're just waiting. Market's waiting for news.
Yeah, today was good. That was the only trade that I took today. I'm a little bit under $1,000, so
that's awesome. It's not bad. Did you trade it all this morning, or are you just doing other stuff?
No, I was on the charts. I didn't see anything.
No setups. Nice.
Yeah.
Like Carl Hungus has been to Tao in New York and has spent too much at that place on bottles. Yeah, I mean, bottles are expensive. That is such a ripoff. Such a ripoff. But we are 3 o'clock. Bam, got that bell. Justin, thank you so much for coming by. I will
Of
pass
course.
along your birthday wishes
Pleasure's
to
always.
Andre. Excellent
Please
trading.
do.
Excellent trading.
Appreciate it.
Bounce that we got off of 20K. Off we go. Got the liquidity that it needed to maybe stall out at 20,060. Who knows, Gabe? Good trade and looking forward to seeing your progress as usual. And Eddie, please take us away. What do we got in store for tomorrow?
Hello there. Hello there. All right. Well, let me ask you, how was your day today? Profitable? Positive? Negative? Did you learn something? Now remember, if you don't fail, you can't get any better. So those that had a bad day today, let's learn from it. Journal it. Right? Write it down. See where possibly you went wrong or possibly you didn't. Did you follow your game plan and still lost money? That's going to happen. Losing is part of the game. You have to accept that. It's part of learning. So anyway, congratulations for being here toward the end of TopstepTV. And tomorrow, I think we've been waiting for Friday's eco numbers. These are the big ones that the feds really like to look at. So tomorrow, 7:30, we've got some big meat on the bone. It's going to be a big breakfast. We got the core PCE month over month. We also got the core PCE price index year over year. There's going to be a few other numbers here. Personal consumption. We also have an 8 o'clock Dallas Fed PCE. We'll be having a 9 o'clock Michigan, the Michigan consumer sentiment. And that's usually a big number, too. I know that Rips likes to talk about that. And by the way, let's hope Rips gets well. He's been very sick. And I hope he can hear me right now. I hope his ears are ringing. Can't forget about an 845. 845 Chicago PMI. That's usually a big number. We're going to keep an eye on that. And as far as that goes, 11 o'clock, Bowman will be speaking. Now, Bowman's been talking this whole week. Had some comments coming out today. He was not listed as a speaker, but I guess if you're Bowman, you're Bowman. You can talk when you want. So let's give a shout out to Mr. Bowman, our FOMC member. We'll see what he's got to say tomorrow about 11 o'clock. 12 o'clock tomorrow, we'll have our U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. And I think that is probably it. Some CFTCs for some other markets, but those are minor. We won't be worried about those. As far as tomorrow goes, tomorrow is going to be Friday. All right, Friday the 28th. We are at the end of the month. All right. I do believe that Monday is the 1st. I think so. Yes, if I am correct. So tomorrow's going to be an end of the month day. We got that Fed number coming out. Markets have been moving up. Opportunity is there. We'll see what happens. So tomorrow, be with us, 8 o'clock Central Time. Hoag and myself, we're going to fire up the machine, get the party started. Fast markets, we've got Hoag, Dolby, Jack, Coach Jay, and Coach Dakota. You got to be here for fast markets and make some money. Power players, Dolby and Peter Tuckman. Peter Tuckman's going to be with us here at 11 o'clock tomorrow Central Time. JD and Gabe will be following that for power players. Vanessa, yes, sweet Vanessa is going to be sitting in the chair, and I will be asking the questions tomorrow for TopQuiz. And shoulder tap is, well, you remember Friday, we talked about this. Fridays for shoulder tap we're going to do roast my trades. Okay. So tomorrow we're hosting a special edition of shoulder tap called Roast My Trades. And if you want risk manager Mick or Ben or Brett to roast your trading, feel free to submit your request. I'm going to put this link in the chat while I've got your attention. Attention, please. Attention, please. I'm going to post this here. So now remember, if you want, you can do this. This is completely voluntary. And we've had people that had their trade report roasted, communicating back with us saying, thank you very much. It was funny. It was fun. But you know what? I really learned something. So there is the link for that. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Also, tomorrow, after Roast My Trades. Group coaching with JD and Robert. Yes. Riz Cooney and JD. Good old blue eyes. 1 o'clock segment. Strategy Lab with that wonderful lady we know and call and love, Anne-Marie Band with Gabe and Robert. And to end the day, we got Coach Ray Hoag, Gabe, and Dolby for Power Hour. Now, don't forget tonight, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. We do have right now Coach Jay and Coach Ball with At the Buzzer. Coach Ray tonight at 6 p.m. in Discord. Coach Vince at 7. And then you can catch Coach Dakota here on YouTube at 8 o'clock. Remember, these are all Central Times. We're here in Chicago, so we go by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Chicago Board of Trade, Chicago Times, Central Times. So, my friends, we love having you here, and I really hope that you loved being here today. Hope you learned something. Remember, if it's just one thing, you are still moving forward, and I hope you had a good time. So, right now, it is family time. Time to get some love from the closest ones to you and get some rest, re-energize. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.